Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest, and today I'm checking out the much anticipated, highly requested foundation from Lawless. This is the Forget the Filler Skin Plumping Line Smoothing Foundation. Retails for $43 for 1 ounce or 30 milliliters of product. Comes in 33 shades, if I can count correctly. I've got it in the shade 4L, which is described as light with neutral undertones. I usually go with the lightest of the light shades instead of the darkest of the fair shades for my summertime, most of the year colors, but I usually can go a shade lighter than this. This is clean at Sephora, long-wearing, good for anti-aging, full coverage, hyaluronic acid, natural finish. Let's take a look at their description. A weightless, full coverage, non-acnogenic foundation that instantly blurs and smooths for a second skin finish, proven to reduce the look of fine lines and improve skin elasticity over time. I like it. Natural finish, full coverage. Maxi Youth is a powerful, science-backed skin smoothing complex obtained from the fermentation of biomimetic hyaluronic acid. That sounds fancy. Vitamin E, antioxidant, glycerin, triglyceride blend, very good for moisture and strengthening the skin barrier. This is vegan, gluten-free, and cruelty-free. It does have denatured alcohol pretty high up in the ingredient list. I'm guessing it's falling in the 1 to 3% range. I don't think it's below the 1% line, so that's more than I like to see. However, they have a lot of hydrating ingredients in the beginning of the ingredient list, and the drying alcohols aren't necessarily drying if the formula has enough balance of hydration in it to counteract any additional drying from the alcohols. And the alcohols, when they're not there as a filler, they're there with a purpose, which is usually to aid in the dry down of the product on your skin so that you're not tacky for 20 minutes waiting for it to dry down. So we'll see if this has been formulated well enough to survive the dehydrated and chronically dry skin that I have. Let's take a look at shade 4L, swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from Lawless, the Forget the Filler Foundation in shade Light Neutral. Very dark for the lightest light shade, in my opinion. Second, I've got from Estee Lauder, the Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last, I've got from Wet n Wild, the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 50-year-old face. I have primed with my Geek Out of Water Blue Tansy Primer. And let me get my little butterfly palette. We will take a look at the shade consistency on this one. Not the shade consistency, just the consistency. That's probably going to be more than I need, but there we go. I am enjoying this slow drip. Somehow that's very soothing to me. I don't know why. This might be darker than I anticipated. That's fun. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a little dark for me. A little dark. Which this is the lightest of the light shades, so I'm kind of surprised. I forgot to show you. I will go in on one side of my face with a damp sponge. Other side I'm going to use my It Cosmetics. This is the Airbrush 115, I think the number is. I will double check that. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. We'll do the sponge first. I'm surprised how dark this is for a shade that is the lightest of the light shades, actually. But we'll make it work. We will make it work. This is probably my self-tanner shade. Yeah, this is my tanner shade. I'm just looking at how pale my ear looks in comparison to my face. It's all good. Every year I say I'm going to do self-tanner, and then last year I did not do it a single time. Even though I bought brand new self-tanner, never used it. Alright, with a sponge I would call this light coverage, blended out quite easily. Definitely darker on the shade for me though. I am going to be wearing concealer today. I'm going to film it as well. It's the new It Cosmetics. So I did not take this all the way, like intentionally up under my eyes. But I can still see my sunspots poking through, so I'd say light coverage with the sponge. Let's try the brush side. This is also leaning, I would say, slightly on the warmer side, considering it's described as neutral. But it feels to be a little bit on the warmer side of the fence, which that's fairly common with neutral shades. I rarely find neutrals that I think are truly neutral, but maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me being a cool-toned snob. Technically, my skin is neutral, but in the winter when I'm palest of the pale, it leans like one step into the cool territory. I prefer the look of cool on me, though I can wear cool, neutral, or warm because I'm neutral, but I like cool tone the best. Yeah, I just feel like this has just got a sort of an apricot tinge to it, which typically is more warm. Peachy is more cool. And I know peach and apricot, what's the difference, right? Yeah, there's a little bit better coverage with the brush. So if you're going for coverage, the brush might be the way to go. They say this is full coverage. I am going to try and build it up a little bit. My gut feeling is that it's not going to get to what I would call full coverage. But let's see how it builds. Get the sunspots. The blue blood vessel here, my chin, which likes to become red. Make sure I got the nostrils, which is a pointless endeavor in this allergy season, but I do it anyway, so at least I look good for 5 minutes. I'm going to use the brush to blend this out, but I think you could use brush or sponge, whatever your preference is. They both look nice. It's just that there's a little bit more coverage sticking around with the brush. All right, blue blood vessel. Oh, you vanished pretty nicely. I still see it just a little bit, but it vanished pretty well. Can still see a little bit of my sunspots, but they are pretty well covered. I would say this is a solid medium coverage. Like, it's encroaching on full coverage, but I wouldn't say it's quite all the way there. I do think I'm going to take, just because the shade is a little dark on me, I'm going to take it a little bit more intentionally down my neck. I usually don't bother with this, but since the shade is a little bit dark, it is kind of obvious how dark it is. So this would be a day when I would do bronzer on my jawline, down my neck a little bit, just to try and blend, blend, blend. Because really, the joy of having tattoos all over my arms is that my arms don't call out my skin tone as easily. Like, the mismatch won't be as obvious unless I stick my hand right next to my face. Yikes. But it's a beautiful shade. Like, I feel like this shade does work for me. I can wear this shade. It's just the shade of me when I'm self-tanning. Not me when I haven't seen the sun yet this year. Although I'm filming this on an 80-degree day. It was 40 degrees like 2 days ago, and now it's 80. So this weather does not know what it's doing. Okay, now that I'm looking at this in the mirror, regardless of the shade difference, holy cow, I can't even see my pores. Like, oh. See, that's the thing that Lawless is so good at. The line blurring, the smoothing. They do it in their lip glosses. They do it with the lotion that they have, the face moisturizer. I was hoping they would do it with the foundation because they kept it in the same, product line. But, sometimes brands will keep things in a popular product line even if the product itself doesn't quite live up to the previously released products in that line. I mean, all right, let's zoom in so you guys can see what I am looking at. I can barely even tell that I have pores. Like, that is some seriously good pore blurring. It's also smoothing to texture. I can barely see the sun-damaged texture on that side of my face. Very nicely smoothing. Like, that is nice. Even my nose looks smooth, and if you've been around here for a minute, that my nose rarely looks great. It's usually looks okay, but not good or great. And I would say this is looking very nice on my nose. It's not clinging in between my eyebrows. It's not clinging to my forehead. It's not settling into my lines. Yeah, this is quite smooth. It makes me want to get out and do a half and half face with my Guerlain, because the Guerlain Terracotta is the smoothest foundation I've ever tried. It is one of my favorites. It's one of only 2 foundations that have ever scored perfect scores. The NARS Radiant Light Reflecting Concealer Foundation and the Guerlain Terracotta. This is super smooth. If this holds up smoothness like this, I like me some smooth. Let's just say I like me some smooth. Little concerned it's going to end up being drying on me. We will find out. It's not always the case with, you got to just see how the formulation, you can guess from the ingredients, which I'm guessing this one's going to be okay because it has a lot of hydrating stuff high up in the ingredient list, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. Let's see what time it is. The time is 1:55 in the p.m. Let me go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Back with the Lawless Foundation. Did not set this with powder. Nothing moved around. Had no trouble blending anything. The only issue I'm having is the shade, and that was my choice. So, and it's not a bad shade for me. It's just too dark if I'm not self-tanning. On the rest of my face, I am trying the IT Cosmetics Do It All Concealer. This is their Radiant Concealer, their Multivitamin Serum Concealer. And I have a review of this. If you missed it, check it out. It was right before this video. And so far so good on that. That is my concealer. I'm trying out some new stuff that I got in the Sephora sale. So I am wearing the Fenty Beauty Cream. This is their bronzer, but in the shade Amber. I'm wearing it as contour. And I've been asking you guys for years to give me contour suggestions, and I've just never bought any of them. So this is one that a lot of people have recommended, the Fenty Cream Bronzer in shade 1 Amber. And I think it is beautiful for contour, for fair skin. Perfect. Good recommendation. Thank you very much. I also bought a few others that I'm going to try. I'm not trying them right now, obviously. I'm trying to grab them so I can show you. Reddit said that the contour stick from Sephora is a good one. The Milk Makeup in Toasted was also a good recommendation, but a lot of reviews said that the packaging was finicky, so I went for the Fenty instead of the Milk. And then I also got a Sephora powder one, and, we'll try them. We'll see how they go. Contours tend to go too warm-toned on fair skin. So, but I think the Fenty is a winner, so bravo there. My blush, kicking it old school. My Lawless Juicy Watermelon. This thing, was it last summer or the summer before this that this thing came out? Because I'm nowhere near hitting pan on this. And I've had it forever, and I wear it a ton because it is my favorite powder blush. And so that was bronzer. That was my blush. That was, bronzer, I didn't even say. Cabana Club from Polite Society. I'm wearing the shade Palm Royale with a light hand because this is one of the deeper shades, but I like the more red undertone, and especially I think I could have gone with their darkest shade. Copacabana has the most red undertone of the 4 shades that they came out with. And I probably could have done it since my foundation is so dark today, but I didn't, and I wish I did, but I didn't. But this one still looks good, so I like the formula. Very smooth. It's very much lightweight the way that the powder blush sticks are. So it's a similar skin look, skin feel as far as the weight and the texture of the powder. So that's that. My eyes are the Natasha Denona I Need a Nude palette. I figured I'd go neutral on the eyes because I was going to wear a red lip, and then I changed my mind, and I just went all neutral. So where's my Aldi fans out there? The Aldi Isle of Shame. If you are not in the habit of going to your local Aldi on Wednesdays to pick up their new drops, anything makeup, the Lacura brand, goes out of stock very, very, very fast. And the thing with the Isle of Shame is, like, they just stock these things for a week and they're gone. So it's you gotta get it while it's there. And they came out with some lip kits, and I got the red one. So I went on Wednesday, the day they dropped. I went after work, and they were already sold out of one of the lip kits, but because I think there's a pink one. I got the red and I got the nude. I'm wearing the nude right now. It comes with a liquid lip and a lip liner. These don't seem to match to me. The lip liner is much more peachy and light, and then the liquid lip is a more neutral nude, almost cool toned, which I really love this shade. We're going to see if it completely dries me out. I've read that they wear really well. I also opened the liner and the tip was busted off into the cap, so I had to sharpen it immediately, so that's a bummer. But like, these are like $5, so when you can get a good dupe at Aldi, it's not a bad deal most of the time. I love their dupe for the Bobbi Brown Vitamin Enriched Face Base. I think it's spot on. It's very heavily scented, but so is the original. So, and they smell the same to me. So anyway, go to Aldi if you like if you like the thrill of the hunt, if you like the, limited edition stuff. Likely it'll all come back a year from now. Like they do a lot of the same launches every year. But they also had some liquid blushes and some liquid highlights, and I picked them up. I haven't tried them yet, but they might be sold out by the time you see this. So check them if you can. But that's my lip. I'm also trying from the Sephora sale, and let me check my brow. Oh my God. So I looked up how to say this. People say it all different ways. And now I already forgot. Refi? No, it wasn't Refi. Refi or refi are the two ways I've heard people saying it on YouTube. So I'm not sure. I've never tried anything else from this brand, but this is their brow. What is the name of it? Sherlock, where did you go? This is their brow sculpt. And when I applied this, this is my brow that does not cooperate. I have this little like divot of hair that won't stay up and it falls down. And when I applied it, I did not have to hold my brows up to keep them up. You know how I usually have to wait for it to dry a little bit so that they don't fall immediately down in that spot? It's still up. Did I just find my holy grail brow product? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll take a look at it tonight. My rabbit headband ruined my bangs, so now they're a hot mess. I don't know what they're doing. My mascara is the Lawless One and Done, one of my all-time favorite mascaras. What else makeup is on my face? I think that's everything. So we're going to see how this lip wears. I've read a lot of people posting that it wears all day through food and everything. Matte liquid lips tend to dry me out like crazy, so I don't wear them very often, but I had to. I had to buy them. I mean, I'm obsessed with Aldi's Isle of Shame. I have a problem, and I'm not afraid to admit it. I admit it. I have a problem. So I had to buy them. And yeah, so we're going to go about the day here. It's like sunny, then cloudy, then sunny, then cloudy. It's like 80 degrees outside. Beautiful, beautiful day. I'm very, very happy. So I will do a daylight check-in in a bit, and then I will come back tonight, give you guys my final thoughts. 4:36 p.m., a couple hours in, and I just put lotion on my hands. I'm trying not to drop my phone. It is sliding off my fingers. Here is where we are at. couple hours in. Everything looks good. Still looking smooth. Definitely on. Honestly, yeah, this is my self-tan shade. Yeah, there's my ears. I mean, if you don't see my ears, you can't tell so much that it's too dark, but yeah. Oh, but look how smooth. It is smooth, y'all. So that's where we're at. A few more hours. I'll come back tonight. We'll wrap this one up. 10:27 p.m. That puts us right around the 8.5 hour mark. Let's take a look at how the Lawless Forget the Filler Foundation held up. It held up really well. I'm so sad that I got a shade that is too dark. I'll keep it because I can wear it when I'm self-tanning, and I do think I will probably be buying a lighter shade. If that's foreshadowing to the grade, well, let's talk about it. So, comfortable, didn't move around, hasn't settled into lines. That's Eva's tail. She's hanging out behind me. Doesn't feel dry. That was one thing I was just curious about. The formula looked like it was going to hold up fine for having SD alcohol, and it seems to have. I will say I will wear this foundation multiple days in a row to just make sure it doesn't dry me out, and if I have any updates on that front, I will put them here. So if you don't see anything here, that means everything was a-okay in between me filming this today, and it'll be about a week from now when you guys see it. So yeah, if you don't see anything on the screen, then everything stayed a-okay and did not dry me out over time. I don't think it will. The formula ingredient wise looks like it's got plenty to balance out the dryness of any SD alcohol. So I'm not concerned about that. Let's zoom in so you guys can see what I'm looking at. It still looks nice on everywhere, basically. I still cannot believe how well this blurs pores. And I would say I might even like the finish even more as the day went on. And I liked it to begin with. So it hasn't moved around. It's not settling into any lines, deep or shallow. It's not settling into any of them. It didn't cake up between my eyebrows. It didn't move around. Everything's fine. In fact, I think it probably has a couple more hours of life left in it. So I feel like this is the kind of foundation I could probably wear for 10 to 12 hours without a problem at all. And that's good. I like that. That is nice. So I'm a fan. I am liking this one. I will also say my eyebrows did not fall down. So yeah, bravo. Refi? I can't remember how to say this, and I'm not even sure that anyone I looked up was saying it properly to begin with, but that brow stuff might be my new favorite. Also, I'm very pleased with how well the Aldi lip kit held up. It's going to dry the heck out of my lips. I can tell I'm probably not going to be liking my life tomorrow, but as is matte liquid lips. Of course, it's all gone in the middle. I won't describe that, but because you know how that's typically described. But it held up pretty well. I had ravioli for lunch and I had pizza for dinner, and I ate yogurt with a spoon earlier, so that held up pretty well, I would say. But back to the Lawless. If I were to give a grade to the Lawless Forget the Filler Foundation, I'm gonna put it one step below my beloved NARS and Guerlain. So we're talking like 98, 99% A, definitely an A, a very high A. It's just a smidge less smoothing, just a smidge less favorite in the finish. It's really nice though. Like, when we are that high up in the atmosphere of grades on a foundation. Like, you kind of can't go wrong. Oh, I'm bummed that the shade is as dark as it is, though. This is the lightest light shade, and it really is dark for me. I'm just really surprised at how dark this shade is. But I'm going to make it work. I'm probably going to buy a lighter shade as well. You know, if it was the wrong undertone or something, like, and it was too dark, if I wasn't going to be able to wear it, then I would return it. But I'm going to be able to wear it. Maybe it'll make me self-tan. I like self-tanning. I get lazy, and then I don't do it. And that's all there is to that. So, yeah, we're going to go A for the Lawless. Of course they did a good job. Of course they did. Of course they did. I like it. It's lovely. There you have it. Another episode of Foundation Fest is in the books. If you like foundation reviews, if you had fun with this one, give me a thumbs up down below, or let me know in the comments. What should I pick up next? I probably won't pick anything up for a minute, just because I have a handful of things I need to go through, some of which I got in the Sephora sale. Let's see, what do we have foundation-wise? So, this is not the Sephora sale, but I've got the Versed, and I've got their concealer as well. I got the Milk Hydro, the Hydro Grip Gel Tint. I got the Makeup Forever Super Boost, what is it? Moisture Boosting Skin Tint is the name of that one. I got the Kosas Dream Beam Comfy Smooth sunscreen. It's like a tinted sunscreen. Why is that thing focused on my ear? I don't know what the camera's doing right now. What is this? I also have the ColourPop Pretty Fresh Tinted Foundation Balm. And I thought I had one. Oh yeah, I thought I had one more. The Hourglass. This is the Illusion Luminous Glow Foundation. So I have a bunch of foundations coming for y'all. They're all right here. And yeah, but let me know, of those, what do you want to see first? Of other ones, what would you like me to add to my list? I keep a running list. I buy stuff all the time. Let me know what you would like to see in the comments down below. And as always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest, and today I'm checking out from Ciel. I hope I'm saying that right. Bad YouTuber, I didn't go look it up. I have to do this quickly because I gotta go to work, and I've been really behind. So anyway, this is the Tint and Protect Medium Coverage Serum Foundation SPF 50+ Mineral Foundation. Retails for $44, and that's for 1.28 fluid ounces or 38 milliliters of product. So that $44 is really more like $35 foundation approximately, if we count apples to apples, ounce per ounce. There are 13 different shades available on Sephora's website. I've got it in shade 3 Light, and this is currently getting 4.4 out of 5 stars with about 700 reviews. It's clean at Sephora, non-comedogenic, fragrance-free, vegan, natural finish, buildable medium coverage. That's what they have to say about it. You can see my bottle's a hot mess. I've already had a bad experience with this foundation. I'm going to insert a clip of me opening my package. There's basically no seal on this bottle, and it's just screwed on, and it wasn't screwed tightly, and so the bottle came unscrewed during shipping, and a bunch of foundations in the box. It's all over the place. Also, the photo on Sephora's website shows a dropper, but all I've got is the stick. They show the stick as well, but it didn't come with a dropper, and I'm not sure where the dropper is, or if you're just supposed to spread this stick on your face, or if somehow this cap comes apart. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from CL, the Tint and Protect Tinted Serum Foundation in shade 3 Light. Second, I've got from Estee Lauder, the Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last, I've got from Wet n Wild, the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 50-year-old face. I have primed with my brand new Blue Tan Z face primer. I say it's brand new because it just launched on my website, but I've been working on this for almost a year. This was my final project in my Advanced Cosmetic Science course in the 5-course skincare formulation program that I completed last summer, and it is my baby. It's my baby. So I'm very excited that that has come to fruition and made it out into the world. Thank you to all of you who caught my little soft launch and picked it up on the website before I started promoting it. Because, you know, I gotta drop things when I got time to do them, and it's not always all at one time. So, yeah. So that's what's on my face right now. Underneath that is my Bakuchiol cream, which was the last step of my skincare before I put my sunscreen on. Yes, I do wear sunscreen. Even if my foundation has sunscreen, I still wear sunscreen as part of my skincare. So I've got a damp sponge for one side. I've got my IT Cosmetics. This is the number 7 Heavenly Luxe. It's a combo foundation concealer brush that I will use on the other side. So, yeah, now I'm dropping things. They say to take a few drops, blend them out with brush or fingers or however you prefer. I don't know how to make this be a dropper. All I have is the stick. I don't have a dropper, so I'm just gonna like stick it in here, I guess, and dab it. Well, that's not gonna be enough. Well, is the dropper somehow in? Hold on, let me just wipe what I got on here. Is it somehow? I don't want to break this thing. Is the dropper somehow in this? Like, can I take this top off somehow? No, it does not feel like that's the way. All right, not liking this. Not liking this at all. If I had time, I would go Google some things, but Charlie's trying to climb in the Sephora box and making a bunch of noise. No, we're not gonna do that right now. Yeah, makeup shouldn't be this complicated. Let's just say if I need to look up directions on how to apply foundation, it's probably not the one for me. That is just like, no. Just no. Alright, most of that seems to have gone into the sponge. So a few drops is not enough. With the sponge, let's see if I can get any more out of here. Like, I don't even feel like that was enough product to even test anything. I mean, the stick is kind of wobbly, so I feel like maybe there is a bulb in there somewhere. I don't know. Did I just drip that on my shirt? I'm going to be really mad if I did. Alright, now it's a little better. Now there's a little coverage at least. Not a ton. Let's try. Oh, it's all over my desk. Oh my god. Well, this was a good day until I started putting my makeup on. Let's try and get enough product on this side of my face. Oh, it's dripping everywhere. And I hope you cannot hear that hammering that's going on. I don't know what's happening outside of my office right now. Alright, let's try the brush. Trying to like clean up the drips as I go so I don't lean into them and get them all over my clothing, because I do. Oh, I did already drip on my shirt because I have to go to work like 10 minutes ago. So yeah, I am loving this brush. It is less dense than most of my foundation brushes, so, but it's got enough bristles that it just blends out really nicely. It's quite strange. Typically I prefer a denser brush, but this one has just the right number of bristles to it. Yeah, I know this is a tint, but they did say medium coverage, and this is pretty light coverage. I am going to try and build it up just a little bit, so I can at least have a little bit of coverage on my sunspots and my blue blood vessel. This is not ideal. Like, I'm never going to get all the product out of here with this stick. Oh no! This is brand new. This is just how this day is going to go, isn't it? Well, I'm glad to take you along with me on the struggle bus today. 'Cause your girl is struggling. We on the struggle bus. This is a really pretty finish. I wish it was a little bit more coverage, but it is a pretty finish. I will give it that. Probably never gonna wear it again after this experience, but I'll call it pretty. Oh, I see the problem. It never tightens. I found the bulb. So they need better manufacturing in the fact that when they tighten this, they probably do it from the outer cap, and it's not enough to tighten the inner cap. They would need to tighten the inner cap first and then put those caps on. That's probably how this happened. Unless someone took it out of the unsealed box and opened it. But this came straight from Sephora, so I don't think it ever sat on a retail shelf. But I would be concerned having it sit on a retail shelf because there's no seal anywhere. Which is the problem with things on retail shelves, is that people go in and open everything. Okay, well, I'm just going to throw this away because I don't think I need that anymore. Okay, gonna go to work with foundation and cat hair all over me. Let's zoom in and get a look at what this is looking like. It is a beautiful satin finish. I will say that right off the bat. Like, I really do think this finish is quite pretty. It's not a ton of coverage. I can still see basically everything coming through. My dark circles, my sunspots, my blue blood vessel, nothing's really covered. Even my chin still has some redness coming through. So the coverage is not a lot, but the finish, if you're looking to just improve the overall, it's nicely smoothing. My texture does not look textured. The pores, especially right here where mine are the largest, are pretty nicely blurred. So it's giving good help to the canvas of my face, not so much the coloring of my face, if that makes any sense. So I don't even know where my phone went. What time is it? Check the time. 12:27. Let me put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Back with the CL. No issues blending. Did not have to set this with powder. Everything applied just fine. Wish I had that little dropper bulb when I was applying it to my face, but we're fine, everything's fine, everything's fine. On the rest of my face, going with Comfort eyeshadow again. We're just in Dragon Eye palette mode. It's a different color combo than I usually use, though. I mean, little credit where credit's due, stepping out of the little bit of a comfort zone. Not really at all. But how did I not realize all this time that this shade here is not orange, it's pink. All this time, I've not worn it. How? And that's why it's good to sometimes step out of your comfort zone, because you learn new things. And that is a good thing, because that color is really pretty. So that's that. I'm also got this in my Sephora order, sample of the Charlotte Tilbury Exaggerize mascara. My only issue, I think it turned out looking nice. The brush, the bristles are so dense. I usually love this kind of brush, but they're so densely packed that I couldn't get my lashes to go through it. Like the brush was just pushing my lashes and not combing them. You know what I'm saying? So it took a lot more work than it should have. I will try that again, because it just might be that this particular day is not my friend. But it looks nice. So there's that. Wet n Wild Breakup Proof Retractable Pencil as my tight line. I wore the peachier shade Malibu of the Polite Society Polite Pops Powder Blush Stick. That is the blush. Bronzer, no surprise. What's Up Beauty Cheek Terray in Deep with a very light hand. Oh, lip is Polite Society, the most delicious lip balms I've ever worn in my life. This is Peach Bellini, which does have a little bit of glitter to it. And yeah, so that's the face. Maybelline Super Lock on my brows. I think that's all the things. I gotta go to work now that took way longer than it was supposed to. So I'm gonna go to work. It's a beautiful day outside. Hopefully that will lift this dark cloud that has been over me all morning. And hopefully I'll get you a daylight check-in. And then I'll come back tonight, give you guys my final thoughts. Hey guys, it's only been about an hour, but I figured I'd get the daylight check-in. I got a lot going on at work, so just in case I don't have time later. And I think I can get full sun as well, so shade match I think is very good on this one. And it's gonna be bright, but sorry, I have to keep my eyes closed. I can't handle the sun. But there's the full sunlight. And yeah, don't mind the sunglass marks. But yeah, see the blue blood vessel? The coverage on this is pretty sheer. I would not call this medium coverage. I wouldn't even call this light coverage. This is pretty sheer. All the sunspots still poking through, but the finish is super pretty. I will give it that. All right, heading into work. I'll see you guys tonight. 10:12 p.m. That puts us, I think, around the 9-hour mark, a little past the 9-hour mark. Let's take a look at how the CL Tint and Protect Medium Coverage Serum Foundation with SPF 50+ held up. I'm going to, do you see what's happening behind me right now? That's Charlie being very bad, eating my Valentine's ornaments, which is probably my fault because Valentine's Day's over and I should really take that tree down. But I haven't. And so she's gonna take it down for me. So let's keep going, shall we? I'm not going to hold my bad first impression due to the packaging mishap against this as far as the grading goes. However, I am going to point out that this is not medium coverage, and I'm telling you, they put medium coverage like right in the title, like medium coverage, and then it's down again in the description. And I don't know, medium coverage to me covers some things, and this is sheer to light coverage, I would say. I mean, can it really be a serum tint and medium coverage? They describe it both ways, and I think you can't really be both. It's not a tint if it's medium coverage. It's not serum if it's medium coverage. So, I mean, I might be splitting hairs with language here, but medium coverage to me hides some things like discoloration and blue blood vessels and sunspots, and this does not really do that. So I will take issue with that. I think it is poorly described. But generally speaking, very comfortable, very nice on camera. I did a Facebook Live in my Facebook group like an hour ago. So after a full day of wearing this, and it looked really nice on camera. I'm pretty sure looking in my camera monitor here that it still looks pretty nice on camera. Looking in my 10x mirror over here, it still looks pretty nice. So it wears well. I would call it full day wear, no problem. But the same, you know, I have redness coming through on my chin, on my nose, but that was true immediately after applying it. That hasn't changed throughout the day. So I think it wears well for what it starts out as. I would call it sheer to light coverage, but wears well. Very comfortable. My skin feels hydrated. I don't feel like I have any issues with dryness or dehydration going on. Nothing makes me want to take this off. The only reason I'm even filming this right now is because I'm about to go binge watch some TV shows and probably fall asleep. So I didn't want to miss checking in evening time, but I think this still has a couple hours of wear left in it, so that's a good thing. Yeah, let's zoom in so you guys can see what I'm looking at. I don't have a lot of coverage left around my mouth, my chin, my nose. Yes, I did have to blow my nose. Surprise, surprise. Allergy season has crept up on me and I'm still not taking my allergy medicine. It didn't move around. It did not settle into lines. It did not cake up anywhere. So it is behaving nicely. It's a very pretty finish. I really do enjoy the finish of it. I would call it just a really nice skin-like satin finish, but it does some blurring and some smoothing. So I feel like if coverage is not your main goal, if you just want sort of a smoother, more, I guess vibrant is the word, type of a look to your skin, then this is going to do a really good job at that. If you need coverage for rosacea or discoloration or sunspots or anything like that, I don't think this is going to please you. So it really kind of depends what you're here for. But when I'm grading these, I'm looking at how does it perform on dry skin? How does it wear over time? You know, how does it perform on maturing skin? And for those elements, I think it does really well. I really feel like I need to take into account the fact that it's just not medium coverage and they make it so obvious. Like I can see people purchasing it expecting that, and now you just spent money on a product that's not going to do what it says it does, and that really bothers me. But does it knock it out of the A range? No, I think it's really nice. I don't even feel like I can fairly call it an A-, because even though the packaging has some issues, I even looked on the box. It never says how to get the top off to get to the pump. Pump? What do you call that thing? That's not a pump. The squeeze droppy thing? Words. So I think they can improve on their instructions and their packaging and how they prepare for shipping. But the product itself, I think if I have to give it a grade, I think I have to give it an A. I think it performs well. It's beautiful. It's not a top A because I can't get behind them calling this medium coverage. But shipping issues aside, packaging issues aside, just be aware that they exist. And you'll find the squeezy tube underneath the cap, and hopefully you will not have the same shipping loose top that I did. So there you have it. We're gonna give the CL an A. I do hope I'm saying it correctly. I will go search this and figure this out. But work was as wonderful as I expected it to be. That is truly sarcasm. And I didn't get a chance to look up anything all day today. And I'm glad I did my daylight check-in when I did, because I did not get a chance to go outside at all the whole day. So it was dark by the time I left. So there you have it. Another episode of Foundation Fest is in the books. If you like foundation reviews, if you had fun with this one, give me a thumbs up down below. Let me know in the comments what you would like to see next. I keep a running list. I buy them whenever I can. Hit me up on Patreon. I post some behind-the-scenes stuff over there, though not this past week because everything's been crazy. But I do post behind-the-scenes stuff over there. And as always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me, even when I'm having a struggle bus kind of day. I appreciate your time and your support, and I hope you all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest, and today I'm checking out, by popular demand, from Lisa Eldridge, the Seamless Skin Enhancing Tint. Retails for $49 for 1 fluid ounce or 30 milliliters of product. 2 drops away from your best skin day. The unique hybrid formula of skin enhancing tint works to seamlessly even tone, lift shadows, tone down redness, and boost luminosity. Think your skin, but on its best day. Well, I would like that. That sounds lovely. This comes in 20 different shades. I've got it in shade T6. I had a heck of a time trying to decide what shade I wanted. The model photos had me thinking that 6.5 was the cooler undertone, but the naming of 6.5 says that it is golden, which is usually a warm undertone. The description for 6 says neutral, but the model photos of that one look a lot more yellow to me. The shade matrix that they provide, based on the Lisa Eldridge foundation of the same line, I wear shade 7 in that one, and in the shade matrix they recommend 6. So instead of going with the model photos, I went with the description and the shade matrix, and we will see how that goes. I was not going to buy this one because I can't stand this packaging. The foundation is in a similar, egg-shaped package that lays down and doesn't stand upright. And even though that foundation got an A grade for me, it is beautiful. It doesn't stand up in any of my, my little foundation holder here. It doesn't stand up or even sit nicely on my vanity because it's like an egg, and so I tap it and it flies all over the place. So I wasn't going to buy this, but so many of you asked me to review it and said that it looks great. It does get 4.9 out of 5 stars with over 1,000 reviews on their website. I bought it. I did order it straight from the Lisa Eldridge website, which, much to my surprise, I don't know why I was surprised, but I was. It shipped from the UK, but it got here just as fast as if it was shipping from California, so don't let that deter you if you are considering ordering from her website. Let's see how this goes. It does have a flat bottom, so it does sit a little nicer than my experiences with the foundation, but let's take a look at shade 6, swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from Lisa Eldridge, the Seamless Skin Enhancing Tint in shade 6. Second, I've got from Estee Lauder, the Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. Fourth, I've got the Wet n Wild Tinted Hydrator in Fair. And last, I've got the Lisa Eldridge Seamless Skin Foundation. That's right. In shade 7. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 50-year-old face. They recommend applying this with either fingertips or a dense brush, so I will use fingertips and my IT Cosmetics. I think this is the 115 brush. Yes. So we will go that route. They say to use 2 drops and then fill in with additional drops if you need more coverage elsewhere. This is vegan, cruelty-free, alcohol-free, no essential oils, no mineral oil, no talc, no parabens, no microplastics, no PFAs, no gluten, no fragrance. Did I already say fragrance? I don't remember. There's a cat hair floating in the air right in front of me. Shake her up good. You hear that little thingamajiggy in there to make the shaking be shaky, shaky. And that's the technical term. Let's get the old butterfly palette. These are on Amazon. I have them linked in my Amazon store, which is linked in my description box if you would like to know where I get these. Let's just put a little bit out here. Since it didn't really come out in drops, then that might be too much. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But you know I like to try to get a little bit of coverage going. So I'm going to cap this just because it's a very liquidy formula. I don't want it to pour out while it's sitting on my vanity. It does sit better than the foundation does, but just laying down, it just takes up so much space, and I'm just going to knock it over, and I'm just not a fan of this packaging. Not a fan. All right, what was I going to do? No sponge. I have a sponge. It's a dry sponge. We're not going to use a sponge, probably because it's so thin it'll soak into the sponge. So let's do fingertips on this side. We'll do brush on this side. They say 2 drops and dab it around. All right, so I'll just do 2 touches and dab it around. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to need more than this for sure. Because that didn't even, like, my skin is still dry back here. Like, I don't have enough to get back there. Maybe my face is just big. I don't know. Yeah, I can't see how 2 drops is ever going to be enough for me. I'm going to use the whole rest of this on this side because I just feel like my skin is still not, there's no product on it. You know what I'm saying? I'm still touching it and it's dry. There we go. Now we're getting there. Now we're getting there. I'm going to take it a little bit up under my eyes as well. I just need enough to like spread a light layer over everywhere. I don't want any skin to not have product on it. There we go. Now I'm seeing the luminosity that they're talking about. I don't know if I'm getting redness correction. Let's be a little more diligent on the chin and see if we're getting any redness correction. I mean, maybe a tiny bit. I feel like I'd have to build this up just a little bit. So let's just get this side covered. I mean, I know it's supposed to be sheer to light coverage. It's not a coverage product. But if they say they're going to even out my skin tone a little bit, then I don't want all this redness popping out. I get red around my nostrils. I get red around my chin. I get red between my eyebrows. Oh, my skin does look nicer on this side, though. I'll give it that. It does even things out just a bit. Like, I can see more redness happening. And the luminosity is just a nice little bit. It's not shiny. It's just giving a little lift, a little lighted lift compared to this side. All right, all right, all right. But now I need more product. So I guess as I put my cap back on, I'm gonna attempt 2 drops, like 1, 2. See, like it's not really a dropper exactly. So yeah, let's try the brush. Now I'm probably gonna need a little bit more because you know me. But let's find out. Plus the brush will likely soak up a little bit more than my fingertips did. But let's find out. I very often just use fingertips to apply my foundations, especially when they're lightweight tints like this. So I don't think you need to dirty a brush if you don't want to. I do still feel like I need just a little bit more product. So yeah, 2 drops is not going to get to the coverage that I like. But I can see if you were just like spot covering, it might be okay. I'll get a little under the eyes. I need a little more by my redness here. Redness here. And I'm just going to get a little more on my sunspots over here. And let's just make sure we got the under eye going on this side. Alright, let's blend. It feels very nice, super lightweight. Even more lightweight than a moisturizer, I would say. You know how when you're putting your morning moisturizer on, like, I would say this is even lighter than that. But built up, I would say we're nearing light coverage, so that's where I like to be. I don't want to see my sunspots. I don't really want to see my blue blood vessel running through here. I just want minimal redness, even canvas. I do think this undertone is the one that I should be wearing, so bravo there. In this lightness range, there wasn't anything really cool toned, so neutral was about it, but I'm technically neutral. I skew slightly to the cool side, just a smidge, but I can get away with neutral. And like that, the thing is Sephora that they scan your face with always says I'm neutral. There's that cat hair again. Did I get it? I don't think I did, but all right, let's zoom in so you guys can see what I'm looking at here. As I'm looking in the 10x mirror up close here, the only place it looks a little heavy is my nose, but that could just be until it settles down. You know, sometimes it'll warm up and sort of melt into the skin, which I have a feeling it will because it's such a lightweight formula. I can't imagine it staying heavy looking because it's not even heavy enough in and of itself to look heavy. I will have to make sure I don't have too much product in the sense of having excess that settles into lines. Currently does not appear to be settling anywhere. Really, it is just Your Skin But Better. Because the coverage is so light, I can't really see coverage or product on my face. It is, though, giving a little bit of coverage to my sunspots and to my redness. I feel like I would have to spot conceal under my eyes to cover the darkness there. It's not really doing anything for my under eyes, but it is definitely a Your Skin But Better kind of a look to it with just a smidge of luminosity. I would not call it, it doesn't quite breach the dewy level of shine, but it is a nice sort of healthy glow, healthy reflect, just enough reflect. I like it. I like the finish. I do like the finish. This is something I would wear as like a quick, you know, out the door, no makeup kind of a thing. So I will try to keep my makeup light. We have a nice gloomy day today. And yes, I'm still wearing sweatshirts because today's high, let's check the high. It's currently 56 degrees and we're barely going to hit 60. Yes, it's the end of May. I'm filming this at the end of May. It's freezing cold here in Virginia. Like, it's the summer that will never come. Spring's barely even here. But let's check the time. And then I will put the rest of my face on. Ooh, 12 o'clock. It's noon. Maybe I'll remember that. 12 o'clock on the nose. Let me go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Back with the Lisa Eldridge Seamless Skin Enhancing Tint. No trouble blending. Did not powder anything. I did go in with a little bit of concealer, the It Cosmetics Do It All. This is in the shade Light, I believe. Yes, just a smidge under my eyes. I did not put it anywhere on my face. Just my under eyes. My bronzer. No surprise. What's Up Beauty? Cheek Terre. In Deep with a very, very, very light hand today. Blush, Merit Flush Balm in Archival, which is a cool mauve. Again, light hand because light face makeup. I wanted to get a little bit of pinks going on. So my eye is the Alter Ego Harmony palette. Wet n Wild Breakup Proof liner is my tight line. Mascara is the Lawless One and Done. It has been a minute since I have gone through 2 tubes of a brand of mascara, and this one is just starting to show its first signs of being almost empty. And this is my second tube that I bought. But I have to get another one because I absolutely love this mascara. And my lip. Okay, so you guys know I've been talking about these CoverGirl Forever Velvet, the Outlast Velvet Pigments. And I just picked up this shade. These are the two new shades that I got recently. This one is called Daydream, which is what I'm wearing today. Now, I already had one of the pink ones. I might as well tell you what this is as well. Sherlock, help me out here. This one is Forever Burgundy. I haven't worn that one yet, but I've worn the red lava, and I love it. I've worn the bright pink. I think this one's called Pop. Yes, Pop is gorgeous. I have another pink, and I think I like it a little bit more than this one. So this one's Daydream. And I feel like I can just see a little bit of my color of my lips through it, you know? Like it's a little too light for me or for the shade of my natural lips. Maybe can you see it? I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking too closely. But the other pink that I have, that I've worn on this channel, Sky's Pink it's called. And I think I like it a little better. It's just a little darker. And it's a little... So Sky's Pink is on the top, and the one I'm wearing today, Daydream, is on the bottom. I think I like this one better. This one just doesn't have quite the opacity that the other ones all have. But, oh, I'm loving these things. They do dry my lips out a teeny tiny bit, but if you keep up with... So, like, when I started this video, underneath on my lips, I had my Soothing Lip Balm. And at night, I use the lip balm as well. So if I get a good dose of it morning and night, it seems to keep up with the dryness. I do like 2 days on, 1 day off when I'm wearing these just to give my lips a little break. But they've never gotten so dry that they've cracked or peeled or anything. They're just, I can just tell they're a little dry from these. But these things last all day. We'll see how this one goes. Lighter color makes me worry a little bit that it's just going to fade a little bit more easily, but... I'm going to be tearing into a sandwich as soon as I finish this video, so I'm starving. So, yeah, it'll get a run for its money. This foundation is beautiful. Perfect amount of reflect. Just perfect. It's just a perfect amount of reflect. I like it. I like it. I like it. We'll see how it holds up. We'll see. It's not a ton of coverage, but it's just enough to make, you know, like they said, your skin, but on its best day. I like how they deviated from the everyone says your skin but better. No, your skin but on its best day. Nice deviation there, Lisa. Nice deviation. I also want to point out how cute her logo is on the box. There we go. I'm like, you can't see it because it's white and it's reflecting. It's the L with the little lip. That's cute. I wonder if she actually drew it or if someone else, like a brand designer, drew it. I wonder. It's got her little freckle. Beauty mark, whatever you call those. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go about my day. I'm gonna go get a sandwich. Am I gonna make a sandwich or get a sandwich? I'm probably gonna make a sandwich. I'm probably gonna stay home. I did go food shopping yesterday, so maybe, excuse me, maybe I should stay home and make a sandwich instead of driving and going and buying a sandwich. Yeah, sandwich is in order, and yeah, I'll get you guys a daylight check-in in a bit, and then I'll come back tonight, give you guys my final thoughts. Hey guys, it is 6:30. Oh, you can't see my watch, but I promise it's 6:30. There's a little bit of sunlight coming through the clouds here. This is still looking quite nice, but here, let me step into the sun, get as much sun on me as I can. This looks quite nice, but I'm feeling really dry. Like I'm really feeling dehydrated. Like I'm getting the drag lines everywhere and my face is starting to feel a little tight. I think this might not be hydrating enough for me. Or just better for a shorter day's wear, you know, running out to do errands or something. Yeah. So, shade match looks good. Even though I struggled with it, but I think it turned out okay. It's really pretty. Oh gosh, I'm just like really tight though. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. But it looks nice. It does look nice. All right, I'll be back tonight. There, can you see it now? 6:31. I'll catch you guys tonight. We'll see how this goes. 10:23 p.m. Let's take a look at how the Lisa Eldridge Seamless Skin Enhancing Tint held up. We are a good 10.5 approximately hours into this thing, and I would say that it kind of ran out of steam at the 8 to 9 hour mark, so it's not really a long wear kind of a thing. I wouldn't really expect it to be. It's a tint, you know. But I am starting to see like bare skin on my chin, on my chin, on my chin, on my cheeks. I did put it through its paces just a little bit. I was in my formulation studio for a couple hours. It gets very warm in there, so I'm not going to say sweating, but perspiring, you know. It does feel drying on me. I just don't, my skin feels tight. Not so much that I'm like wanting to scratch my face off or wash this off, but it did not keep up with my levels of dehydration, so not quite hydrating enough for me. But it not being a super long wear product, if I was just doing like a 6 hours, 8 hours, you know, out and about, run some errands, come back kind of a thing, it may be fine. It is very pretty. It is super comfortable until it gets dry, but it didn't start to feel dry until, you know, 6-ish hours in. So if I had to give a grade to the Lisa Eldridge Seamless Skin Enhancing Tint, I'm gonna go B+. I'm gonna go B+. The drying thing, that's the part that's just the biggest bummer to me, because if it wasn't, it probably would have snuck into that A- range, even though it's not super long wear, but it's very pretty. It's super lightweight. It's very easy. You know, I can totally see myself using this as like a grab and go short day situation. Do not like the packaging. I don't, this is the foundation. I don't like it. I just don't like it. It takes up too much space. It doesn't stand up. It doesn't even though it's got the little flat thing, no, not a fan. Not a fan of the packaging, Ms. Eldridge. But you do make nice products. And so, there you have it. Another episode of Foundation Fest is in the book. In the books, and you got Ziva. Hello, Ziva. How are you? She doesn't talk. As always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. Let me know in the comments, what would you like to see next? I keep a running list. I buy things whenever I can. And I already said the first part. As always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup. I appreciate your time, and I hope you all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest. And today I'm checking out from Rufi the Skin Tint Blur, where'd the name go? Skin Base Hydrating Gel Tint with Hyaluronic Acid. Retails for $40 for 1 fluid ounce or 30 milliliters of product. Comes in 18 different shades. Now, I picked this up at the Sephora in Miami before my cruise, and yes, I'm home from vacation trying to catch up on everything. My hair's not washed. I'm a hot mess, actually, but the recovery from vacation This comes in 18 different shades. None of them swatched in the store were a good match for me, not a really good match. I ended up settling on shade 150N, which now that I am looking at it on Sephora's app is described as light with neutral olive undertones. So this will be a test of those who have said, I wonder if you're an olive undertone to me, because things like the CYO 101, remember that? That grayish undertone, like the Misha number 21, 13 and 21, like that grayish undertone suits me really well. And I've had a lot of people ask if I'm actually an olive undertone, and there aren't many olive foundations to try. So the fact that I chose this one just on appearance and it happens to be an olive undertone might be something. Let's take a look at how they describe this. It is a skin tint with a non-comedogenic gel formula that performs like skincare and delivers light, undetectable coverage with a natural real skin finish. The highlighted ingredients include Inclusium alfalfa extract, a plant-derived extract supporting hydration, radiance, and smoothness, hyaluronic acid, second skin technology, free of parabens. All right. Well, we got 18 different shades. Let's take a look at 150N swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from Refy, the Skin Base in shade 150N Light Neutral Olive. Second, I've got from Estee Lauder, the original Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last I've got from Wet n Wild, the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 51-year-old face. I am wearing my Soothing Lip Treatment, which is a serum gel that sinks into your lips. So by the time I'm done with my face, it'll be sunk in and ready to go. I'm testing a formula for an eye cream that I've been working on, and this will be the first time I'm wearing it under makeup. So we're going to see how that goes. I'm not going to test a separate concealer today, just in case this formula is a hot mess. I will go in on one side of my face with a damp sponge. Other side, I will use my Alter Ego 106. I think this one is. We will see if there is a preference one way or the other. Let's get a look at the consistency here. Interesting pump top. You know, it's got the flat pump. I think it's going to come out of the top. So actually, I don't think I'm going to be able to put it on the palette, but I'll be able to show you here. Now I'm remembering what it was like when I swatched it in the store. All right, let's get this thing going. Fun fact, I don't film the swatches until after I wear the makeup, which you've already seen the swatches, but I have not. Focus, focus. She pretty thick, she pretty thick. Not dripping at all. I was going for my summer shades since the more pale shades were way too light for me, so I was on the struggle bus really with trying to find a shade match. I do like this dispenser though. Let's do the sponge side first. I might need more than my little pump and a half of product, but we will see. Now, this being a gel tint, I suspect I will prefer applying it with either fingertips or a brush, but we'll see if we can get it to sort of blend out with a sponge as well. Can't hurt to try, right? Looks pretty sheer with a sponge application. Let's see, are we getting any redness correction? It's really, 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 really sheer. I do think a good amount soaked into my sponge, so this might not be the best way to apply it. Tiny bit of redness correction. I use my chin as my judge there because my chin almost always is red. It's a little more less red on this side. We are going to need some more product though because I used almost all of that. Let's try the brush side and then we're probably going to have to touch it up. So I did a full pump. I'm going to do a pump and a half again, just like I did on the other side. So let's see. The top of this is nicely designed in the way that it's got sort of a curve that you're not going to get the product over the edge when you're scooping it out, which I like. I already know I'm going to need more under my eyes, so let's just put some over there since we got it on here. All right, let's get the brush going. See how this blends out with the brush. Yeah, it's a little bit more coverage with the brush. Now it is a skin tint, so I'm not expecting, you know, full coverage. Where I'm expecting a nice light coverage would be nice. Tint, I want not just color tint, I want slight improvement, evening out of skin tone, freckles, redness, you know. Yeah, I like this much better with the sponge application. Just gives a tiny bit of coverage. Let's get the under eye over here. I'm almost out of what I put on this side. I think I'm going to need a half pump more to sort of even everything out. I can kind of see myself going through this pretty quickly because I feel like this was a decent amount of product to apply. So that might be a factor in the shopping. However, if it's amazingly gorgeous, I'm willing to pay. You know how that goes. I feel like price does not necessarily determine how much I like something. I have higher expectations for things I pay a lot of money for, but whether it's drugstore or high end, I just want it to perform nicely. And if it does, I don't care how much I paid for it. Within reason, of course, because I'm not rich. So on the high end, it's there are limits. This is actually a very nice finish. The skin-like claim, I think, is quite accurate. It is definitely got, it just looks kind of like fresh, dewy skin. I think my light's a little bit high, but I'm not gonna change it now. Maybe the shade's not so bad. Maybe since it is a lighter coverage, it just looked more off in the store. I'm comparing to my neck here, or my ears, which get no sun whatsoever, and it's not so bad. I think the undertone is actually pretty spot on for me. That's pretty good. Even though it doesn't look like it at a glance. It's kind of confusing me. Now I'm a little OCD about cleaning the top of this. Let's get this wiped off nicely. And yeah, there we go. All good. All good on that front. Let's zoom in so you can see what I'm looking at here. The skin-like part of this is the sense that I really can't see product on my face at all. Nothing is soaking into pores, sinking into pores. Nothing is settling in the lines. It is very, very, very invisible as far as seeing product on the skin. It is doing a nice job at smoothing both lines and texture, which is kind of surprising. I think that might just be a function of the it's just the right kind of a dewy finish. Like, it's an interesting finish because dewiness sometimes accentuates texture, but in this case, it's smoothing it. I don't know, whatever that skin-like technology is, it seems to be working. It looks very skin-like. I just wish it was a smidge, tiny bit more coverage, but because I can still see, like, I wouldn't be able to use this as concealer really because I can see a little too much of my purple and my blue blood vessel coming through, so I would prefer to wear this with concealer, but it's a very pretty finish. Like, I like the finish. I hope it stays like this. Let's check the time. It is 12:47. Let me go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Back with the Refi Skin Base. No issues blending. I've got a combination of cream and powder products on. No issues with blending. I'm wearing the Patrick Ta cream and powder blush that was in this month's Ipsy Ultimate. If you missed, I did this whole eye look on camera in my previous video, so check that out if you missed it. Balm Desert is my bronzer. Mo Beauty Shop is the highlight. That's a beam and glow and highlight. Also for my Ipsy Ultimate, this was fantastic. Makeup by Mario Master Mascara. I absolutely love it. From the Ipsy original bag, a Thea Beauty cream eyeshadow. I used this in combination with the Natasha Denona My Dream palette. My lip is, I'm loving these, the House Labs Atomic Shake. They're a little tricky, not tricky, but shake them very well. Apply one thin layer, do not overlap. Let it dry completely before you press your lips together at all. And with that process, it will not feel sticky. It still feels like something on your lips, and it's a different feeling than gloss or lipstick. But if you follow me on Instagram, I did a 3-reel series yesterday, which to you it won't be yesterday. To you it'll be like a week ago. But I did 3 videos when I first put this on, and then a few hours into the day, and then after, I think it was 6 hours and I had had dinner, or maybe it was 6 hours and then 8 hours. I don't know. The third video I had had dinner, ate a whole meal, and so you can see how these hold up. They don't dry me out. They do have alcohol in them, but they don't dry my lips out. I've worn them for a week straight and have not had any peeling, cracking, dryness, no issues. I got 2 shades. This is the one called Sheer Blush, but it's not sheer, as you see. I don't know what's up with that, but I also got the berry one, which is gorgeous, and I'm gonna get more colors, but most of them were out of stock in Sephora when I was there, but I love them. They are fantastic. So yeah, that's what we got going on. I'm gonna go about my day. I gotta run to CVS, do some errands, and then I'll come back tonight. I'll get you guys a daylight check-in, even though it's raining outside. But then I'll come back tonight and give you guys my final thoughts. Hey guys, it has been about 5 hours. I did change to a tie-dye that matches this eye look better. And here we are. This stuff feels like nothing. It feels wonderful. I was thinking that earlier. You know, light coverage, sheer to light, but I think the finish is holding up, and I like it. It's very comfortable. There you go. Shade match. While we have a moment of no rain, there you have it. I'm heating up the pizza oven. Still not very good at it, but I'm getting there. Gonna make some pizzas. I'll see you guys tonight. 11:05 5 p.m. That puts us a little bit past the 10-hour mark, I think. Let's take a look at how the Refi Skin Base held up. It held up pretty well. I know it's not very heavy coverage to begin with, but I think the finish has stayed true to what it was. Blush, bronzer, highlight still intact, so it held things in place. Feels like absolutely nothing at all, which is wonderful. Yeah, I think it held up well. I'm going to make note of a couple other bits of my makeup here. If you saw my previous video where I put this face on with the Ether Beauty cream eyeshadow, it stayed weirdly tacky and transferred strangely, and I can still feel it's still tacky on my eyelids. Like every time I blink I can feel my eyelids, which is weird. So I will say thumbs down on that one. The House Labs Atomic Shake. Now, a lot of it's missing, but did not touch up all day. When I was making my pizza, that was a basil pesto with a ton of olive oil, and I had olive oil literally all over my mouth, and this much stayed put. So this stuff stays put really, really well. Also, the application trick, this is the least sticky. I think I finally have it down pat, and it'll be even better next time I apply it if I let it dry without my lips closed, because the only part that was a little bit tacky still since I had my mouth closed when it was drying was the parts that were touching on the outer corners. So that seems to be the trick. Let it dry down without touching itself, and one thin layer. That's it. But let's talk foundation. Let me zoom you guys in so you can see what I'm looking at here. I also had some really weird eyeshadow fallout from that. I don't even know how. From that cream eyeshadow, it's almost as if, I don't know, it flaked away or something in some spot. I don't know. Anyway, ignore any reddish flecks on my face. You can see the finish of the foundation has stayed fairly dewy, which it's pretty true to what it started out as. Nothing settled into lines, nothing has moved around, nothing has caked up, nothing settled into pores. It really just still looks pretty doggone good for what it is. It held everything in place and didn't move around and stayed put and feels comfortable. So if you're okay with this level of coverage, a tint level of coverage, if I had to give a grade to the Refi Skin Base, I love it. I'm going to give it an A. I think it's fantastic. I really wasn't going to buy any more from this brand just because I fell in love with that brow gel, but then it disappointed me when it started getting flaky, and it's not flaking on me today, so I'm having a good day with it today. But maybe that was a little fluky, because this is, I think, a wonderful light coverage foundation. I like a dewy finish. It's behaving well for maturing skin. Bravo. There you have it. Have you tried it? What do you think? Let me know. What other foundations would you like me to try? Also, let me know. I actually still have a few in my little bin over here that I gotta get through as I'm catching up after my vacation. But let me know in the comments what you would like to see next. And as always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest, and today I am checking out from Hourglass the Illusion Luminous Glow Foundation SPF 30. It is a chemical sunscreen. Retails for $58 for 1.1 fluid ounces of product, so that's about $53 an ounce. Comes in 24 different shades. I've got it in shade 6 light neutral. I was aiming for my summertime shade. They've got a wicked long list of claims with this one. SPF 30 defends against early signs of aging. Well, that's probably the SPF right there. Healthy looking complexion, visibly smooths, intensely moisturizes, bingo, hydrates skin, clinically proven to reduce fine lines and wrinkles, improved skin tone and texture, 12-hour wear with an asterisk. Thank you, Hourglass, for pointing out the 12-hour wear does not apply to the sunscreen protection. Of course it does not. You would have to reapply in order to have lengthier sunscreen protection, transfer increase resistant, doesn't settle into fine lines, doesn't oxidize throughout the day. They also have a bunch of tests of what people said. No alcohol, no parabens, no phthalates, no talc, no mineral oil, no sulfates, no gluten. It is cruelty-free. It falls under the Conscious Beauty at Ulta Beauty, and it's getting some wicked good reviews. 4.7 out of 5 stars with 468 reviews already. So I'm excited to try this one. Look at that shiny packaging. I feel so luxurious. Let's take a look at shade 6, swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from Hourglass, the Illusion Luminous Glow Foundation in shade 6. Next I've got from Estee Lauder, the Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last I've got from Wet n Wild, the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 50-year-old face. Yes, I do wear sunscreen underneath products that have sunscreen, even if my foundation has sunscreen. I do my sunscreen as my last step of my skincare. I wait at least 15 minutes before I apply my makeup. I don't want to have to manipulate the amount of coverage I'm applying to get the proper amount of sunscreen coverage. I want my foundation application to be based on what it looks like. So I make sure I've got enough SPF on regardless of whether I'm going to use makeup that has sunscreen in it as well. Let's take a look at the consistency of this one. Here we go. Pretty thick. I am going to go in on one side of my face with a sponge. I think I will use my IT Cosmetics brush. I always forget the number of this one. I think it's 115. It's on here somewhere. Sherlock, save me. Yep, 115. I usually use fingertips for a product like this, but we'll start with a sponge and brush. Oh, I forgot my rabbit ears. Get those unruly bangs out of the way. Ooh, this one's thick. I'm going to have probably way too much product here, but that's okay. We will be fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna have too much product. It's all good. Sponge time. I did not prime my face today because my Blue Tansy primer is in a bag because I had a vendor event and that is my tester, and could I be bothered to get up and go dig through that bag and get it out? Hard no. I gotta go to work today. Ain't nobody got time to go digging through bags in the morning. So yeah, no primer today. No primer today. Well, maybe that wasn't too much product. That blended out quite fine. Didn't look like a ton soaked into the sponge. A little bit did, but that's normal. And probably a good thing since I had too much product. Hello, Charlie. Is that Charlie? That's Charlie. For a second, I thought it might be Ziva, but Ziva doesn't usually sit like that. I don't know where Ziva's at. The door's open, though. She could come in here if she wants to. Because nobody's home at the moment, so it's nice and quiet. I can keep the door open. There's our half and half. Little bit of redness correction. I would call this very light coverage. Light to sheer, really. Still seeing the sunspots here. Let's see if there's any difference in how it applies on the brush side. Yeah, I'm going to have way leftover product here. Way too much on my palette. That's okay, because we're going to have to, you know, go back in and apply a little bit more over the infamous blue blood vessel and my sunspots. You know the drill. If you've been around for a minute. If you haven't been around for a minute, welcome. We are a generally happy place around here. This is our escape. This is our happy place. This is where we love makeup and we love skincare. And that's how we roll around these parts. This is my happy place. I hope it is your happy place too. This blends out really easily. You know, it feels really thick. Like, let me show you the up close of the, like, the texture after I've touched it. You see how it is a thicker product, but it, no trouble, you watched me do it. There's no trouble blending. It really blended out quite easily. So I can tell there's more coverage for sure on my forehead. So if you want a little bit of coverage out of this product, I would go brush. You'll probably have the same results with fingertips because the brush and fingertips don't really absorb a ton of product. But let's just go in with a little bit more to try and see if we can build up over my sunspots and my blood vessel. Should I use this as concealer? Let's just do it. Let's just do it as concealer as well and see how that goes. Can't lie though, I've been loving the IT Cosmetics concealer. It has gotten me back into wearing concealer again. That kind of happens every time I find a concealer I like, but I always go back to not using concealer because I just like saving a step. Let's get a little bit of the redness on my chin here. Yeah, I still have a bunch of product left, so we did not need that much. Maybe I will take just a little bit. I have some discoloration under my chin, but it's been going away. And I haven't been necessarily trying anything different to make that happen. So I don't know why it's going away. But yeah, let's see. How do I want to do this? Let's do concealer brush just to get into the corner here. I also have been loving this IT Cosmetics concealer brush. They did send these to me in PR. Thank you, IT Cosmetics. I love you. And that was an eye booger. Sorry about my grossness. Not a guru. Not a guru. Just a regular human over here. A regular, gross, imperfect human. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Well, I can't speak to the longevity yet, but I can say this looks fine as concealer to me. Okay, let's blend out the rest of this. I am in a mood today. It's almost the end of the semester. I have, including today, 5 work days left. I will have to work after that, but 5 days of class left, let's put it that way, because I will still have to grade and do all the final grading and all that stuff. But I can do a lot of that from home. So I'm pretty excited for the end of the semester here, and that usually puts me in some kind of mood. We have our senior finale this weekend. It'll be after it will have already happened by the time you see this. I might even be done with work by the time you see this, and that makes me so happy because I'm gonna work the Geek Out of Water skincare business like a monster this summer. It is going to be my full-time joy for at least a couple of months anyway. All right, this is about as blended out as we can get. That covered up the sunspots pretty doggone well, I'm going to say. The blue blood vessel I don't even know if you can see it on camera. Can you see it on camera? I can barely see it in my 10x mirror. For as thick as this came out, I was not expecting it to look as lightweight and smooth and easy as it does. Let's zoom in. Let's make sure you can see what I'm seeing here. This is really pretty. I would call it a dewy finish. It's on the lighter end of dewy, I would say. It is very nicely smoothing on my texture especially, but I would say my pores are pretty well blurred as well. I can still see them in their deepest point, which is like right at my smile lines on the sides of my cheeks, but they're definitely minimized, and to an extent that it's noticeable to me. It is not moving around or settling into things. I would even say it's kind of smoothing over my smile lines. Around my eyes, it is kind of smoothing over my crow's feet too. Like my under eyes look like I wore a really nice concealer, is what that's looking like right now. It's not caking up between my eyebrows. My forehead looks good. I wonder if I put a little more product on my forehead, if it would smooth out my 3 main forehead lines. I'm not going to add any more product. We're just going to stay where we're at. But this is so smoothing elsewhere that I feel like maybe I went a little light on my forehead and I could amp up the smoothness there too. But my bangs will cover it up. So I'm digging this right now. The shade match looks okay. It looks great for my summer shade. It's probably just a smidge too dark for me at this moment. But we are heading into the sunshine phase of life. It's going to be 80 degrees today. It was 80 degrees yesterday. It was 40 degrees the day before that. So we have been like, Virginia, this spring has just been weird. It's just not normal. Not normal at all. But this face, this looks really nice. I'm excited. This looks good. It is 11:34 in the a.m. Let me go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Back with the Hourglass Illusion. She nice. Liking this. Very pretty. Love the finish. No trouble blending. I did not set this with powder. It's still looking very nice, even though I got some like mascara fallout from last night. I swear I washed my face, but you know, I clearly didn't get it all out of there under my eyes. The only thing that's going to drive me nuts is getting fingerprints all over the packaging, because the shiny just picks up fingerprints and it's already driving me crazy. But other than that, the makeup itself looking good. Let's talk about what's on the rest of my face. I did film a get ready with me because I had my Ipsy bag, which is where I got the eyeshadow palette that I wore today. This is the Half Caked brand, made by a couple of sisters. This is the Duality Eye and Cheek palette. So it is a little bit more warm toned than I typically wear, but we went there. And I enjoyed this palette quite a bit. So I did film this eye look. If you'd like to see it, I don't know if it's going to be before or after this video. We'll find out. But on the rest of my face, that's my eyes. Mascara is the Lawless One and Done. My eye pencil for my tight line is the Wet n Wild Breakup Proof pencil. Cheeks, and so my blush and my eyes were that palette. My bronzer, guess. What's up, beauty? Cheek Touré in Deep. The lip is the Jones Road pencil in Tulip, topped with my Geek Out of Water Lip Soothing Balm. I said that backwards. Soothing Lip Balm. Not to be confused with the Smoothing Lip Treatment. The treatment's like a lip serum that you apply as part of your skincare. The balm is like a balm. Overnight mask, daytime, balm. Like, you know, balm. I like these pencils. They last really well. I'm just going to put that out there. Jones Road, I haven't been doing lip liner pencils in a while, but I'm getting back into them because of you. There's that. What else is on my face? Ooh, brows. Refi. I can say it now. I trained my brain. It's refi like alone, except put the emphasis on the second syllable. Emphasis on the second syllable. Refi. This is their brow gel. It holds really well. It is just edging out my other favorites. Maybelline Superlock, e.l.f. Brow Lift. I am going to be willing to pay more for it because it's got just enough little bit more hold that my brows don't fall down, and I'm really loving it. I see on the TikToks that they have a viral mascara, so I'm gonna have to buy that and try it because this blew my mind from the first time I used it, and I got it in the Sephora sale as just a random, like, ooh, I don't know who they are, let's try that. And it claimed to be super hold, and it's not crunchy. So bravo, I'm loving it. Is that everything on my face? I think so. I'm going to go to work. 5 class days left. Going to work, and I don't know if there's going to be a sandwich involved. Probably, maybe after class. I don't think I have time before class. Nope. I talk too much, so not going to be able to go get a sandwich before class. We might do that after class. Yep, that's the plan. I will get you guys a daylight check-in on this hourglass, and then I will come back tonight, give you guys my final thoughts. 3:20 in the afternoon, just got out of class. Full sunlight. Whew, it's bright, it's bright. Everything's looking good so far. 0 complaints. Not awkward at all that guy just walked past me while I'm doing this. I know you didn't see him, but yeah. So there you go. There's where we're at. It's a little windy, It's 3:22. I'll be back tonight. 11:33 p.m. 3 minutes past the time when my phone goes into sleep mode. Let's take a look at how the Hourglass Illusion Luminous Glow Foundation held up. It held up really well. In fact, I was just binge watching too many episodes of You on Netflix. Anyone else watching that and feel like watching those kinds of shows for multiple hours in a row cannot be good for our brains? I had the same feeling about like Sopranos and what was that one? Sons of Anarchy. Oh, that I think I did psychological trauma to my brain watching that show. Anyway, I was watching You and almost went to bed without coming to film this outro. That means this is very comfortable, not drying at all. Kind of forgot I had makeup on. Definitely forgot that I was wearing makeup that was new to me, that I was filming, and this wasn't just a regular old day. So yeah, that's a good sign. Let's zoom in, get the camera up close, and you can see what I'm looking at. I did have to blow my nose today, shocker, so ignore the missing product around my nostrils. But generally speaking, everything has stayed put. Blush, I can tell, is completely still intact because it is warm toned, and that just makes it jump out at me. So that is still in place. I have a little bit of coverage breaking down on my chin. Let's take a moment to say that the Jones Road lip pencil still has a hint of it left. That's just amazing to me. I'm not used to pencils lasting that long, but that is not what we're talking about. We are talking about the foundation, which there's not much else to say. It's degrading gracefully. It has not settled into lines. It has not moved around. It did not cake up between my eyebrows. It did not cake up anywhere. It looks the same as when I applied my makeup, just less like almost like it's evaporating, but it's doing it in a equal, graceful manner, and it's my blush stayed put. It's like it's part of how I measure the level of degradation, if that makes any sense. So yeah, I think it held up wonderfully well. I think it's comfortable. I think it feels hydrating. It, like, my skin feels totally fine as far as dryness levels. It's not sinking into lines. It's not accentuating texture or pores. I mean, what else is there? If I had to give a grade to the Hourglass Illusion, I have to give it an A. I am loving the fact that we're having so many good foundations lately. We've had a couple foundations, but we have had some really good ones. This one's up there. That's a very, very, very nice foundation. I will wear more of it. I'm pretty sure I've had decent luck with Hourglass. I'm going to have to go back and look at all my other grades for Hourglass foundations, but I still have all of mine. I've not donated them to Project Beauty Share, and every, twice a year or so I go through everything and get rid of the things that I don't want to keep for swatch purposes or that I'm just never going to wear again. And I still have everything I've ever gotten from Hourglass. So, another one. Another good one. Another good one. I go A. I say A. There you have it. Another episode of Foundation Fest is in the books. If you like foundation reviews, if you had fun with this one, give me a thumbs up down below. Let me know in the comments. What would you like to see next? You know, I had purchased this Kosas, and I thought it was a skin tint, but now I think it's just a sunscreen. So, I don't know. You might see a review of this, you might not. If it's not a foundation or a tinted sunscreen, then I guess I won't be reviewing it. Do I have any other foundations? Super Fluff Brow. I need, ooh, yes, I do. I have the ColourPop stick, and that's a contour stick that I forgot about. See, if it's not out in front of me, I don't remember. That's a Dennis Gross. That needs to go to my bathroom. All right, so at the very least, we still have the ColourPop stick coming. Let me know what else you would like to see. I keep a running list. I buy them whenever I can. Ziva's making her appearance. You gonna say hi to the camera, Ziva? Right there. Or not. It's all good. As always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest. And today I'm checking out from Makeup Forever, let me get the name right, the Super Boost Perfecting Moisture Boosting Skin Tint. Retails for $36 for 1 ounce or 30 milliliters of a product. Comes in, I'm counting 18 different shades. I already forgot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 16 shades. 9. I'm not going to count again. It's somewhere between 16 and 18 shades because I have counted this like 5 times and I keep forgetting. Short-term memory, not working. Thanks, perimenopause. About this product. This is a hydrating and plumping skin tint with buildable sheer to medium coverage that leaves a radiant, healthy skin finish and a non-oily feel. It meets the skincare concerns of dryness, dullness, uneven skin tone. It's got polyglutamic and hyaluronic acids. They have similar functions to hydrate and visibly plump the skin. It also has grapefruit extract, promotes healthier looking skin by helping improve skin's quality. What does quality? Skin's quality. What does that mean? You can do better. Makeup Forever. You can do better. What? Okay, skin's quality. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. I just was like, that's so subjective and vague. Like, how is that a selling point? Ooh, I did just pull the ingredients up, and the first thing that jumps out at me, and it's in the top 10. 1, 2, 3, I shouldn't count. I'm not good at this today. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ninth ingredient is denatured alcohol. I mean, the first couple ingredients, it's silicones and squalene's in there, glycerin. I'm just fearful that this is not going to be hydrating enough for someone that is chronically dehydrated with dry skin like me. Not a whole lot else in it. It looks like exactly what they said. Looks to me like a silicone-based type of a skin tint with some grapefruit extract and some hyaluronic and polyglutamic acids. So I've got this in shade 2. Now, I had a really hard time with the shade finder because Sephora's shade finder, even when I put in other Makeup Forever foundations that I wear, that I like, that match me, it was recommending that I use shade 5 medium, which is way dark. So there's no way that's right. I guessed and went with number 2, which is described as fair warm, but I think they are one of the brands that kind of compared to other brands, I'm not going to dispute whether this is right or wrong based on how you interpret the color wheel, but based on other brands, the majority of the brands would say fair cool, and they're saying fair warm, and I'm thinking this is actually going to be a shade that I expect as fair cool. So I think they're one of the opposite brands, like MAC does, House Labs. So I'm guessing that's it. This is described as fair warm on their website. Shade number 2. Let's take a look at shade 2, swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from Makeup Forever, the Super Boost Perfecting Moisture Boosting Skin Tint in shade 2. Second, I've got from Estee Lauder, the Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last I've got from Wet n Wild, the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 50-year-old face. I have primed with my Geek Out of Water Blue Tansy Primer. This packaging is interesting. It's got this little push thing at the bottom to dispense. Let's see how the consistency goes. So you can get just a tiny bit out of this if you want. I'm curious how this will feel once the product is getting emptier, when it's, because I don't think this part will collapse. I think this is just a pressing mechanism. Maybe it keeps air out somehow. Now, well, it's an open tip, so I don't really know. I don't know how that's gonna work. But here is our consistency. We'll see. I'm probably gonna need more than that, but we'll find out. I will go in on one side of my face with a damp sponge, which I've already lost it. There it is. Damp sponge. Other side, I will use my It Cosmetics Kabuki. I think this is 115 number brush. We'll see if one side behaves better than the other. Yeah, this looks like my shade. There is no way I could have worn medium. There's just absolute, I've never matched a medium shade in all of my life. I rarely can even wear past the lightest of the light shades. I can wear usually the darkest of the fair in a line that has more than one fair shade. I can wear the darker side of fair or the lightest side of light. Medium, no way. No way. Absolutely no way. I have to remember this is a tint. But they did say it can build up to medium coverage, but I think most brands' medium coverage is not what I consider medium coverage. This has a scent to it. I didn't notice fragrance, but is this the grapefruit I'm smelling? It does smell like grapefruit. All right, let's see. Yeah, I don't see fragrance, the word, in the ingredients, meaning, you know, that usually indicates a synthetic or nondescript fragrance product that you don't really know what the ingredients are. So I don't see fragrance listed in the ingredients, but it does to me smell like it's got a little grapefruit to it. It's got that brightness to it. So I can smell it. Pretty light coverage with, I just realized I'm using the brush and not the sponge. I usually do the sponge first. Still pretty light coverage with the brush even. Yeah, I still can see my sunspots. There's a little bit of redness correction, just a smidge. I am going to need a little more product than what I've got. This is kind of weird because it's an it's just not the same way you dispense other foundations, so I'm not sure how to put my hand. Alright. It does have a little bit of a color change after it's been sitting on the palette. I don't know if you're going to be able to tell in like the brightness of the light of the camera. Almost opposite of oxidation. It looked, the one that had been sitting out in the air for a little bit looked lighter than what came out of the package. Alright, let's do the sponge this time. This does seem thick enough that I don't think it will soak into the sponge the way a thinner skin tint might. Yeah, actually the coverage looks quite similar either side, left to right. So I don't think your decision's going to be made based on coverage. I think your decision's going to be made based on personal preference. And while I typically do go with a brush, the sponge feels quite nice this morning for some reason. Maybe I need some softness in my life. I don't know. But let's get what's left on here and see if we can build up just a little bit. Get the nostrils. Get the blue blood vessel. I feel like I just needed some softness in my day. And I used really cold water. So it feels quite nice. Usually I use hot water. I don't know why. I did cold today. I'm going to need some concealer though, because your girl looks like she hasn't slept. Even though I've slept really well this week, and plenty. Like, I've gotten all my sleep, which is unusual. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'd call this light coverage. I cannot imagine a world in which this builds up to what I would call medium coverage. Medium coverage covers things. I don't think this is covering much. It is just sort of balancing out my skin tone is what I would say is happening. It hasn't really, you know, I can still see even freckles that normally disappear with foundation. So, yeah. Let's zoom in. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Super light coverage, I would say. Maybe just a smidge more coverage than sheer, but it's pretty sheer. The irony to how sheer it is that it still seems to be kind of settling into some of the pores on my nose, and that's kind of a bummer. But it does not appear to be settling into lines at all. It really just, for the most part, looks like Your Skin But Better. I really can't see the product on my skin with the exception of a few pores around the nose ring side of my nose. It's catching just a little bit on the texture between my eyebrows as well, but hopefully that'll sort of all melt together as it warms up to my body temperature and whatnot. But yeah, pretty light coverage. We're gonna have to do a little no makeup today, I think, with this level of coverage. But that's fine because I'm actually running late for work, so that'll work out well. So yeah, let's check that time. Let me give it to you on the actual phone so you can see it bigger than my watch. It is 11:48 a.m. Let me go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Back with the Makeup Forever Super Boost. No trouble blending, no issues. I used mostly cream products today. Physicians Formula Butter Glow and Go bronzer and blush stick. What shade is this? Sherlock, help me. Sun-Kissed Rose. And I do have a little bit of the, not this one, the rose gold one. Lacura, do not sleep on the Aldi dupes. This was last week's, but I was just at my store yesterday, Wednesday, wow. And they still had some of these in stock. This is the liquid highlight in the rose color. Very pretty. This week's dupe, it's going to be last week by the time you see this, is a Laneige lip mask. So they drop these once a week. They sell out very quickly. They usually drop on Wednesdays. Get to your local Aldi for the Lacura beauty products because they go quickly. So that is my complexion. My eyes are just the shade Stone out of the Natasha Denona I Need a Nude palette. My mascara, I tried to use up the last of my Merit travel size mascara. I bought the full size, and you know, you apply it and you're like, oh, I think it's almost empty, and then you get the real one out, the big one out, and you're like, oh yeah, that one's empty. So oh yeah, rest in peace. It has seen its final day. My lip, going back to a lip gloss today. Lawless, of course. This is their new strawberry launch. Strawberry Popsicle is this shade. Brow is the, oh come on man, how am I not going to remember this? I've looked it up so many times. It's Refi, except not with the emphasis. Refi. I'm going to learn this. I'm going to remember this. I did, you know, I've been struggling with whether or not this was leaving like a cast of white on my brows, and I washed my brows really good last night, made sure that I had no product on them, and it applied fine today. So just make sure you wash this off really well at the night before, and then it will not give you trouble. Lesson learned there. So I think that's everything that's on my face. I need to go to work, and it's looking a little gloomy out. I don't think it's supposed to rain though. I'm looking out my window here. I think I will be able to get you a daylight check-in, and then I will come back tonight and give you guys my final thoughts. It's almost 6:30, done with class. Here is where we are at. I can step into the full sun in a second. Here's our shade match. I think we are still looking good. It's pretty light coverage, but I think my blush bronzer highlight are still intact, which I'm going to take that to mean the foundation is holding up. The skin tint is holding up. Let me walk into the sunlight here. There we go. That is where we're at. That highlight is banging. Ooh, it's bright. Ooh, it's bright. So yeah, there you have it. There's our, so what are we, like 6.5 hours in? I think we're doing all right. I'll be back in a bit. We'll wrap this one up. 9:42 p.m. That means we are right around approaching the 10-hour mark. Let's take a look at how the Makeup Forever Super Boost held up. Not a ton of coverage to begin with, so keep that in mind. I did have to blow my nose multiple times today. Thank you, allergies. So ignore the missing product on my nostrils here. But if we take a look, I'm missing some coverage on my chin at this point. Nothing else really has moved around. You know, the finish has stayed put pretty well. It is degrading gracefully as far as I think it's just kind of vanishing in some places. But the thing that surprises me the most is that I don't feel super hydrated. I'm starting to feel kind of like tight and dry, and I noticed my sort of drag lines were looking more obvious earlier in the check-in, and that just surprises me. It has not kept up with my levels of dehydration throughout the day, and which is also unusual because I actually did like a 3 Skins multi-layered hydration part of my skincare routine this morning. So the other thing that I just feel like I have to take issue with is this contraption. Like the to get the product out, we basically have to like change how you hold a typical foundation pump or a typical squeeze bottle. You have to press the thing on the bottom. Now, I am all for innovation, and I love custom packaging, but from a user experience perspective, you generally want the experience a person, a customer in this case, has to feel familiar, to be instantly Ziva's tail, instantly familiar. You don't want to cause a cognitive process to happen for someone to do something that they're already familiar with doing. So when I have to like think about how I'm going to change the position of my hand to press this down when I'm going to dispense it, seems unnecessary because there's nothing wrong with this, and there's nothing wrong with a squeeze bottle. Like, this isn't necessarily an improvement. To me, this is a gimmick, and it's not a comfortable one. It causes me to kind of fumble around with this thing, and that just makes it gimmicky to me, and I'm not a fan of gimmicky packaging. Kind of like, whose was it? Was it Lisa Etheridge, Melissa Etheridge, Lisa Eldridge? Was it that one where the bottle has to lay down? It's like an egg shape sort of a thing, but it has no way to stand up. Like, what is the point of, like, now I can't store it the way I store all my other foundations? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't think that this serves any purpose or needed to happen. This isn't an improvement on the packaging. I don't think the packaging needed improvement. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of bugs me. I am going to give it credit. I can set it on my vanity, and obviously I put it down here, you can't see it, but I can set it flat on my vanity and it will stand up. So at least there's that. It doesn't stand up very stable, but it will stand up at least. So I can store it the way I store my normal foundations, but I don't know. Let's zoom in. Let's get you guys looking at what I'm looking at here. Nose, missing coverage. Obviously I had to blow my nose, but my chin is pretty red at this point. So the coverage seems to have sort of vanished from there. Blush, bronzer, highlight are still visible. Fading though, especially, you know, forehead and the right side of my face are more faded than the left for some reason. But they are degrading gracefully, so that's okay. It settled a tiny bit into my deepest chin line, but not so much that I would say it settles into lines. It's very minor. So really, wear-wise, my biggest issue is that I feel a little bit dried out at this point. It was not as hydrating as I had hoped for. So if I had to give a grade to the Makeup Forever Super Boost, I think I'm in the B range. I'll wear it. It looks nice. I think it's good for a very light wash of color correction to the face. Doesn't hold up super long, so yeah, I'm okay with a B. I can go B. I'll wear it, probably not super often, or not on days when I need a full face to last all day long. And probably not when my skin is feeling dry. So there you have it. Kind of a disappointing one. Not that it's disappointing really in and of itself. It's decently good, but I hoped for better. I guess that's it. I guess I hoped for better. I do have pretty good luck with Makeup Forever foundations, and this one's not my favorite. It's not bad, but it's not my favorite. There you have it. Another episode of Foundation Fest is in the books. If you like foundation reviews, if you had fun with this one, give me a thumbs up down below. Let me know in the comments what you would like to see next. I keep a running list. I buy them all the time. The more requests I get for something, I put a little hash mark next to it, and the ones with the most votes, I buy them the fastest. Hit me up over on Patreon, and I share some behind-the-scenes stuff over there as well. As always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest, and today I'm checking out a brand new launch from Merit. Brand new. If you are watching this today, May 22nd, 2025, it drops today on Merit's website. This is the Uniform, the tinted SPF mineral sunscreen that is so perfect you'll want to wear it every day. Comes in how many shades? 15 different sheer shades. They did design the shades to complement the Merit Minimalist Stick, but you can also wear it on its own, which is what I'm going to do today. It's a buildable light as air formula with a sheer natural finish. It's 100% mineral sunscreen. It is zinc oxide as the active, non-comedogenic, safe for sensitive skin, oil-free, silicone-free, and zero white cast. So I am going to wear this on its own today just to see how it wears as a skin tint. But we'll find out now, won't we? So I've got the shade 26, I think. And that is described as fair, light, neutral to cool. And here's the sort of range of shades that they've got going on. Like I said, if you're watching this on May 22nd, you can get it today. I'm filming this 2 days earlier because, thank you, Merit. Merit sent me this in PR. This is not sponsored. This is not a required video. I don't have to make this. You know I love reviewing my foundations, though. Let's take a look at Shade 26, swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation, actually a tinted sunscreen from Merit, the Uniform in shade 26. Second, I've got for comparison the Merit Minimalist stick in my shade, which is Sandstone. Third up is Estee Lauder Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Fourth is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last, I've got from Wet n Wild the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 50-year-old face. I have primed with the Merit Great Skin Priming Moisturizer. I put this on just now because it's a little bit later in the day at this point, and the last step of my skincare routine was my Geek Out of Water Bakuchiol cream, but now, I mean, that was 5 hours ago, so we're not gonna get a total full day wear out of this Merit Skin Tint, but we'll get a good enough wear time. So yeah, I did put some extra moisturizer on just in case. I have a little patch of peely skin down here. I have no idea why. I ordered, not tried, didn't put on my face, it's not even here yet, some exfoliating toner, and I think my skin just said, "Brah, no, don't exfoliate me, I can exfoliate myself." Because my skin knows I like to mess it up whenever I go with the acid toners, and then I wreck my skin barrier, and it's just my life. So yeah, let's take a look at the consistency on the Merit. I'm gonna shake it up just for funsies. I don't know if you have to really, but I probably don't need this much, but I wanted to get enough on here so we can see the consistency. I'm just going to apply this with my fingertips because it is a sheer tint type of product, so I don't think I need to... Oh yeah, it's pretty thick, so I got way too much on here. But with sunscreen, of course, it might not be way too much now that I think about it. This is a coverage product, but it's a sheer coverage product, so I'm thinking, let's just try just going in with like all ton. Oh, I should have stuck to one side of my face. Here, so there's only a little bit over there. Let's try just so you can see the comparison. All right, we got a ton of product now. If I'm gonna put that whole amount on this half of my face, yeah. But because it's so sheer, I don't think it's going to have too much product. You know what I'm saying? When it's a coverage product, you have to, put the coverage where you need the coverage. And this is not a coverage product, so I just put a ton of that on that one side of my face. It's okay though, it's okay. Except for this little, let's just pretend that's not there. Just pretend that's not there. Get my nose. Seems to be a dewy finish. We'll see if that sets down. There is a little bit of redness correction from one side to the other. Very, very light coverage. I would say sheer is a good definition. So I'm gonna put one more pump on here. Let's get the other side. I mean, I am going in quite liberally with the amount of product. Like, this is a thick layer. She thick. I say thick layer, but it is a slightly thick consistency to the product itself. Not in a bad way, in a way that just feels substantial, I can tell where I've applied it, which I like, because that way, since it is sheer and I can't really go by the visualization, like it'll be easy to miss a spot visually, but because I can feel it so distinctly, I can see where I might miss a spot, and then I won't miss a spot, because with sunscreen, you don't want to miss any spots. Let's just make sure we got all of the places. All the places. Now, I would probably take this down my neck more. I got a little bit left on here, just because it is sunscreen. Now, would I wear this on its own without additional sunscreen underneath it? Since I was able to slather on this stuff, we'll see how it wears. But I have a lot of product on my face, but it doesn't feel heavy. It doesn't feel thick or like it feels like I just did my skincare, honestly, is what it feels like. Feels like I just put my sunscreen on. No real noticeable scent to it. I don't see any white cast. No white cast at all. So that's an accurate claim. We'll see if I can get away with no concealer. I did take it up under my eyes, so we'll see how that goes. We'll see if all that product gunks up anywhere. So far, it's not doing anything unusual. Let me get a good look in the mirror here. Yeah, let me zoom you guys in. So, dewy finish, yes, for sure. The peeling skin that I have on that side of my chin, which, gosh, I just have no idea why it's doing that. I'm not trying nothing new. No new skincare, no new nothing. Like, I mean, foundations, yeah, but that doesn't usually make my skin peel. But anyway, it's clinging just a little bit to that flaking skin, but that flaking skin is like seriously, like as if I have a sunburn kind of situation, the way it's flaking. It's a little bit sort of patchy on my nose. We will see if it sort of melts down and settles down so it doesn't look so patchy. Nice dewy finish. Sheer coverage for sure. Sheer to the light end of light, I would say. It's a little bit, I'm curious if it's going to sink into my forehead lines. It feels, or it looks like it wants to, but it hasn't yet. So hopefully we can get this to dry all the way down and not feel tacky. Feels a little bit tacky right now, but I literally just applied it. So we will see if this dries down. I like the finish, although it is, I would say, clearly in the dewy category. So if you're not into a dewy finish, you might want to put some foundation over it. It claims to wear well under makeup, so that would be ideal. I'm not having any pilling. I'm not having any white cast, which that is the primary reason why personally I usually prefer to wear organic or chemical sunscreens under my makeup, because mineral sunscreens either leave a white cast or tend to pill up on me. And nothing moved around, nothing pilled, nothing is, even as I continue to manipulate my face, nothing's coming off. So bravo, bravo. All right, let's check the time. It is 3:03 p.m. Let me go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Back with the uniform. It's set down completely, no issues blending powder on top of it. I did not set it with powder, but it did dry down completely. I'm wearing the What's Up Beauty Cheek Terray in the shade Deep with not just a light hand, but a very, very, very light hand, because I was going for a light makeup look. You can blame Nick Chapman. I keep doing this same minimal eye look with the bold lip. Yeah, from her Invisible makeup video, probably a couple months ago now. Like, I can't stop, won't stop. Merit, the Flush Balm in Archival is my blush. No highlight today. My eyes, the shade Stone out of the Natasha Denona I Need a Nude palette. My lip is, oh, I'm so in love with these things. The CoverGirl Outlast Forever Velvet Pigments. I went back and got more shades of them. I think I have almost all the shades except for the warm toned ones now. This is the shade Lava. These things are amazing. They last all day long, even when you're eating. Now, of course, you'll lose a little bit in the very center, but they stay put. The big question I keep getting is, do they dry my lips out? A little bit, yes. I'm able to keep up with it by doing a lip mask morning and night. So, whether, your Laneige, any of those thicker lip balms, I've been doing that. And my Geek Out of Water lip treatment I've been doing nightly. So I can kind of keep up with the dryness. I prefer to do 2 days on, 1 day off if I'm going to be wearing them multiple days in a row. Because by that third day, I've not gotten to the point where my lips peel or crack. They're not that dry, but they just start to get dry. So but 2 days on, 1 day off seems to be enough to keep my lips in good shape without getting too dry from these. But you don't have to touch them up. I don't even bring them in my pocket to work, because I'm that confident now that I've worn them so many times that they are going to last all day. This and lip stains really are my favorite things. This with, or like lip stain with gloss. This is a matte finish. It feels more like a velvet rather than like a matte liquid lip. Like it's got a little bit of cushion to it, but yeah, it does not budge. I love these things. So that is what I'm wearing for the look today. Oh, and my refi, I don't know, whatever. In my brows, my new favorite. I still gotta buy their mascara. I keep forgetting. I want to buy their mascara, but I heard that we got a new Sephora in our JCPenney again. We had one, then it went away for a couple years, and now it's back, I heard. I don't know. I gotta go look. Maybe I'll do that. What time is it? Maybe I'll go to Sephora. I doubt they'll have, the ones inside the stores are usually small. But anyway, that's where we're at. Starting out, I'm gonna go do some things. I don't know what, because I'm off work. Semester's over. Not really. I still have to work this week, but classes are done. Final grades are in. This will be my last week of doing the things at the work until August. Yeah, but not today. Today I'm off. So I don't know. I don't know what I'll do, but I will get you guys a daylight check-in, and then I will come back tonight and give you guys my final thoughts. Here is this one out in the sun. Shade match looks good. It's only been like an hour and a half, so not much has changed, which is good because it really shouldn't that fast. But nice finish. I do like this finish a lot. I mean, I could wear this on it. I could wear this like this. Like, this is just fine for me. For like that everyday, no makeup kind of a situation. I think I can step into full sun. Let me try. Oh, oh. There you go. Ooh, that's bright. So yeah, so far so good. I'll wear it till tonight. We'll wrap up and see how it goes. 10:40 p.m. That puts us a little over 7.5 hours. Let's take a look at how Merit the uniform held up. But first, this lip. 2 meals. I ate 2 meals with this lip. No touch-ups. Just saying. All right, Merit, let's have a chat. Very comfortable, dried down completely. No stickiness, no tackiness. Doesn't feel drying. My skin feels plenty hydrated. It didn't move around. It didn't settle into lines. The only real noticeable thing that it did is under my eyes, it got like a little dry, heavy-ish right under my eyes. So I would say don't use it as concealer. I'm not even sure you should really put SPF that close to your eyes. I don't know. I didn't really think about that till just now. But it did cling a little bit to the peeling skin that I have in this area here, but this is like literally sunscreen peeling. Not sunscreen, like, you know how when you have a sunburn and your skin peels? Like, I have no idea why that's peeling. I do shed my skin like every 8 weeks, and perimenopause is just doing a number on me lately. Like, I'm at the point where so many strange things are happening with my body that I'm like, it's gotta be perimenopause, because what else is it? Like, what is happening? The joys of being 50. But let's zoom in so you guys can see what I'm looking at. I did have to blow my nose a couple times today, but I think it handled it gracefully. Ignore what's missing on the sides of my nostrils, but it did handle it pretty gracefully. You know, like, my face looks lovely. The finish stayed. Nothing looks greasy. Nothing really moved around. Nothing settled into my chin lines or my smile lines or anything like that. It did break down a little bit on my chin, which that is pretty typical for me. You can see where it clung to my peely skin, but my forehead looks fine. Settled just a tiny, tiny bit into my deepest forehead line, but I did apply quite a bit of product. It really didn't move around. I like it. I like it a lot. I could totally wear this as a lighter makeup foundation without putting makeup over it. I think it is enough coverage for just a light, everyday kind of a thing. You know, if you've got rosacea, redness, things like that you're trying to cover, this probably won't do it. It's really a pretty sheer to like the lightest light that you could possibly be in light coverage, like pretty light, sheer to light, I would say. But it held up very nicely. I believe it feels very nice. It is a mineral sunscreen. It doesn't have a white cast. I'm trying to see which cat's behind me right now. Ziva. It's Ziva. Don't know what she's... That's my printer. So she's sniffing out the formula I printed out. That is a product I'm working on for my summer launch. Yeah, so if I had to give a grade to the Merit uniform, I give it an A. I think it's lovely. Bravo, Merit. They claim to have worked on this for 3 years to get it to be just the right, perfect thing. And for someone that doesn't usually like to wear mineral sunscreens, I like it. I like it a lot. It gets an A. There you have it. Another episode of Foundation Fest is in the books. If you like foundation reviews, if you had fun with this one, give me a thumbs up down below. Let me know in the comments. What would you like to see next? I keep a running list. I buy them whenever I can. And as always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest, and today I'm checking out the very much requested and very expensive Victoria Beckham. This is the foundation drops with TFC 8. Retails for $110 US for 1 fluid ounce or 30 milliliters of product. Comes in 19 different shades. I've got it in shade 3 Fair Light. They do go from very fair to very deep in the shades. Let's take a look at what they claim about this one. I got Sherlock to help me out because this website is like super tiny text. The gold standard in Skin First Foundation. Experience breakthrough serum light coverage and a buildable natural feel finish. Powered by the skin cell rejuvenating breakthrough of Augustinus Bader's TFC 8. Yada, 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 yada. Let's look at what this TFC 8 stuff is. Now, they have a section called Clinical Claims and Results on the website, and it does have both kinds of research, both kinds of clinical testing. They've done measured results where they're actually using devices to test the moisturization and the reduction in lines and depth and things like that. And they've got perception of the testers and how things feel. Improved skin elasticity, improved skin moisturization, reduction in fine lines and wrinkles, and lots of people like it. It's getting 4.5 out of 5 stars with almost 1,300 reviews on the Victoria Beckham website. The clean ingredient list, this is not your typical just silicone-based foundation. In fact, I don't even see silicone jumping out at me on the ingredient list. Lots of hydrating things in here. It's got some shea butter, squalane, love me some squalane, jojoba oils in here, a bunch of peptides. I'm guessing that's part of that TFC 8 situation because the TFC 8 is like it sounds like it's a peptide complex sort of thing. Let's click into the description of that. It's a proprietary technology developed by the Bader dude. I'm paraphrasing, if you can't guess. 30 years of research in applied stem cell biology and regenerative medicine, exclusive to this guy. It's a carefully crafted blend of high-grade vitamins, lipids, and high-performing proprietary peptides. Peptides are like the building blocks of your skin. Important stuff. I really like where this is headed on paper. We'll see if it heads in any good directions on my mug here. Let's take a look at shade 3 Fair Light, swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from Victoria Beckham, the Foundation Drops in shade 3 Fair Light. Second, I've got from Estee Lauder, the Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last I've got from Wet n Wild, the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 51-year-old face. I did not prime because the sunscreen I'm using is the Indu Everyday Hero SPF 50+, which Wayne Goss basically sold to me as a primer, and let me tell ya, it feels fantastic on the skin, and I'm loving it. So you gotta order it from the UK, but it got here very quickly. I had it in 10 days after I ordered it, and bravo, I'm loving it so far. It does have a scent. It's kind of, I think it's eucalyptus. I'm not really sure. It smells really good. Faintly scented, but definitely scented. If that's a thing for you to consider, I'm loving it. I will go in on one side of my face with a... Am I going to use a damp sponge? I dampened my sponge. No, I'm not going to use a sponge because I was watching the Victoria Beckham application video and she used fingertips. Now the instructions on the box say to use their flat foundation brush, so I'm going to use my brand new flat Alter Ego foundation brush, and then I'll do fingertips on the other side like she did. Now this one, in her words, you're supposed to wake it up. Shake it up good. There is a little shaky thingy in there, you know, the little ball that goes shaky. Balls. Go make sure I shake it up good, even though I shook it up off camera before I started this anyway. Just gonna make sure. Now, the instructions on the box say to use a few drops. I watched her video. She used 14 drops, or dots, I'll say, across her forehead, her chin, and this side of her face. So if she were to continue that pattern, she'd be using, you know, 25-ish drops for her whole face. That's more than a few. So they also say on the box you can either use your fingertips to put the drops on your face or drop it on your face. Don't worry, I'm not going to do that stupid thing of putting the bottle on my face. I can't. It is a pet peeve of mine. I'm sorry if you like that. I don't mean to be offensive. This is only my opinion and I am only one person, but I think it's gross. I don't think it adds any value to the process. It's ugly, it's messy, it's drippy, it's yucky. It just, wow, that hit a nerve apparently. So let's see, I'll do fingertips on this side. Well, we didn't do a consistency check. Let's get a few drops out on the palette. It's gonna be hard to kind of measure when I do it this way, but ooh, yep, she drippy. She drippy. So she put some under her eyes, and then she went down that part of her face, and she did her forehead. Yeah, we're just gonna do it the way I do it. Now, pardon my hair. I haven't air dried my hair since I started growing it out again, and it's good to see that my hair still chooses chaos, you know? I was curious to see if I could get it to be nice and curly. Not curly, a little wavy. My hair's just a little wavy. But, yeah, it still seems to choose chaos. That's fine. You know, I didn't really expect any less. I'd have been disappointed in my hair if it behaved. Well, this feels nice. I got more on my nose than I wanted, but that's okay. This is a very skin-like finish. Skin-like, but in a good way, in the sense of I am getting some redness correction. I'm getting a little coverage. Blurring a little bit of the sunspots out. Nice sort of satin dewy finish. Well, a little more than satin. We're gonna go sort of dewy. Okay. On paper, this one really kind of got me excited. I don't want to like get too excited because you know what happens. Then I get too disappointed. But on paper, it does look pretty good. Should anyone spend $100 on foundation? I don't know. Only if you can afford it, I suppose. And even if you can afford it, I don't think that means you have to, you know? There are plenty of beautiful foundations that do not cost $110. However, if I'm going to spend $110, I want fantastic ingredients and I want it to look just beautiful. You know, if I'm spending that kind of money, it better look good and work well and feel good. Wouldn't mind if it cooked me dinner, but I know that's asking a lot. Okay. For a serum foundation, I am noticing that I do have to be very careful that I blend it out, because if you leave it sitting in any one spot, you can kind of see it. Well, I mean, I guess that's true for anything, but it's just, I've caught myself a couple times being like, whoops, missed a spot, and I don't have that experience quite as often typically. But yeah, there's some coverage here. I think you can apply this either way, fingertips or brush. It's going to be whatever your preference. I'm suspecting you could use a sponge if you really wanted to, but it's a very thin consistency, so at this price point, I don't think I would use the sponge, just to avoid soaking product into the sponge. You're going to soak the least with fingertips, and you'll not soak a whole lot with a brush, because a dense foundation brush especially will not hold a ton of product. But yeah, sponge is going to waste some of your product, I would say. Let's use this as concealer. Get it up in the eye area. I'm going to take what I've got left. That was plenty, so I'm going to take a little down my chin. We might as well get a little down the neck, down the chin, since I have some out and I don't want to waste it. Let's try and build up on the sunspots just a little bit. You know I don't like to see these bad boys. Oh, it's building up. Okay. Then let's try and build a little bit on this little redness I have under my eyes. And let's get my blue blood vessel, shall we? Ooh, okay. My blue blood vessel seems to now be expanding to my temple. It's just great. Love it. Pretty soon I'll just be purple. Whatever. I'll be a Smurf. That's fine. Smurfs are fine. Let's get that in the inner corner. Oh, I'm so purple today. Why am I so purple? All right. Do we need any more on the forehead? I might as well. It's expensive. I don't want to waste it. I just want to use it all. It's das expensive, to quote Kathleen Lights. I haven't watched her in a minute. I gotta go catch up. I haven't watched anybody in a minute. I've been so behind on watching. The fourth quarter retail season is just... I just lose touch with the whole world. So now I have lots of catching up to do. All right, we used it all. I mean, I'm still tempted to get the last little bit off of there, but I'll spare you. Beautiful finish. Like, look at that reflect. It's just right. It's hitting just the right points of my face. All right. Let's zoom in. Let me show you what I'm seeing here. This is lovely. I am seeing a spot on my face that I missed when I was shaving earlier today. So I got some peach fuzz by my ear, but that's okay. It's not settling anywhere, even on my nose pores. Like it's not settling into lines. It's not settling into pores. It's very nicely smoothing just in general. Texture especially, but it is blurring pores a little bit too. But texture just looks nice and smooth. Even my deeper forehead lines are not having any settling going on. It's clinging a little bit on my hairline, but that just might be my hairline, you know. I'm not going to fault the foundation there. This is just really, really pretty. I'm kind of speechless at the moment. Nice redness, correct? Like this is pretty. I gotta say, even though it doesn't come with a personal chef, the packaging's beautiful, but it's that shiny packaging that's gonna immediately and always have fingerprints all over it, which is super annoying to me. Oh, that just made it worse. That I can't stand. Like, I cannot, that irritates me actively, but it feels really smooth and nice. Oh, yeah, this is pretty. Oh, let's hope this holds up. What time is it? It is 2:34, lucky number, 2:34, 2:34 p.m. Let me go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Back with the Victoria Beckham foundation drops. Ignore my brows. We'll talk about them in a second. This foundation's gorgeous. I did not want to like it. Yeah, I did because it's expensive. Yeah, this is a beautiful foundation. No trouble blending anything. I used cream contour, testing out this one from Sephora, and powder, bronzer, and blush. No surprises. Balm Desert, Polite Society, Blush Pops. I don't know if you can still get this because this is the holiday shade, the cinnamon roll one. But it's probably my favorite shade of all of them. So I don't know if you can still get this shade, but I love the Blush Pops anyway. And yeah, everything blended beautifully, no issues whatsoever. And it's really pretty. And it's really nice coverage. Solid light coverage, I'd call it. Super comfortable. Dried down. No issues. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a lot. It's only been a few minutes, but I'm enjoying it a lot. Eyes, Morphe, what is this one called? Moonstone. I also used a little bit of, for a topper, what are these called from e.l.f.? Fine as Fleck glitter eyeshadow. This one is in Pop Off Pink. These are super, super sheer. I press in there with my finger and try to get it off. They're very sheer. But if you like them as a topper, they're very pretty as a topper. I just wasn't expecting them to be a topper. With the name, that I thought they were going to be more pow. More of their own, standing on their own. But they're not. But they're pretty. But anyway, they're fine. Everything's fine. Let's talk about the brows. The brow situation. Okay. Maybelline Super Fluff. First time I'm using it. This is the black brown shade. And it goes on very wet, but initially it's got a really interesting brush and it was really fluffing things up. My brows looked very fluffy. Now it's a very wet formula, so it was a little bit messy, like you had to be like super careful, but I didn't make a mess, shockingly. And it was fine, but I was wondering, like, how is this gonna dry down? Because it seemed pretty wet. But my brows were staying up for a minute or two when they fell, and they did, because it doesn't have like a glue hold to it, you know? When they fell, you could see anywhere any tiny little brow hair had touched my skin. Like you saw a shadow, which you can still kind of see it because I had to try to clean it up. But there was just like this shadow halo of smudged wet product that had left a shadow cast, and because there's not enough hold, my brows fell down, and then all you could see was the shadow above my brow hairs. So that was super annoying. So then I went in with the Morphe Brow, which doesn't have the best hold ever, but I didn't want to go in with my... Right now, the only Maybelline Super Lock that I have is the brown one, and I didn't want to add any more brown because this was already dark. So I didn't use this. I need to go buy another so I have the clear and the brown, because this is my favorite right now. And I think it's going to be for a little while. But I like the brush on the Morphe, and I thought it would not... I didn't want to smear more stuff. Anyway, my brows were a situation. We had a situation. So this intrigued me initially, and now I just... Maybe if you can put it on with a super, super light hand and anticipate using it only like to dye your brows, like to give you the color lift, and not expect it to have hold, then go in with a hold product, maybe? I don't know. I'll keep playing with it, but that's too much work. That's too much fussing for me. Like, I don't... You know I'm not going to do that long term. I'm low maintenance. People are like, how can you be low maintenance? You have a full face of makeup on. Yeah, well, I put my makeup on and I don't touch it for the rest of the day. Like, we do this one time, and we do it an easy time. That is how this goes. Anyway, the foundation's gorgeous. My lip, I did the Sachu Peel Off Lip Stain, and I had to throw it away. Good thing I had another one, because here's how you know your Sachu lip stain is past its prime. When you take it out and smear it on your lips and it's already dried out, like you're painting a combination of like moisture and dried, you know, because it's like the dry down peel off kind. I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. Toss that one out. Then on top of that, Jones Road lipstick. I think it's Nude Mauve is the one I picked. Let me see. Yep, Nude Mauve. The classic lip. Jones Road does good lipsticks. They feel amazing if you have dry lips. They had a pink one too. Might go better with this eyeshadow. I don't care. We're fine. Everything's fine. This is how we're gonna look today. This is the look. So I'm gonna go about my day. We got to run to the shop. We got to pack some orders. We got to take them to the post office. That's the major plan. Then I'll probably go back to the shop, do a little formulation. Maybe I won't. I don't know. I'm not really in the mood. And this is my last week off work for winter break. And then I go back next week. So I should get in the mood for something. But I don't think today's going to be the day. I'm going to look good doing it though. Look at that foundation. That's really pretty. That's really pretty. All right. Let's go do the things. I will come back with a daylight check-in in a bit. Then I will come back tonight, give you guys my final thoughts. Daylight check-in here. Daylight is almost gone, but this is where we are at this point. Definitely I would say a dewy finish. Because even at a distance, wow, did I go heavy on my bronzer today? Yeah, I would say dewy finish. Shade match looks really good for me. And yeah, I'm at the shop. Ah, there it is. Yeah, that's got some reflect because I am not wearing any highlight today. Still thinking it's a pretty finish. There you have it. Did I tell you what time it is? What time is it? I'm trying to see my watch. 5:24. So it's been a few hours. Wow, glad the hair is still choosing chaos. There you go. I'll be back tonight. 10:39 p.m. That puts us right around the 8-hour mark. Let's take a look at how the Victoria Beckham drop foundation. I feel like I'm missing a word. Foundation drops. I don't remember what it's called. How it held up. It's been a day, y'all. So it's been about 8 hours, I would say, and I feel like it's about at the end of its wear time. It's kind of fading out. It's doing so gracefully. I did my nails. Yay! Fading gracefully, but not the most long wear foundation I've ever worn. Sometimes you can increase wear time with powder, things like that. I tend not to do that because powders tend to dry me out. Though I did just try the other day the Polite Society powder, and I'll try it with this because I did like it, and I do love the Jones Road powder. Anyway, tangents. It did hold up well, though. It's fading gracefully, and I would say looked beautiful all day long. Very comfortable. Comfortable in... I won't even say that it feels like I'm not wearing anything. It actually feels more like I'm wearing a really good, luscious moisturizer. You know, like better than if I did not have foundation on. So that's a really good sign. Very few foundations have that like better at the end of the day skin feel for me, because I'm almost always dehydrating whatever foundation has been put on my skin. So that's impressive. Very, very comfortable. Let's zoom in. You guys can see what I'm looking at. My eyeballs have been driving me nuts all day. Hey, editing Shelly here. And what you're seeing in my eyeballs is an allergic reaction to carmine. Why did I have carmine in my eyeballs, you ask? Oh, I'm so tragically sad to say that the What's Up Beauty Burgundy Mascara that I was wearing today for the second time I've ever worn it has carmine in it for the burgundy color, and I've suspected for a while that I'm allergic to carmine because when I wear eyeshadows that have carmine in them, I get itchy eyelids, but you know, it's the price of beauty, right? Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure I'm allergic to it for sure because I went and got antihistamine eye drops and they cleared up the redness immediately. When I went to bed, my eyes were killing me. I woke up the next morning, they were red and watery and goopy and gross. And then the antihistamine drops made it go away. So, yeah, if you're sensitive to carmine in makeup, be careful with the What's Up Beauty Burgundy shade. I am heartbroken because it's gorgeous and it's one of my favorite mascara types. Their wand is fantastic, but I can't wear the burgundy one anymore. Contacts have been killing me, so yeah, ignore that. I did have to blow my nose. I tried so hard not to, but yeah, we got to that point. It's not settling into lines. It still looks smooth. It has worn away a bit on my chin, which tends to be the first to go after my nose, but it's not caking up or settling between my eyebrows. It did not settle into my forehead lines or my chin lines or my smile lines. It didn't move around. It's just kind of at the point where it's starting to evaporate is kind of how I think of it, where you can tell there's less coverage on the skin, there's less product there, but it's doing so fairly evenly. So I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it at all. And even though the coverage didn't stick around under my eyes as well, it looks fine. Like, if I had to give a grade to the Victoria Beckham foundation drops, I don't think you'll be surprised. I love it. It's an A. I have to give it an A. That's lovely. That's just freaking lovely. And the skincare ingredients that are in it, the skincare technology, the peptide technology that I can't remember the acronym for, TCF? TCF8? Was that it? I don't remember. Impressive. Is it in there in quantities sufficient enough to do anything like skincare would? Who knows? Time will tell. I'm going to wear this one quite a bit. I can see myself wearing it quite a bit because it's a nice light coverage, which means I can get out the door super fast, which means I'm probably going to wear it to work quite a bit. And it's very comfortable. What do you think? I asked my mom. She thought it looked lovely. Balked at the price, of course, as one does. Yeah. We're gonna give it an A, right, Zima? We're gonna give it an A. It's an A. There you have it. Another episode of Foundation Fest is in the books. If you like foundation reviews, if you had fun with this one, give me a thumbs up down below. Let me know in the comments. What would you like to see next? What should I buy? What do I gotta get my hands on? What am I missing? What haven't I seen yet? What haven't I tried yet? Let me know in the comments. I keep a running list. I buy them whenever I can. And as always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest. And today I'm checking out from It Cosmetics the Do It All Balm. Retails for $34 for 0.63 ounces or 18 grams of product. Comes in 15 different shades. I have it in the shade Light Neutral 210. This is described as a sheer tint face balm. Your ultimate 4-in-1 tinted moisturizer that transforms skin instantly and over time. This next generation serum combines sheer buildable coverage with 92% skincare ingredients for a radiant look that firms, hydrates, and minimizes the look of lines. It is getting 4.5 out of 5 stars on Ulta's website with almost 3,400 reviews. Let's not be surprised. I mean, It Cosmetics is pretty much the GOAT. So, where's the ingredients? Because I want to see where fragrance is, if anywhere. Dun 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 dun, silicone-based balm. Do I not see fragrance? Huh. All right. It Cosmetics is one of those that sometimes has a signature scent to it that I just wish wasn't there. Yeah, this is a remarkably short ingredient list for It Cosmetics. We're relatively speaking, but It Cosmetics usually throws the kitchen sink, which I've always complained that they're, even before I was formulating, you're not getting any of those ingredients at effective levels when there's just like 15 actives at the bottom of the list. But they don't seem to have done that here. I mean, there are actives at the bottom. This is looking all right. This is looking all right. Let's take a look at my, what is it, Light Neutral swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from It Cosmetics, the Do It All Sheer Tint Face Balm in shade Light Neutral. Second, I've got from Estee Lauder the Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last, I've got from Wet n Wild the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 51-year-old face. My sunscreen today is the Murad Environmental Shield. This is the Super Active Moisturizer SPF 50 Brightening, the vitamin C one. It is a stabilized version of vitamin C, not your L-ascorbic acid version, which is very unstable. We're not going to do a damp sponge just because balm products are harder to do that way, but I do have an It Cosmetics. This is the 115 brush that we will use. Oh, isn't it almost a tragedy to bust into the nice flat sheen? But I'm gonna do it anyway. Wait, you know. Well, Let's get a little bit of balm. Kind of hard to do it on just half your face. Alright. Without getting it all under your fingernails. Let's see how this goes, shall we? They said sheer, but they also said buildable. So typically to me that means sheer. Because buildable is highly subjective. And if it's a sheer tint, I'm not expecting a ton of coverage. All right, there's one pass. Sheer, but I would say doing some lift in there with a little bit of smoothing, a little bit of dewiness to it versus the plain side. Not a ton of redness correction. We'll see if we can build that up a smidge. This is quite a soft. It's almost, I don't want to call it moussey because it's not quite to that extent, but it's leaning that way. Like I could see that maybe it has a moussey sibling, you know, maybe a moussey cousin. Yeah, maybe not quite a sister, like cousin level. Very, very hydrating feeling. Not surprising. Yeah, pretty sheer at first pass. Let's test this building up. So I just got a little loose balm here. We're gonna tap it on my blue blood vessel, my sunspots, the redness on my chin. I'm gonna even out the forehead just a little bit. I'm gonna see if it builds up at all. Cat hair. Wouldn't be a day in my life without cat hair. I mean, I think when they call this buildable, you can build it to light coverage. Little bit of decrease on the sunspots, still seeing the redness poking through, but it's a little bit calmed. Still seeing the blue blood vessel, just a little bit chilled out. You know, just a little, the edge taken off of it. Very nice finish though. You know I like me a nice little semi-dewy finish. It's not enough coverage for concealer, so I am going to pop on just a smidge of the Do It All concealer. Might as well. Might as well. This is also an It Cosmetic brush. It Cosmetics. But they put the brush numbers in silver on silver, or white on silver, so you can't read them. And I have to get, like, considering they know who their target audience is, why would you make it so hard to read? And then you have to, like, turn it in the light to, like, tell what it is. 148. You're welcome. It Cosmetics, that is probably, I'm gonna just say it. I have not bought some of your brushes on occasion because I'm like, I can't read the numbers and then I can't say it in a video and it just frustrates me. I know most people don't have any reason to look at the numbers on their brushes all the time. But makeup creators do. And makeup creators get mad when they can't read the numbers. Alright. Now I feel like I have cat hair in my nose. It's cat hair kind of day. Alright. Here we are. Let's zoom in so you can see what I'm seeing here. It looks nice. It starts out dewy. It does dry down a little bit to a satin finish, I would say. Light coverage, I would call it. It is doing a little bit of work for smoothing out texture and pores. They're looking very not visible on me, which is nice. We like that. Very skin-like finish. Nothing is settling into lines or doing anything strange at this point. Just a little bit of tint, a little bit of smoothing, a little bit of evening out of complexion. And that seems accurate to its claims. Let's check the time. It is 11:36 a.m. Let me go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Back with the IT Cosmetics Do It All Balm. No issues with blending. I did not set this with powder. We're doing all right. Let me tell you what's on the rest of my face. CoverGirl bronzer, butterscotch, toasted butterscotch in the skin enhancer. My blush is also the CoverGirl Skin Enhancer. Which color did I use? Rose Latte. And on my eyes, I'm in a little bit of a rush. We are going to a conference over at JMU. So I've got my Jones Road eye pencils in sand and smoky brown and a little bit of dark brown. Tightline is the L'Oreal Infallible mascara, is the Essence Volume Booster with the YSL. I can't remember the name of this mascara. Sherlock, help me out here, buddy. Lash Clash. My lip is the, like, how do I lose things? Sachu, the Peel Off Lip Stain in First Bloom, the pink one, and topped with Polite Society Polite Pout in Peach Bellini, which just gives this really fun little glitter shimmer to it. You can't feel it, but you can see it. And they're the most delicious lip balms of all time. And I think that's everything. So I'm gonna go to work real quick. I'm attending the conference today. I'm speaking at it tomorrow. And oh, my brows are this new Maybelline brow inserts, topped with a little bit of my Refi, which may or may not turn white on me by the end of the day. But the conference today, I'm only having to go for a few hours, so hopefully it won't turn white before then. Yeah, that's where we're starting out. I'll give you guys a daylight check-in in a bit, and then I will come back tonight, give you my final thoughts. Hey guys, daylight check-in here. It is, I just got home, almost 6 o'clock. And I'll tell you a little story. While I was at the conference, my friend Tale said, "Girl, your skin looks so good." And I said, "Ooh, you're gonna make the video because I'm testing a foundation today." So here's where we're at. I went heavy with my blush today, didn't I? Yeah, there's the look. Here's the... This is my summer shade. It's not, I wouldn't say it's too dark, but I also have not yet gotten any color. I think I can step into the sun a little bit here. Kind of. There's tree branches, but let's see if I can not get shadow. Yeah, I have it. Probably a smidge too dark for where I'm at color-wise at the moment, but not gonna be bad for summer. So there you have it. That's where we're at. 6 hours in. I'll be back tonight. 11:14 p.m. That puts us just approaching the 12-hour mark. Let's take a look at how the IT Cosmetics Do It All Balm held up. Like I said, I got some compliments on my skin today. As far as how it held up over time, it is fading gracefully. I think at this point, some of the sheerness is now dissipated, gone, not really much product left, but, you know, blush still intact, you know, blush bronzer still working. So they stayed put. Nothing has moved around, settled into lines. Nothing is gunking up anywhere. It still looks like my skin. It's just that what little coverage was there, there's not as much. You know, redness is coming through around my chin and around my lip, on my nose a little bit. I did have to blow my nose a few times. What else is new? It's that time of the year. Love you, pollen. Love you, love you. Yeah. Otherwise, looking pretty good. Let's zoom in so you can see what I'm looking at. We have, where we have coverage left, it has stayed put. Like I said, blush bronzer still look to be intact. Nothing settled anywhere. There's no real polka dot pores happening. Even my nose looks all right. It is missing some coverage at the end where I blew my nose, but generally looks all right. I would say that the blurring of texture and pores that I was seeing earlier is pretty well still intact. It's a little bit less in the areas where product has worn away, but pretty well intact for the most part. Nothing is emphasizing lines. Nothing is settling into them. My skin feels great. It does not feel dried out. I don't feel any tightness or tugging, or I'm not in a rush to wash this off my face. It feels wonderful. Yeah, so I think if you're looking for a sheer to light coverage for maturing skin, I think we are pretty well in business. If I had to give the IT Cosmetics Do It All Sheer Tint Face Balm a grade, I gotta agree with all the people saying they like it. I give it an A. I give it an A. I like it a lot. I think it's really comfortable. I think it wears well over time. You know, 12 hours is pretty good for a sheer product as far as coverage goes, and it's comfortable and it doesn't misbehave. And what else do we want? That's about it. There you have it. Another episode of Foundation Fest is in the books. If you like foundation reviews, if you had fun with this one, give me a thumbs up down below. Let me know in the comments what would you like to see next? What would you like me to grab? I keep a running list. I mark off how many people ask for different things. I buy the most requested things whenever I can. And so let me know what you want to see next. As always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me right now. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest, and this one has me nervous because anytime a Holy Grail product is reformulated, I'm nervous. Today, I'm checking out the reformulation of one of my all-time Holy Grails, the Estee Lauder Double Wear Stay in Place. You've seen me swatch this in almost every single foundation video I've ever done, which is over 400 of them. Here's my original. Now, of course, who forgot that they don't come with a pump? I forgot that they don't come with a pump, so I don't have a pump for it. I gotta buy the pump for it. This retails for $52 for 1 fluid ounce or 30 milliliters of product without the pump. If you want the pump, it's another $10, making it $62. The packaging got a little bit of an upgrade, some nice beveled edges, which I like. These are both shade 1C1 Cool Bone, and we will compare them side by side just so you can see the difference. Well, let's take a look at what they have to say about this. Comes in 57 different shades. The iconic Double Wear foundation you love, now with a more buildable, breathable formula, a full of life matte finish, interesting, 36-hour long wear and oil control, 57 shades, one made for you. All right. I'm not going to argue about anything there. The fact that this has always claimed oil control has never been a problem for me. This is the foundation I wear, like, if I'm going to a wedding and I know I'm going to be running all day long for like 18 hours straight and not going to have time to care about what my makeup is doing. That's what I wear. This is what I wore when I went to a Halloween party where I was a raven for Halloween, and I had a wicked cool raven mask on my face. So I knew for the costume portion, an hour or two, I was going to have a mask on. Then I was going to take it off for like the dinner and the gala event. It was a Wildlife Center fundraiser thing. So I knew I needed something that was going to hold up. It's the foundation I wore when it was just a random day at work. But I was hosting some alumni and walking across campus from the restaurant back to our building. We got stuck in a friggin' typhoon. Like, it was a massive downpour, wind, crazy, soaked to the bone. And I just took some paper towels, patted my face, and everything was fine. This foundation holds up to everything for me. So let's see what they have to say about the reformulated one. Reduces skin's oil production in just 4 weeks. I don't need that. I need more oil, not less oil. We'll see. I'm not sure if that claim was part of the original. Maintain skin's moisture level for up to 72 hours. Why would you have your makeup on for that long? Please wash your face daily. Evens out skin tone, reduces the appearance of dark spots in just 8 weeks. 93% said Double Wear leaves pores looking minimized. Benefits: more buildable, breathable, lightweight, more fluid texture, more long wear. That'll be interesting. They claim weatherproof, transfer proof. I can say that is true of the original formula. Gym proof, no creasing, no pouring. P-O-R-I-N-G? What is that? Don't know what that means. No pouring or streaking is what they're saying here. I don't know what that word is. Non-comedogenic, unifies uneven skin. There's a lot of claims here. Holy cow. Key ingredients. There's a polymer mesh matrix technology breathable polymer system. That's like your silicones, and they make things beautiful. I like the polymers. Double balancing complex featuring alginiacin, balances hydration and reduces oil production. Glycerin, hyaluronic acid, niacinamide. Why? Brown algae extract. That's reducing oil production. I'm a little nervous about all this reducing oil production stuff, but that's a lot of claims, and it's, well, I don't think they've separated out the new formula from the old one in the reviews, because it's still 4.6, but it's got 8,500 reviews on Ulta's website, so that's way too many considering this was just launched to the public on the 22nd of February, I think. Anyway, all that to say, let's take a look at shade 1C1 Cool Bone, swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from Estee Lauder, the reformulated Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Second is the original Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone, just the slightest smidge darker than the reformulation. Very close though. A little bit less peachy on the undertone, I think, in the reformulation. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last I've got from Wet n Wild, the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 51-year-old face. I'm going to prime on camera with y'all because I want to try a new one. This is the LA Girl H2O Lock Hydrating Gel Primer. It's not, doesn't appear to be, a silicone primer. It really just looks like kind of a hydrating serum with hyaluronic acid. And so that seemed intriguing to me. So let's just try and hydrate a little bit. I'm choosing this because of mild fear of the oil reduction situation. So let's make sure we are hydrated. That looks kind of like snot. This is thicker than I anticipated. Okay, so it feels like you're putting on a silicone primer. It's a thick gel. It's supposed to be grippy, and I can tell the way they interpret grippy is sticky. Which, as long as the foundation can... Oh, this is very sticky. Very draggy. Well, I can tell you right off the bat, I'm not a fan of the texture. We'll see if it locks in hydration. I'm okay with that. Oh gosh, no, it's sticky. Ugh. Not a fan of the texture. But if it locks in hydration, I would put up with it. I think if you have sensory issues, this is going to be a nope. That, because it's not just grippy, it's sticky. It's, yeah, I'm thinking no for sensory issues. Let's take a look at our Double Wear with no pump. Gotta remember there's no pump so I don't spill it everywhere. Come on, it is 2026. Like, for real, you can't ship it with a pump? You've got to be kidding me right now. You're not kidding me right now. I'm going to use a damp sponge on one side, and I have a brand new brush. Now, you guys know, if you've been around a minute, the e.l.f. Ultimate Blending Brush is one of my holy grail foundation brushes. I have more than a dozen of them. This is the new e.l.f. Smooth Swipe Foundation Brush. It seems to be taking on the trend of, where's my BK Beauty 101? I think it's underneath my iPad. Sorry, it's under my iPad. I can't get to it right now. Do I have another one of that shape? Is the Alter Ego one? Nope. That's my powder brush. Yeah, I can't. Oh, here we go. Yeah, everyone's doing this shape right now. Here's the Alter Ego version. BK Beauty's 101 is kind of like this too. That sort of tapered, diagonal, semi-dense sort of a brush. So this is e.l.f.'s version. Let's find out if it's gonna be another holy grail from e.l.f. or not. Oh, I remember the days of doing my foundation like this. Now, I know you've already seen the swatches, but I have not seen the swatches yet because I filmed them after. Oh, cat hair stuck to my face because of the primer. I film them after I do this part. So this is looking a little bit lighter than the OG. Oh man, it's all over my finger. All right, let's see how this goes. Let's do sponge first. Damp sponge. I feel like this primer is sort of grippy in a way that's kind of, well, okay, it's blending. Here we go. It's kind of holding on too hard because it's not grippy, it's sticky. Alright, maybe that primer's not my favorite. Let's see here. This might be a little bit lighter than the OG. Would you guys like me to do a half and half? Not today, I'm going to just do the foundation today, but would you like me to wear half and half and do a full day wear test of the original to this version of the Estee Lauder? Let me know in the comments. That blended out quite easily. Random gray hair. Random eyelash now stuck on my forehead. This primer is something else. That blended beautifully. And this is not as heavy feeling as the original. That's probably my only, I don't even want to call it a complaint. It's a full coverage, but a heavier full coverage formula, the OG. This is quite lightweight. It doesn't have the coverage with the sponge quite as much. I'd say we're light medium, but you know I'm going to build it up a little bit, so give me a sec. Let's try the brush side and see where we land. Alright, elf brush, are you my new love? I'm not taking it up under my eyes because I am going to try a new concealer today. Oh yeah, the coverage is here with the brush for sure. The fact that they call it buildable makes me think you can wear it lesser, whereas the original, you almost have to wear it full coverage because it isn't really individually buildable, if that makes sense. Yeah, more coverage with the brush for sure. Yeah, this is definitely more lightweight than the original. Lightweight. I'm hoping this sticky primer feeling goes away. Alright, let's build it up a little bit because, of course, on my sponge side, I'd like to cover up my sunspots. I would like to cover up the blue blood vessel right here. So let's get a little there, a little bit here. Need to even out the coverage, make sure I got my nostrils, get the chin because that always turns red. I think I just put a little too much foundation there just now. It's all right. We're going to test if it's buildable, aren't we? We're going to find out. For sure. I'm going to just use the brush because you know I want my... Ooh, coverage. You know I want my coverage. Oh, sunspot's almost gone. Yeah. We don't like to see those sunspots. We don't want to see those sunspots. No, thank you. All right, Estee Lauder, I see you. Now I really want to see these swatch side by side because I know you already saw it, but this does look lighter than the OG. Oh, I almost can't even see my pores here. Oh, like for real. I'm looking at my 10X. I can barely even see. Oh, this might be good. This might be good. Now, I try not to watch anybody's reviews of foundations before I try them myself because I don't want to bias myself in any way. But I happened to see Manny MUA try this side by side with the original and he loved it. And that gave me hope at least. Now I have a lot of hope. I almost don't have pores. They're almost invisible. Now, my pores aren't the worst, but even my texture looks nice and smooth. This is the textured side of my face. Driving an hour each way to work for 10 years without wearing sunscreen. That's why I don't have the same trouble on this side. All right, all right, all right. Let's zoom in, let's zoom in. Let's see what we're working with. This is smooth. This is really smooth. And I'm here for it. I am liking what I am seeing here. It is even smooth on my nose. Like, I usually have trouble on my nose. We just have a little bit that you can tell that there's product. Almost invisible. I think you can probably only see that on the 10X. Smooth texture, smooth pores. We are not seeing emphasis of lines. It is not clinging between my eyebrows. It is not clinging anywhere on my forehead. It is honestly very skin-like, except with coverage, which is a very bizarre juxtaposition to me because usually coverage looks like makeup and not like skin. But this is looking very skin-like, but with coverage. Oh, thank goodness. Please let this wear for a long time because I just, oh, if you, oh, I have hope. I have hope. I have hope now. I'm not as nervous as I was. Okay, let's check the time. Check your time. I'm literally nervous. It's only makeup. It's only makeup. It's my distraction. I get deep into my makeup because I need to be distracted from other things that are not happy. Makeup makes me happy. We're going deep on happy right now. Deep on happy. Come with me, y'all. Let's get deep on happy. Escapism can be productive. It is 2:38. I'm going to go put the rest of my face on. I think I'm going to film it too because I got some new drugstore stuff to try. I'll be right back. Back with the Estee Lauder Double Wear Stay in Place, a reformulated version. So far, so good. And I'm wearing cream blush and cream bronzer today. And it stayed put. Nothing moved around. I've got highlight on. And it looks smoother. Like, the smoothing of this is even carrying through to not emphasizing texture with my highlight. So that is impressive. I don't know if I've ever said that before, that something foundation-wise was smoothing my texture so much that my highlight looked smooth. Like, okay. I did film this look, so check back in the previous videos couple videos ago if you want to see it. Wearing the ColourPop Secret of, or I always say it backwards, Shadow of Secrets palette. It's so beautiful. I am loving this palette right now. On the rest of my face, Wet n Wild has a new bronzer, a pudding bronzer called Mother Fluffer. And it is in the shade Beige Please. My blush is from the same Shadow of Secrets line as ColourPop. The ColourPop Love Interest. It's a blush and cheek balm. Nope, I'm saying that wrong. Lip and cheek balm. Whenever I have a dual type product, I pick one or the other. So I'm only using this on my cheeks because putting something on my mouth and then on my face just seems weird. But that's that. Blended out beautifully. Loving the Alter Ego brush that is similar to the e.l.f. stain brush. How did I lose it already? Like, literally just now I used it. Here's the e.l.f. one. Here it is. Nope, that's the BK Beauty foundation brush. Well, I lost it. The Alter Ego version of this brush works fantastically for that purpose. Literally, how do I lose things? And my vanity is not that bad right now. I'm just losing things. Anyway, the brush is great. I also tried, oh, you saw this, the foundation brush, the e.l.f. one. It's good. Smooth Swipe Foundation. I'm filming 3 videos right now, so I gotta remember what is what. On my brows, trying out the Essence Brow Lift Freeze Glue, and while they did fall down just a little bit, they're looking quite nice. So this might be giving my Maybelline Superlock a run for its money. My lip is I believe, new shade of the CoverGirl lip stains. I love these. They last into the next day on me. This shade is Iconic Darling, I think. Yeah, Iconic Darling. I topped it with the CoverGirl Squishy Glaze, which you can't see the color because of the lip stain, but it's delicious. Not quite as delicious as the Polite Pouts. The Polite Pouts are still my favorite delicious balm. But these ones are pretty close. I'm going to give them credit for that. They're pretty close. For highlight, I am wearing the Rare Beauty Mesmerize. That's what's going on there. And I think that's everything. So, gonna go do some stuff. Gotta run to the shop. Gotta make some stuff. We're getting a little snow today, even though it's supposed to be 70 degrees tomorrow. Hello, Virginia weather. I'm looking out my window out here. Yeah. Thanks. Go home whether you're drunk. You are drunk. You drunk, you gotta go home. Oh, mascara. CoverGirl Lash Blast Bond with the Essence Lash Primer, the volumizing primer. That's all the stuff. Gonna go do some things. I will give you guys a daylight check-in, assuming I remember before it gets dark. We are gaining daylight every day. It's my favorite time of year. And then I'll come back tonight, give you guys my final thoughts. Hey guys, we are about 2 hours in on this foundation. Here you go. Out in daylight. It looks beautiful. It's a little easier to deal with the fact that it's snowing when it's literally going to be 70 out tomorrow. Look how smooth. That's pretty smooth, y'all. Looking good so far. We'll see how this plays out tonight. I'll be back with a final look. Don't look, I was cleaning my windows. Shade match looks good though. I'll be back tonight. 9:57 p.m. That puts us 7.5 going on to the 8-hour mark. Let's take a look at how the Estee Lauder Double Wear Stay in Place reformulation held up. Okay, that reflect is going to drive you all crazy, I'm sure. But as you see, I've been wearing glasses for a little while, several hours, so we'll take a look at my nose. These are not just any glasses. You know I crush on my girl Bobbi Brown. These are Bobbi Brown's collab with, I don't know how to pronounce the name, Caddis? I'm not sure. Caddis. Not Bossy, the boss. Oh, it's not gonna focus. Oh, how cool is that? Yeah, they're progressive readers because I like to be able to wear my contacts so I can see my makeup, but I can't read anything. So I have these now. I actually have another pair coming as well from the same brand, not related to Bobbi Brown, but these are one of her signature frames. And that's how I found the brand, and then I bought them, and then I liked them, and then I wanted to order another pair because I like them. Anyway, this is not about glasses. It's about foundation. Let me look at my 10X real quick. Yep. This is nice. Can I lie? This is nice. I don't know that primer is doing anything specifically for keeping hydration in, just because hydration wise this also feels identical to the original as far as what it feels like at the end of the day, in terms of, so it's not hydrating on me, but it's not drying, you know what I'm saying? One thing that I will say, difference in feeling, way lighter weight. I have not thought about my makeup at all. In fact, I blew my nose a bunch of times and you can tell, you know, product's missing on my nostrils, but not the way you'd be, like, I would be super, super careful due to the coverage with the original. Now, how'd the transfer go? Well, when we zoom in, you'll get a good look at my nose. I'm just looking right now. It did, no, I got some fallout. That's irrelevant. It did transfer, it looks like some bare-ish skin on my nostrils, so that's not the nostril, that's the bridge. When we zoom in, we could take a closer look at that. Otherwise, it's got several hours left in it. I think the long wear claim is accurate. Everything, like, blush, bronzer, highlight look brand new. Forehead still looks, got covered. I was wearing a hat, so some of my bronzer's probably gone, but, like, foundation looks good. It's not even breaking down on my nose. That's not my nose. What is happening right now? My chin. I'm done, man. My brain is done for the day. So we might as well zoom in so you can see what I'm looking at here. I did blow my nose. You can kind of tell that. You can also see where my glasses were. I feel like the product's mostly missing from where my glasses were, so I don't think it was completely transfer proof, but blush, bronzer, highlight still perfection, perfectly intact. In fact, the blurred pores and the blurred texture are still blurred. So this foundation has more time in it. It definitely could take a few more hours. Not breaking apart between my eyebrows, not settling into any lines. Yeah, that's pretty nice. I did just see a cat hair stuck on my face. Wonder if that's been there all day. It probably has. This is holding up fantastically. I don't feel like we're even anywhere near the end of the road with this foundation, and that's pretty awesome at the 8-hour mark because I feel like we're probably talking a good 12 plus. So, doesn't dry me out. Holds up wonderfully. Cream and powder. Lightweight. Doesn't settle into lines. Pores and texture very significantly blurred. Coverage is fantastic even though it feels lightweight. What do you think the grade is? Yes! Thank you, universe, for not destroying my original favorite. This was my first favorite foundation. Like, so good. So good. Yes. I'm very excited. It's an A. Gotta give it an A. Have to give it an A. Oh, thank you, Holy Grail, for not abandoning me. Now, my question to you all, when I do swatches, because of course I'm going to keep this in there, would you rather see the original because more people have the original, or would you rather see the newer one? Let me know in the comments down below. As always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest, and today I'm checking out from Jane Iredale the Skin Intuition SPF 30 Radiance Boosting Liquid Foundation. Retails for $56 for 1 fluid ounce or 30 milliliters of product. 26 different shades. I've got it in shade 26 Light, which is described as light with cool pink undertones. Let's double check what kind of SPF this is. It is zinc oxide, 15.6%. This looks like it's your... could be pretty hydrating. Looking through the ingredient list here. We do have some hydrating ingredients in here. Interesting. I don't, at a glance, see silicones. Is this silicone free? They didn't advertise it that way. It's got jojoba oil, sunflower seed oil, some apple fruit extract, hyaluronic acid. So yeah, it's currently getting 4.8 out of 5 stars with a few over 100 reviews on Ulta's website. I wasn't planning to ever buy another Jane Iredale foundation. I did not really have a good experience with the first one that I bought. This one is described as a medium buildable liquid foundation with a physical SPF. I should have read the description first. That naturally perfects for a healthy skin-like finish. Well, that says basically nothing except that it's got SPF. Okay, that's alrighty then. Let's take a look at the shade, what did I say, 26 Light? Also cruelty-free and clean as far as Ulta's concerned. Yeah, let's look at Cool Light 26. Swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from Jane Iredale, the Skin Intuition SPF 30 in shade 26 Light. Second I've got from Estee Lauder, the Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last I've got from Wet n Wild, the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 50-year-old face. I will go in on one side with a damp sponge that has a cat hair on it. the other side, I'll use my It Cosmetics 115 brush. We'll see if there is a preference one way or the other. I forgot to prime my face. So let's use the Geek Out of Water Blue Tansy. I put little guitar picks in there. How did I again forget who told me to do that years and years and years and years ago? One of you OGs, and I know you're still here because we just talked in the comments like a week or two ago, recommended that since I always lose the little scooper things, use guitar picks. And I keep a tin of guitar picks here, and I have started putting guitar picks into any of the products that I sell that have these little, you know, inner liners so that I can put the pick on top there. So the Blue Tansy primer has it. The most recent, you know, within the past couple weeks, Bakuchiel creams have it. The Firming Eye Gel has the guitar pick as the scoop. So I'm using that whenever my packaging allows me to, because it's brilliant and it's fun because guitar picks come in all different colors and designs, and it's just more fun than a little spatula. And I do give spatulas with larger jars like body butters and stuff, but yeah, tangent, because your girl is forgetful here. Never used to be. Thank you, perimenopause. Love you. Okay, let's get this going. All right, let's check out the consistency on this. I've already shaken this up, but I always like to try to get it on camera just to prove that it got shaken. Let's see here. That's probably more than I'm gonna need, but pretty thick. A little bit of drippy drab there. All right, let's start with the sponge side. I definitely see the cool undertone right away in this shade, which I'm glad because that means they described it correctly. We are going for medium coverage here, as they say should be possible. I will attempt to use this as my concealer as well. If it proves ineffective that way, ineffective, then I'll just have to use regular concealer. But you know your girl likes to skip a step whenever possible. And I'm not going to do a total full face today. I'm going shopping. That's my big agenda. Oh, well. That is nice. I would not call it medium coverage with the sponge, but the finish is quite nice. And it's doing a little bit of redness correction. I think I'm going to probably like the coverage of the brush side better, but let's see, let's see. It feels very nice on the skin. The first foundation that I tried from this brand was just weird. And I'm just not here for weird. I just give me makeup. Give me makeup that works. Give me makeup that's good for my skin. Give me makeup that's good for the planet. Like, am I asking too much? Maybe I am. But yeah, it had those little globules in it, and it just, the texture was weird, and it did not look good on me. Yeah. But this one is behaving like what I would call a normal foundation. Nothing strange so far. Nothing unusual, except all these gray hairs that have popped up recently. Thank you, stress. All right. One pass with the brush. I would say the coverage is a little bit fuller or more opaque with the brush. So if you are going for that medium coverage, probably the brush is going to be your friend. I need some more on my under eye. I didn't really target it very well to begin with, and we're going to try and even out the sponge side. We're going to get the blue blood vessel over here. This does dry down. I don't want to say fast, but maybe a little faster than some other foundations. I did use all of that. It dries down a smidge a smidge faster than other foundations. I'm going to take my IT Cosmetics concealer brush to get under my eyes and in my trough here. Yeah, fast dry down isn't quite the right word, but faster than some, I would say. I'm just noticing that when I have it all laid out like this, it's just a little bit set down when I go to blend it out, you know? So don't take too long. But as you see, it blends out fine. So we're fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, I'd say we're getting up to medium coverage. You know, you can still see sunspots poking through, but it's not full coverage. It's just medium. And they're only poking through a little bit. And it did do some better coverage under my eyes. We'll see if it holds up well enough. I didn't really take it down my chin or down my neck because the shade match is pretty good for me, I think. I think we did all right with this shade. All right, let's get a good look. I would call this a satin finish. Right off the bat, let's zoom you guys in so you can see what I'm seeing here. Yeah, I would call this a satin finish. It is medium coverage, not invisible. You know, it's not a no makeup look. I can tell I have makeup on, but it's pretty smooth looking. It's pretty nicely smoothing my texture. It looks pretty smooth on my nose. Nothing is settling into my pores on my nose, but I feel like we're at that, we're at a risky point right now. It's either going to settle into my pores or it's not, and it hasn't decided yet. So we'll see as it sets down what direction it goes. And it's not settling into lines. It's not moving around. And the finish is, I would say, satin to almost dewy. All right, it's 11:42. Let me go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Back with the Jane Iredale Skin Tuition. No issues blending. I did not have to set this with powder. This foundation is behaving very nicely. It's very pretty. It's very, I like it so far. I do like it so far. On the rest of my face, I'm trying for the first time from Revolution Beauty, the Super Dewy Blush Burst. This packaging is cute. It's like a liquid blush stain. And I used the new brush from e.l.f. that is specifically for stain and tint blending. I really like this brush. If you use a lot of cream, or maybe not cream, but liquid blushes or stain blushes, this brush is well designed, shape-wise, density-wise. e.l.f. is so good at brushes. They really are. So that blush is Happy. I'm wearing my Balm Desert bronzer. I'm wearing the Morphe Moonstone palette, the 12 pan. I did a video with this one last week. I am loving it. So that is my eyes. Wet n Wild Breakup Proof Liner is my waterline. Maybelline Colossal Bubble is the mascara, which I do have to wear 2 coats to get it where I like it, but I do really like it. My lip. I literally feel like I am on an episode of Hot Ones from First We Feast because Polite Society has a new lip plumper. The Big Mouth XL Plump. Packaging is very pretty. Don't, minus my fingerprints. Ooh. Okay, so they say it's designed for those of us with a thinner upper lip than lower lip. That's me. Yeah, this is very visually working. But I will say, it hurts. Now, I'm going to compare it to, what was the one? Is it Maybelline, the lifter gloss that has the chili pepper on it? Not this one, but I think it's Maybelline. That one was so brutally burning painful that I couldn't even wear it. This one is brutally, but it's okay. I'm not sure if I'm recommending this or not. You have to really want this look to deal with the pain. It feels more like needles than it does like burning. Now, as you can tell, I don't have a problem with needles. I have a big problem with burning. I do not like sunburn. I do not like fire. I have fire extinguishers all over my house. From childhood trauma of a neighbor's house burning down, I'm not a fan of fire. Don't like the burning. Not gonna say I like needles, but obviously I'm willing to put up with the feeling of needles in order to have a desired visual outcome. So would I be more likely to wear this? I don't know, but I will say that as I applied it, I got a tiny bit on the tip of my tongue, and it hurt. It doesn't hurt as much on the lips as it did on my tongue. Don't lick it. It does say that the sensation can last up to 20 minutes. But my upper lip looks kind of huge right now. Oh, it stings. It is just stinging. Active, poking, stinging feeling, like lots and lots and lots of needles. But I'm not sure I've ever seen a plumping gloss actually plump as I'm watching it. Like, this is extreme results. Oh, but it stings. It's stinging right now, and it's been on for a few minutes. So yeah, it works. I even feel like my lips are swollen. Like, I feel like I'm not talking right. It works. Whew. They did send me this in PR. I might not have been brave enough to buy it otherwise. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna put it out there informationally. That's what it feels like. That's the effect. I probably will wear it again because stinging is better than burning to me. Let me show you the cute PR packaging. They sent it like, so this Dr. Phil Lair, MD, I don't know if he's real. I'm guessing he is. Beverly Hills Plastic Surgery and Lip Filler Clinic. Lip injector to the stars. So they sent it as if it's like a prescription and all that. It's clever. It's cute. It's it's cute. Yeah, this stuff. Wow. It's still stinging. But it stings, it doesn't burn. It's not burn. It's very distinctly stinging, not burning. I don't know if that's helpful, but there you have it. So that's what I'm wearing on my face. Oh, and the Refi, however you say this. Whoa, that's a piece of my hair. Brow gel. I think that's everything. So I'm going to sort of like an apothecary store because I want to buy some dried herbs. I'm thinking of playing around with some herbal infused oils for like body oil situation. So yeah, that's my plan for today. I will get you guys a daylight check-in. Wow, my lips feel huge. Oh my. I will get you a daylight check-in. And I will come back tonight and give you guys my final thoughts. Wow. Hey guys, it's a little after 4 p.m. Here's where we're at in the shade. I will step into the sun in a moment. Get the shade match here. Oh. Shade match I think is good. Looking good so far. It is warm out here. Ooh. There's the sunlight. This one looks nice. Ooh, B. There you have it. So far, so good. Might be breaking down a little bit on my chin. I haven't been outside for long, but I did go shopping and walk a little bit to the parking lot and everything. So, all right, I'll be back tonight. We'll see how it ends up. 10:03 p.m. That puts us right around the 10-hour mark. Let's take a look at how the Jane Iredale, what is it? Skin tuition. I get the word infatuation in my head, and I know that that's not the right word. Skin tuition. Let's see how the skin tuition held up. Oh, Ziva is making crinkle noises. Sorry if you can hear her. It's Ziva. It's not Charlie. Charlie's being good. It's Ziva. Let's check this one out. Got my 10x mirror here. It held up really well. I actually almost called it a night without filming this outro, so that means it's comfortable. I have not been thinking about my makeup all day. That's a good thing. Comfort is good. As far as dry skin goes, I think it's plenty hydrating. I don't feel dry at all. I'm not seeing excessive emphasis of drag lines or anything like that, so my skin has not been dehydrated in any excessive manner throughout the course of the day. For maturing skin, it has just the tiniest bit settled into my chin line and just a little bit into my deepest forehead lines. Not a lot. I didn't even notice it until I sat down now, just this late evening, but there it is. You'll see it when we zoom in. It didn't handle me blowing my nose very well. Like, it kind of caked up along the crevices of my nostrils instead of just, disappearing as foundations do. But I did have to blow my nose, and that is an unusual circumstance for most people, not for me. Daily occurrence here. But even it's not bad. Let's zoom in so you can see what's happening here. So if you take a look at my nose, you'll see what I'm talking about along the edges of my nostrils. It just kind of caked up a little bit. It did sort of settle a little bit into my nose pores. Nothing major. Blush, bronzer, I don't think held up super well. So at this point of the night, I think this is starting to get to its end of life. It broke up a little bit on my chin, not so bad. Settled a little bit into my deepest forehead line, but again, not too bad. Nothing that seems really like deal breaker, In fact, I think it's pretty. I think the coverage is nice. The finish is nice. Comes in a good amount of shades. If I had to give a grade to the Jane Iredale, here I am. Infatuation, skin tuition, not infatuation, skin tuition. I want to go A-, like a 91 A-. I think it's a little too good to put it in the B range. I think we're gonna squeak it in under the radar there in the A range. What a comeback, Jane Iredale. I know a lot of people commented that they don't think I applied the first one right, and that's why I didn't like it. I didn't like it because the texture was weird. But yeah, I like this one. I'm gonna wear this one. This one's nice, right? Say, what do you think? What do you think? Is that nice? She doesn't know what I'm talking about. She's just glad she's on camera because she knows that when I talk here, then I read the comments. I read her all your comments. I don't know if you realize that, but whenever you comment about Ziva, I tell her, like, you got friends, you got fans, they love you. I do. I read her comments. I'm that cat lady. There you have it. Good on Jane Iredale this time around. What foundations would you like to see next? Let me know in the comments. I keep a running list. I buy them whenever I can, and the ones that get the most requests are the ones I buy the fastest. So let me know what you would like to see. What am I missing out on? What should I get my hands on? Let me know in the comments. Have you tried this one? Also, let me know that. Let us know, do you have normal skin, combo skin, oily skin, dry skin, super, super dry skin? How did it work? What's your shade? How are you shade match? If you're my shade twin, did you get the same shade as me? Put all that stuff in the comments. I think the more information we have, the better it is to help people save money and get products they're going to be happy with. That's the goal. All right, tangents. I'm going to bed now. It's bedtime. As always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest. And today I'm checking out from Benefit the Professional Smoothing and Blurring Foundation with niacinamide. Why is niacinamide in everything right now? I don't know. It's currently getting 4 out of 5 stars on Sephora's website with over 2,000 reviews. I've got shade 9C Supreme, described as light, medium, cool. Now, I am like the darker end of fair, but I swatched this in store when I was in the Sephora in Mall of America in Minneapolis with my friend Lisa, and we agreed that even though that number and description is way darker than I would ever have guessed for myself, that's where I land. At least that's where I landed in store. Now, lighting is typically terrible in there, but yeah, we're gonna find out. This is described as a smoothing, blurring, non-comedogenic foundation with medium weightless coverage and niacinamide that improves the look of your pores and skin over time. Yeah, but usually in your skincare routine, not necessarily in your makeup routine, but okay. It's also got rosehip extract and glycerin. Why would they call that out? That's in almost everything. Visibly smooth texture, refine the look of pores. 24-hour long wearing and hydrating non-acnogenic foundation. Buildable fade-proof coverage. That's what they have to say. Now, I did not count the shades. There looks like a good number of them. 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 2, 4, 6, 8, 40 shades. That looks good. Liquid formula, medium coverage, natural finish. Let me check the ingredients real quick. I just want to scan for fragrance. I don't see added fragrance. This looks like typical dimethicone silicone-based foundation. So let's take a look at shade 9C Supreme, swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from Benefit, the Professional Foundation in shade 9C Supreme. Second, I've got from Estee Lauder, the Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last, I've got from Wet n Wild, the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 50-year-old face. I've been using the Beauty of Joseon SPF 50 sunscreen. If you're curious, I get the one on Yes Style, so it's the Korean version, not the US version. I have primed with the Hey Honey. This is the Luminous Priming Base. I got this in my August Ipsy Glam Bag. And this one's interesting. It's got a little bit of a, like it's pink in color, but it blends out like pinky peach, which has a bit of, I'm thinking, help against redness, but it is claiming to smooth wrinkles and pores. This is my first time trying it out. Oh, but my hand looks quite nice now, so maybe that will bode well for my face. Let's take a look at the consistency on this one. I get these on Amazon. You guys ask me, why am I shaking this? You guys ask me all the time. Excuse the frog in my throat. And I get them on Amazon. I do have a link in the description to my Amazon like storefront thing where I just link things that I use on Amazon. So feel free to check that out if you would like to get yourself one of these. I've had these for years and years and years. Look at all my foundation videos going back in time. You will see them. They've lasted forever. All right, she's a little drippy, You see how this is not a super dark shade? Like, I would never call this medium. Light medium, they call it. What does this smell like? Hold on. I'm having flashbacks, not quite as strongly, but flashbacks to the original. Remember when Wet n Wild came out with the, I think it was the first Photo Focus foundation, and it just smelled like paint? This kind of smells like paint. All right, let's, we're gonna go in on one side with a damp sponge. I've already dipped my finger in it. By the way, headband, I declare it close enough to spooky season to bring out the boo. Wet n Wild brings these out every year, the last couple years anyway, and I love them. And And I try to make it seasonal so I have that much more fun when I get to pull them out finally. But we're almost at September, and September is almost October. So, boo. We're going to do the sponge side. And then the other side, I'll use my BK Beauty 101 brush. We will see if I like one better than the other. I feel like I'm not putting enough product on my face. We'll find out. We will find out, won't we? I am going to be testing a concealer today, so I'm not going to take too much of this up under my eyes. But we will just apply it like foundation. Even though I have been in the habit of using my foundation as concealer for quite some time now. Bad YouTuber reminding me of my mammogram tomorrow. Go get your squeeze on, ladies. Every year. Although I thought at my age it wasn't every year, but I asked my doctor a couple weeks ago and she said, yep, every year. Better go back and get yours. I said, okay, fine. All right. This seems to dry down pretty quickly. So it did blend out okay, though. It's pretty light coverage with the sponge. I still see my sunspots. There's a little bit of redness correction. I usually use my chin to test that because that's the most obvious red spot on my face. Let's try the brush side. I will go back and build up coverage a little bit. You know I like my coverage to be of the medium variety. Whenever possible. BK Beauty 101, one of my favorite brushes. They're so soft and I love them. And I used to have a code with BK Beauty, but I don't know if it still works. So yeah, it's in the description if you want to try it. If you are adventurous, if you like to gamble. I like to gamble. I like to play poker and craps. Those are my games. Okay, yeah, definitely better coverage. Well, let's just say more, because not everybody wants more coverage. If you don't want more coverage, you can use a sponge. But if you do want more coverage, it's a pretty significant difference in coverage using the brush versus the sponge. And I did not get my nostrils very well, but we'll fix that in a second. This is a pretty much, seems to be a pretty matte finish, is what I'm gathering. Let's try and even out the coverage a little bit. I still have some product left, so that was like 2.5 pumps. Maybe, because you know the first pump in a fresh bottle usually doesn't come out all the way. And even though you already saw the swatches in real time for me right now, I haven't filmed them yet. I film them when I get up and I'm done putting my makeup on. So I haven't seen the swatches yet. I feel like you might even be able to get this up to full coverage. Like, this is... There's coverage happening. There is definitely coverage happening. I'm going to get my blue blood vessel over here. I'm going to use a sponge since I'm going for... This is not a sponge. I'm going to use the brush since I'm going for coverage. And let's try... Ooh, this builds. Yeah. Sunspots almost disappeared. So definitely buildable. They call it lightweight. It does feel lightweight, but it does look like... I think I could get this to full coverage if I wanted to. Like, it does look like a good amount of coverage. That's not to say it looks heavy. I don't mean it that way. I just mean, like, I feel like my face is a blank slate now. You know? It definitely covered some things. Yeah, matte finish for sure. You know, I was a little nervous that it seemed a little bit heavy at first, appearance-wise, but no, now that it's blending out and sort of settling down, we're going to see how it finishes setting on my nose, but it's really quite smooth. We're gonna also see if it freezes my forehead lines into place. This is kind of the finish that tends to do that on me. Mattes are more likely to do it than luminous finish, but so far so good. Actually, my forehead lines look quite smooth. My nose is looking pretty smooth. I feel like it has the potential to break down on my nose, but it's looking okay at the moment. It's not settling into lines. Let me zoom you guys in because this one built up quickly and seems to look quite nice. Yeah, you know, they mentioned blurring of pores. It's not blurring pores a super ton, but they are minimized, and that's nice. It's doing a very good job on minimizing the texture, especially on my driving side of my face, the nose ring side of my face. It's quite smoothing to that texture there. It does not appear to be settling into lines. My concern is going to be whether it kind of breaks apart and freezes those lines into place. Same with my forehead. It's looking quite smooth. Like it's doing a really good job at minimizing fine lines. My deeper lines are still visible. I'm hoping they don't get like frozen into place and everything sort of melts together. We'll see. The potential for good is there. We will see how this all applies and shakes down. Why am I holding this like I'm gonna paint a picture? I have been painting quite a bit lately, not pictures but walls at the retail shop that I've been working on. Geek Out of Water is going to have a physical location. I'm not gonna be opening anytime soon, probably not till after Christmas, but there's where we're starting out with the blank slate. We have to check the time here because I don't have my watch. What time is it? Let's make it so I can show you the time. It is 11:51 a.m. Let me go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Here we are back with the Benefit Professional. This had a cap, didn't it? Did I already lose the cap? Here it is. It's a cute cap too. It's got like a little divot in there. All right, we're back. We're back. She back. Here's what's going on. I would call it a matte finish. It did freeze my deeper forehead lines into place just a little bit. You can't really see them because my bangs are going to cover that up for most of the day. It's not doing anything weird with my smile lines, so we're in a good spot right now. I feel like everything blended fine. I had no issues blending anything. I did not set this with powder, so everything is just the powders put, blush and bronzer, etc. right on top of the foundation. Everything went well. And here's what's on the rest of my face. Stay tuned because I filmed pretty much all of the rest of my makeup. My eyes, new alter ego palette. This is a dupe for the Natasha Denona I Need a Warm, which I don't have because I'm a cool toned girly. But being neutral, I can get away with wearing warm tones. I just prefer cool tones, but I'm wearing warm tones today because I did film this eye look. So if you want to see that, make sure you're subscribed. Stay tuned. It will be coming up next week, I think. So that is my eyeshadow. And then look how cute this month's Ipsy bag is. Oh, I love me some retro vibes. This is so up my alley, even though it's warm toned, but I guess it's suitable. It's appropriate for the day. So from that glam bag, I discovered two things that I really, really, really like. First time in a while that indie brands have kind of made me go, what? This is from Beauty Vault. This is their lengthening mascara, and it's cute packaging, and it just was really nice right away. Like, boom, 2 coats, done, easy. That's what I like. So, love how that mascara is working. But my favorite thing out of this glam bag, do you see this pop and highlight I got going on? And it's not emphasizing texture. And I would never guess from looking at it that it would look like this. Because I swatched it, and it's really pink in the swatch. This is from Seraphine Botanicals. It's the First Light Ultra Beaming Highlighter. I would not have guessed that it would look like this on the skin, but holy cow. I kind of used it as a highlight into a blush topper situation, and ooh, I'm in love. Like that, this going into my using it every day drawer. It is on top of a ColourPop. This is their pressed powder blush in Woo Me. I got this in their little bundle. They might still be doing it. They had like a birthday bundle, and it was like a mystery box for like $50. It had a ton of stuff in it, and this was one of the things I got, and I like it. So there's that, and then what else am I wearing? My lips are of course, my Geek Out of Water Smoothing Lip Treatment. That's kind of like a serum treatment for your lips. It won't work like a balm. It's going to sink into your lips within 10-15 minutes. So don't think you're going to wear it like an all-day lip balm kind of situation. It's a treatment. That's why I put treatment in the name. But you can wear it under anything you like. Under your lip gloss, under your lipstick. If you're wearing like a matte lipstick, give it like 10 minutes to sink in. But if you're wearing a gloss or a cream lipstick, something with moisture to it, you can just put it right on over it. So of course I'm wearing my Lawless Forget the Filler favorite plumping gloss of all time. It's in cherry vanilla, which is also my favorite flavor of all time. And is that all the things on my face? Oh, I forgot my bronzer. Balm Desert. So that's what's happening here. I'm about to go to work and have my second day of classes, and happy fall semester to all who celebrate or not. But yeah, so I'm gonna go to work. Looks like we have a rainy day on tap. I'm looking out my window to the side here. Yeah, it looks like it's a gloomy day, gloomy day. Gonna go to work. I'll try and get you a daylight check-in so you can see this shade. I think this shade is my shade. This worked very well for summertime for me. I'm not self-tanning or anything right now, so this would be my natural summer complexion, which is maybe a shade darker than my winter complexion, if that. So I'll get you a daylight check-in in a bit, and then I will come back tonight and we'll see how this all wore and see how it held up. Hey guys, I'm about to head into work, but got a break in the clouds and it's kind of nice out. So here's your daylight check-in for shade match. Looks alright, I think. Holding up okay. It hasn't been that long. What time is it? Almost 2. But yeah. Sorry about the noise of the air conditioners, but we're doing alright so far. Shade match looks good. I'll see you tonight. 10:13 p.m. I think that puts us right around the 11-hour mark. Let's take a look at how the Benefit Professional held up. It is comfortable. Hello, Ziva. The coverage has lasted quite well. It's a smidge drying on me. Like, I just feel a little bit dry at this point in the day, but not bad at all. I did have to blow my nose several times, so ignore the missing product on my nostrils, but generally speaking, it has held up well. Has not settled into my lines, neither my smile lines, my chin lines, nor my forehead lines, which is good. It did freeze my forehead lines into place a little bit, like that, just that look where they're more visually obvious, but the product did not move around or settle in those lines, so that is very good. Let's zoom you guys in so you can see what I'm seeing. It didn't degrade super nicely on my nose. I did have to blow my nose, but you know, it's just a little obvious that had caused it to settle into my pores just a bit. But coverage stayed pretty well on my chin, and that's an area where it usually breaks down pretty quickly. Blush, bronzer, highlight are still very much intact, so they did not move around really. I can see some of my micro lines on my forehead coming through, which is part of how I know, aside from the feeling of dryness, that I am getting a little bit more dehydrated. My skin's a little more dehydrated than when we started the day. But overall, I think it looks really nice. It has held up very well over a very long day. And it's comfortable, it feels nice, and I like it. I like it a lot. If I had to give a grade to the Benefit Professional Foundation, oh, please don't do that. You're making it noisy, Ziva. I gotta give it an A. It's pretty nice. I like it. I will wear this. I cannot believe my shade was as dark as it is, but that's the right shade for me. So if you are lighter than me, there are lots of shades to choose from. They have a good shade range in this line anyway, so there you have it. We're going to give it an A. I'm pleased. I think it's lovely, especially if you like easy, solid medium coverage. I'm losing my voice. I had 2 classes today. I always lose my voice at the end of the beginning of the semester because I'm not used to talking so much. There you have it. Another episode of Foundation Fest is in the books. If you like foundation reviews, if you had fun with this one, give me a thumbs up down below. Let me know in the comments. What would you like to see next? I do have the new CoverGirl, which isn't even super new anymore because it took me forever to find it in my shade. I've got that one. I have a couple K Beauty foundations. Let me know what else I should pick up in the comments. I buy things whenever I can. I keep a running list. And as always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest, and today I'm checking out from Natasha Denona, the High Glam Foundation. Retails for $52 for 1 fluid ounce or 30 milliliters of a product. Comes in 52 shades. I've got shade N3, which is described as fair light neutral. They say this is a medium buildable, blurring and self-setting radiant serum foundation that hydrates and balances oils for 18 hours of creaseless wear. Developed with Korean tech and Japanese amino acid pigments, this anti-aging hybrid boosts collagen production and antioxidant defenses. I looked through the ingredients. It does look like a silicone-based foundation that has some natural extracts in here. Let me double check. I don't think I saw fragrance in here. I don't see added fragrance. That doesn't mean it doesn't smell like anything. It just means that any of the synthetic things that fall under the label parfum or fragrance are not in here, but natural extracts often impart a scent into your products. The ingredients themselves sometimes smell like things. Let me take a look at the... just want to call out some of the key ingredients here. I'm not familiar with jasmine mother cells. Sounds interesting. Boosts antioxidant defenses, brightens and fights hyperpigmentation. I feel like there's a cat hair on my nose. White tea silver needle blurs imperfections, calms redness, soothes, repairs, strengthens skin. Grape pomace boosts collagen, hydrates, reduces wrinkles, detoxifies. Got it. Okay, I'm not familiar with those extracts, although be aware natural extracts can cause reactions in some people if you are sensitive to that kind of thing. Not a whole lot else going on. Like, it seems like it's a typical silicone-based foundation with these particular extracts in it. So let's take a look at shade N3, swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from Natasha Denona, the High Glam Foundation in shade N3. Second, I've got from Estee Lauder, the Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last, I've got from Wet n Wild, the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 50-year-old face. I have primed with the Geek Out of Water Blue Tansy Primer that I make myself. I'll go in on one side of my face with a damp sponge, my favorite ghosty. Other side, I will use, not that. This is not a spoon. It is the Artis Oval 7 brush. And we will see if there is a preference one way or the other. All right, let's take a look at the consistency. Gorgeous packaging, of course. Nice frosted glass bottle. I expect that at this price point. All right, let's see here. There we go. Let's go in with the sponge side, shall we? Now, I just did my serum and moisturizer just now because somehow I forgot to do it with my skincare before I left the bathroom this morning. And so I'm putting this on freshly applied skincare. Hopefully that will not cause us any problems. But we will find out now, won't we? Blending out easily with Ghosty, I would say pretty light coverage. We are getting a good amount sinking into my damp sponge. Not surprising. But there is some redness correction going on, I can tell on my chin. You know I like to get myself up to a medium coverage, so let's try the brush side, but that blended out quite easily. Let's try the brush side. The shade looks good for me. I am pleased. This does seem to have a true neutral undertone, which I always appreciate, because when the neutrals go warm, it's not neutral. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, definitely more coverage with the brush. That is to be expected, and I'm glad to see it. Blending out easily. This is a really smooth application. Like the blending out, there's no drag to it. It feels really nice. Which, there were a whole lot of copolymers in that ingredient list, which is usually, you know, people might be like, oh, I don't like silicone, I don't blah, blah, blah. I love silicone in a foundation. The Glide is just, chef's kiss. So you're not going to see me saying I don't want silicones in my foundations because, yeah, there are natural silicone alternatives that give that same kind of slip, but obviously they're not as standard or as widely used as like dimethicone, for example. Yeah, definitely more coverage with the brush. Smooth on both sides though, so if you're going for a more sheer look and you prefer a sponge, I think the sponge application is just fine. It's just more coverage on the brush side. So let's balance that out and finish off with the brush here. I'm going to take this under my eyes for concealer too. Why not? Let's just do it. Let's not get it in our eyes, but let's just do the thing with the concealer. You know I like to skip a step whenever I can when it comes to concealer. Although now that I have a few that I like, I've been really enjoying the It Cosmetics concealer, and the new RMS concealer is really nice. Like, I have been wearing it lately, even though I've been out of that routine for a while, but there are some good ones coming out lately. But yeah, you know I like to consolidate and have some efficiency of motion in my application process. This looks like it builds just fine. I'm having no trouble seeing any like lines of demarcation where I applied more product. It is seamless. This is gorgeous so far. Like, this is really not just a beautiful looking foundation, but it feels and applies really nice. Feels really nice and applies really easily. Like, yeah, this is nice. This looks really nice. Let's hope that this sets down as nicely as it is appearing initially. Let me zoom you in so you can see what I'm seeing in my 10X here. A very smoothing. I'm just looking at the texture on the nose ring side of my face. Very smooth looking. Very nicely pore reducing. I mean, I can still see them a little bit, but very minimized. Good redness correction. My chin does not look red. Nothing's cakey. Nothing's clinging to any dry skin. Even on my nose it looks smooth, and that is shocking because that's very rare. Nothing is building up on my forehead. Nothing seems to be setting into lines anywhere. Like, I'm just tapping my face now because I feel like that cat hair has really, that piece of cat hair has given me the, you know how you just kind of get the heebie-jeebies and you just feel itchy everywhere? Like, I feel like I have cat hair stuck all over my body, and I don't. I'm looking in the mirror right now. There's no more cat hair. But I'm having that that sensory reaction after cat hair. Oh, now I'm dropping things. This is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. This is one of the prettiest foundations immediately on my face that I've put on in a very long time. If this wears well and holds up, we are probably in major love contender category. I don't want to speak too soon. Don't let me down, Natasha. Don't let me down. Don't let me down, Natasha. I'm looking at my bottle over here. Don't let me down, girl. Don't let you are off to a brilliant start. Don't let me down. All right. Let's check the time. It is 10:54 a.m. Rest in peace, Daffy. I'm not over it. I'm not over it. Okay, let's not talk about this. Oh, God, that's not what I meant to do. Let me go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Back with the Natasha Denona High Glam. Not disappointed at all. Look at this finish. It is perfect cross of like a little more dewy than satin, but not over the top. And I love it. It just looks hydrating, and I did not have to set this with powder. Everything blended fine. I'm having a moment with this foundation right now. Why did I wait so long to... I don't even have words. Okay, on the rest of my face. No surprises. Balm Desert is my bronzer. Polite Society Blush Pops. This is in Miami. I did wear highlight today. The Rare Beauty. This is... I always want to call it meringue. It's Mesmerize. I don't know, but I love it. It's so pretty. My eyes are the NYX Wednesday Contour Palette. I know this is a face palette, but these shades make the perfect matte eye look. They're just, I don't know if, you know how ingredients can be rated for eye use or not. I don't know. Don't do what I do. This is not advice. I'm just saying I like wearing this for a matte eye look. It might not be safe that way, so take that for what it's worth. I love the packaging too. I love, the whole show is fantastic. Anyway, I love Wednesday, and that's on my eyes, along with my new Infallible Grip gel pencil for my tight line. My mascara today, I went with the What's Up Beauty Watch Me mascara, and MAC Paint Pot is my base, of course. What am I missing? My lip. Revlon Super Lustrous in the shade. It's the Shine version. 005. Oh, Sherlock, I need you. I can't read these things. Glossed Up Rose. These were in my recent makeup haul bought things. Oh, maybe I didn't post that yet. I think I'll post that. You'll see that coming on Monday. But, yeah, that's what we got. Monday? No, maybe you already saw it. Maybe it was Friday. Maybe today's Monday when you're watching this. That might be what's happening right now. My brain. I'm all over the place, you guys. All over the place. I do have my Geek Out of Water smoothing lip treatment on. It's like a serum treatment for your lips in a gel format. Treatment. It's not your balm, it's your treatment. Is that all the things? Oh, I wanted to mention refi in my brows. It's been drying down white on me lately, and I'm wondering if it's like, you know, end of life situation. Like it's got too much, by the time I've used it so much, it's got too much oxygen in the tube or something. I drew over it with my Lawless brow pencil so that I could draw over the white. And that's kind of a bummer if that's the case, because this is not empty and I haven't had it for all that long, maybe 2 months. So if that's happening, that's a bummer. I am going to attempt to wash my spoolies, but I actually just did, and I'm using clean ones right now. So I don't know what's going on with that, but it's happened a few days in a row now, and that's disconcerting to me. All right. It's gonna be a beautiful day today, and I'm gonna go vote. Early voting started here in Virginia. We have an election pretty much every year, I think, because between the federal and the state elections, we're voting for our governor this year. So I'm gonna go do my early voting. That started today, and I'm waiting for my iPhone to arrive. I can't leave till UPS comes. Waiting for the iPhone to arrive. Ordered the new iPhone. Of course I did, because I use my camera for filming. Not right now, but my outdoor check-ins are usually on my phone. I said camera, phone. The camera in the phone. Anyway. And then I need to go to the shop and formulate some stuff for my fall collection. And yeah, so it's going to be a busy day today. I will get back to y'all with a daylight check-in, and then I will come back tonight and give you my final thoughts. It's only about 10 after 12 right now, but I want to get the shade match check-in because I got my new iPhone, so I want to upgrade my phone. But in case something goes wrong, I want to be able to get this off this phone before I switch phones. I'm going to step into the sun, and you can see what we got going on in full daylight. Shade match is good for me. This foundation is really pretty. I mean, and that highlight, yes please. Now that I am blinded by the light, I'm blinded by the light. All right, that's where we're at. I'm gonna go run all my errands, do all the things, and I'll be back tonight and we'll see how this goes. 10:48 p.m. New phone, who dis? And it appears to be working. Yay! That is good. I need to get a case on it before I start dropping it because I drop my phones like crazy. So I always buy like the military grade drop protection. Anyway, let's take a look at how the Natasha Denona High Glam held up. I mean, at 10:49, what are we, like 11-ish hours into the day? Held up well. Looks really good. I was sneezely breezely all day today. I sneezed 568,000 times. So I gave up even trying not to mess my nose up because I had to blow my nose probably 512,000 times. So yeah, ignore my nose. But otherwise, blush, bronzer, highlight, still popping. Stayed in place. I mean, I'm missing a little bit of coverage on my chin, but that's pretty typical for me. Nothing is settling into lines. It stayed pretty well as concealer even. I do have a couple mascara dots under my eyes, which I don't even know how that is because I don't have any mascara on my lower lashes. Don't know what was going on with that. But yeah, let's zoom in. Let me show you what's going on. Like I said, ignore my nose, but I was wearing my reading glasses quite a bit today, and you can barely tell that happened, so that is good. It stayed put. It hasn't moved around. It's not settling into lines. It's not caking up. It's not clinging strangely anywhere. And my forehead actually looks quite nice. Like, it's really pretty. It stayed put. I like the finish. I love the finish, actually. It feels really nice. I have no sense of dryness. I'm actually filming this even though I'm not quite going to bed yet because I was so afraid to go to bed and forget to film this because I'm not thinking about my makeup because it just feels nice. Everything feels nice. So that's good. So I think for maturing skin, we don't have anything going on with settling in the lines. Nothing like that's happening. For dry skin, I don't feel dry at all. I actually feel quite well hydrated. If I had to give a grade, I'm so excited to the Natasha Denona High Glam Foundation. I love it. It's definitely an A. It's like probably, I mean, is it knocking out? So my top two foundations, the only two that have gotten 100% out of me in a grade, are the NARS Light Reflecting and the Guerlain Terracotta, both of which are still my absolute favorites. And This one's giving them a run for their money, but it's just like one notch less smoothing, but it's very smoothing. I'm going to call it like a 99% right now. We'll see. Sometimes I wear them for a while and I'm like, oh, you are good. I love this one. It's really, really nice. It feels wonderful. It looks beautiful. Great experience applying it. Like, yes, so good. I'm very happy about this. This is good. It was a good day. It's a good day. There you have it. Another episode of Foundation Fest is in the books. If you like foundation reviews, if you had fun with this one, give me a thumbs up down below. Let me know in the comments. What would you like to see next? I keep a running list. I buy stuff whenever I can. Hit me up over on Patreon if you want some behind the scenes stuff. And as always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. That was a long sentence. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest. And today I'm checking out from Dior the reformulated Forever Skin Glow Foundation. Retails for $60 for 1 fluid ounce or 30 milliliters of product. Comes in 42 different shades. I have it in shade 1.5 neutral. One of the things noted in the reformulation is that they've updated the pigments that they're using, and so shade differences may come. We will check it swatched in a bit. This is described as a hydrating glow foundation that's long wearing and infused with a triple action skincare formula for perfect skin with or without makeup. Medium coverage, radiant finish, yada yada, 24-hour makeup wear, 48-hour hydration. Yeah, so the changes are basically rooted in some European regulations that have changed around sunscreen ingredients and different ingredients that are now being banned or regulated out of products. And so brands are having to reformulate to eliminate these ingredients that are no longer going to be allowed. Now, just some cosmetic things that have changed. So you might look at this and think that it's a smaller bottle, but if you look at the old bottle, there's a ton of extra glass at the bottom. These are actually the same quantity of product, just a little bit less wasteful in the size of the packaging. So I think that is an upgrade. You can also tell the labeling is different. So they've got Dior Forever Skin Glow on here, whereas the new one just has the big old raised Dior going on. So I like the changes in the packaging. The ingredients have changed a bit too. There was a botanical complex of a bunch of different natural extracts in the original. They have eliminated that in the reformulation and instead replaced it with a skincare sort of complex. It's got niacinamide, which may or may not be something you want if you're sensitive to niacinamide or you're already putting a lot of niacinamide into your skincare routine. You might not want it in your makeup, but they also have peptides in here. It's the Botox peptide. So when we talk about the different kinds of peptides, if you caught that video previously, this is the kind of peptide that helps to reduce the strength of the muscle contractions around things like your smile line so that you reduce the force at which those areas are constricting and therefore hopefully reducing the impact that creates the wrinkles on your face. So that is in here. I'm missing something. There's one other, hyaluronic acid, I think it was. So they've replaced that botanical suite of ingredients with skincare, and I don't know. I wish my makeup was just my makeup and my skincare was just my skincare, because this is all getting out of hand with how much skincare they're putting in these things. But if you are not doing as much with skincare, maybe it's a good thing. I don't know. We'll leave it at that. Let's take a look at shade 1.5N swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from Dior, the Dior Forever Skin Glow Reformulated Foundation in shade 1.5N. Second, I've got from Estee Lauder, the original Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. Fourth is the Wet n Wild Tinted Hydrator in Fair. And last, to compare the Dior, this is the original formula of the Natural Nude, also in shade 1.5N. So I would say the old 1.5N versus the new 1.5N. The new is just a smidge, maybe a quarter shade darker than the old 1.5. They do seem to be about the same undertone. I might say that the new reformulation is slightly more neutral, which would be a good thing. The original 1.5N, I think, is a little yellow leaning, a little more warm, but yeah, so that's how they compare. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 51-year-old face. I will go in on one half of my face with a damp sponge. The other half, I will use my Alter Ego number 106 brush. We'll see if sponge or brush has a preference. Now, I know you've already seen the swatches, but I haven't filmed them yet. So, where's my little palette here? It is hiding under my desk, behind my little fan. All right, let's check this out. Let's see what we got here. Looks pretty thin. Let's see. Oh, well, not as thin. It just came out seeming thin, but I actually really like the amount that comes out on that because you're not going to pump out too much product accidentally. Okay, I like that. Let's start with, well, first let's get this piece of hair off my face. Then let's start with the sponge side. Scented, as tends to be the case with the high-end brands. I wish it were not. I mean, it smells good, but I don't want more fragrance on my face. Why do we not want fragrance? Fragrance can be sensitizing, and once you're sensitized to it, you have to basically avoid it. And pretty much everything has fragrance in it. Therefore, I don't want to have to avoid it, so I don't want to get sensitized to it, so I wish it wasn't there to begin with. There's our first pass. First pass with the sponge. I would call it sheer, but a little tiny bit of redness correction with the sponge. I'm expecting slightly more coverage with the brush. Let's try the brush side. It blended out beautifully. It feels very much like a skincare foundation in the sense that it has a nice feeling of slip to it. It feels hydrating, which I would expect from something they're positioning as a glowy foundation. Now, one thing from what little, I don't read other reviews before I do my own intentionally. I don't want to be skewed. But, you know, it's hard to miss all of the chatter, so I have heard people say that it's a reformulation and it's not the same as the original. So we are probably looking at ideally evaluating this on its own merit and possibly not in comparison to the original. Like from the degree to which the ingredients change significantly, I'm going to say doing a half and half face to compare to the original isn't even going to be worth it because this is a different formula. It's not like they just tweaked one thing, removed one thing. Like, it's a different formula. Yeah, we got more coverage with the brush. Let's turn off the sound on my phone so you don't hear every time a deer walks across my driveway. Yeah, we got more coverage with the brush. I'd say it's a solid light to a low medium applied with the brush, which is a very nice straight out the gate level of coverage. I still have some product left. let's keep with the brush. I'd say you can apply it either way. It looks just fine with the sponge, but less coverage. So if you're going for coverage, which you know I usually am, let's try and build up on my sunspots. It did a pretty good job of covering my blue blood vessel. Let's just give it a little dab there. Let's even out the coverage on the forehead and on my chin where I get my most redness popping through. So that is all of what I originally pumped out. Let's see how it builds. Oh yeah, yeah. Barely seeing those sunspots now. Yeah, this builds up nice. Nicely, nicely. I'm all right with this. The fragrance is pretty strong though. I can almost taste it. Not my favorite thing. It smells good, but I don't want it to be smelling at all. Oh, but I do like how this looks. So let me fix my mirror here. I am going to be wearing concealer today. I'm going to test out the Patrick Ta concealer. So look for that. I don't know if it's going to go up before or after this, but oh, this is a nice finish. Let's zoom in so you can see what I'm seeing here. I would say you can get this up to medium coverage, no problem. It is nicely smoothing on both pores and texture. I'm feeling a nice bit of blur going on here. It's not settling into lines or pores. It even looks pretty smooth on my nose. It's not emphasizing lines on my forehead. Even though it is a sort of glowy finish, it's a little more glowy than the original. I would say the original is more like a satin finish with a bit of glow, but this is more like a glowy finish with a bit of satin, if that makes any sense. It's just a little more glowy, but it's not doing anything odd to accentuate anything. It is setting down, which I appreciate in a glowy foundation. I generally do not set my foundations with powder unless I'm trying to rescue a disaster. So it is not looking like it's going to require powder, which is what I like. I do not want to have to powder it. I think this looks quite nice right out of the gate. Now I do love the original, and I do love a glowy foundation. So this is in my wheelhouse. But yeah, there's where we're starting off. Let's check the time. The time is, what is the time? It is 2:29. Let me go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Back with the Dior Forever Skin Glow. As expected, I did not have to set it with powder. Everything blended just fine. I even did use a liquid highlight. Jones Road has these illuminating drops for face and body. This is the rose gold version, and they are illuminating. I just did one drop and then blended it out with a brush. It does not seem to have moved the foundation underneath, which is good. So the foundation stayed put well enough with liquid product on top. My blush is also cream blush. I'm wearing the Polite Society Polite Pops in Malibu. And so nothing seemed to move around with cream products, so that is good. Bronzer is the Skin Enhancer from CoverGirl in Toasted Butterscotch. So fingers crossed, that was a good start. My eyes are the Alter Ego Coastal Palette. Alter Ego has a huge 4th of July sale going on right now. Their website says up to 35% off, but their eyeshadow palettes are up to 50% off. This one is 40% off, so that makes it $14.40. And my 10% off code, Shelly10, does stack on top of the sale prices. So if you like Alter Ego, some of their brushes are on sale, a whole bunch of their eyeshadows are on sale, a bunch of their makeup is on sale. So check out their 4th of July sale because I love their eyeshadow palettes and their brushes, and it's a really good sale. So I will link all that down below. That's what's on my eyes. Tightline is the Urban Decay 24/7 Liquid Stick, which I've been loving. I'm using it in the shade Fluid Fig. However, it's almost gone. I was going to say I've worn it maybe a dozen times. And, oh, wrong side. Of course it's the wrong side. It's always the wrong side. That's it. I'm at my last. There's none left. I've never gone through an eye pencil this fast. There must be hardly any product in here. Like, even if you double how many times I think I've used it, let's say I've used it 24 times. 24 tight lines out of a prestige priced pencil? Oh, now you made me sad again. I was so happy I had an Urban Decay thing that I liked because it's been so long since I've been jazzed about something from them, and I'm not going to repurchase it if I can only get like a month worth of wear out of it. I don't wear it every day, but like it would be a month worth of wearing it every day. That's a bummer. Holy bummer, Batman. Like very much a bummer on that. Mascara is the What's Up Beauty Watch Me mascara. My lip is, what did I do? I did Hard Candy, the Pop Tint Stain, topped with, from Jones Road, the Lip Recharge Balm. This is the rose gold one, I think. A rosé, it's called. These are my favorite balms ever. So it's hard for me to get to an ever state. Like, so favorite plumping gloss ever is the Lawless Forget the Fillers. I don't have many things that I'm favorite ever. Eye primer, favorite ever, MAC Paint Pot. Balm, favorite ever, Jones Road Lip Recharge. These applicators, they are freezing cold and smooth as heck. And the balm is fantastic. It won't stay cold if you keep it in your pocket, but fantastic. So they've reached best ever status for me. Is that all my makeup? Oh, brows. Maybelline Super Lock Dark Brown. I think that's all the things. I'm going to go about my day. I will get you guys a daylight check-in. I got to go to the shop. I got to go to the post office. I'll get you a daylight check-in in a bit, and then I'll come back tonight, give you guys my final thoughts. Daylight check-in here. It is about 5:30, so about 3 hours in. And this is my summer shade, I would say, since I don't have any sun to me yet, but that's what I will look like shortly. Finish is very nice, just a little bit glowy. And I don't have highlight on my forehead. I do have highlight on my cheeks, but any of the other glow, let me rest my face so you can see. That is where we are at in my now destroyed backyard, since they chopped down all of the trees in between me and the landowner behind me. Can you tell I'm happy about that? All the way. It's my whole. So yeah, foundation is looking good. The yard, not so much. Back with the Dior Forever Skin Glow. I don't usually do that first. I usually tell you what time it is. It is 11:53. Can you see it? I'm in night mode. 11:53. Yes, 11:53. That puts us right around the 9.5 hour mark. Let's take a look at how the Dior Forever Soft Glow? No, Skin Glow held up. Reformulated. I think it held up pretty well. It is starting to reach what I would call end of life. It's starting to break down just a little bit, like on my chin and around my mouth, but nothing unusual is happening. It's not settling into lines. It's not moving around. It's not gunking up, caking up, nothing like that. I can just tell it's getting ready to be done, you know, like kind of starting to fade, but it's fading gracefully. It's a graceful degradation so far. Super comfortable. Nothing feels dry. Nothing feels tight. Everything feels hydrated. Super comfortable. Didn't think about my makeup all day long. Feels wonderful. Let's zoom in so you can see what I'm looking at here. Even on my nose, it stayed put pretty well. I did have to blow my nose multiple times, so ignore the missing product on my nostrils. But it's not caking up between my eyebrows. It's not settling into any of my lines. It's just like my chin is starting to get that almost ready to break down look, and like around my smile lines and the lines like my Meredith Grey wrinkle, like it's sort of just starting to get where it separates a little bit around that area, but like brush blush, bronzer, highlight are still very well intact. It did not settle into forehead lines or anything there. It didn't settle into lines anywhere. It looks quite nice still. Now, compared to the original, I think this one is a little bit more of a glowy, dewy finish than the previous formula. So I don't think you can, like, apples to apples compare what they look like. But I think I would prefer this formula over the botanicals. Skincare ingredients rather than botanicals. I mean, I do wish it wasn't heavy on the niacinamide, but I'm still okay with it because I'm not I know how much niacinamide I'm using in my routine. The thing is, most people don't pay attention to it to the levels that I do. So, you know, it's pretty easy to overdo it. And when all of the trending products are putting niacinamide in everything, like, it's very easy to overdo it. And if you're sensitive to it, you can end up developing sensitivities you didn't have before, and that's a bummer. But I know what I'm putting on my face, so I can arrange things. Maybe I skip a serum when I'm gonna wear this instead. Whatever. I kind of wish we didn't have to do that, but everyone's putting skincare in their makeup now, so here we go. We're on that ride. We're on. That's the roller coaster we're on right now. So it is what it is. But if I had to give a grade to the reformulated version of the Dior Forever Skin Glow, it gets an A. I like it. I like it a lot. It's comfortable. It's beautiful finish. It wears well. I got a full day out of it without thinking twice. Didn't have to worry about it. Super hydrating. I think it'll be even nicer in the winter when it comes to that hydration level. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm gonna wear it, but I have really good luck with Dior foundations anyway. I'm not even sure if I have any Dior that got below an A-. Like, I'll have to look that up, but there you have it. We're going solid A for the Dior. I think it's pretty. It's pretty and comfortable. That's what I like. That's what I like. There you have it. Another episode of Foundation Fest is in the books. If you like foundation reviews, if you had fun with this one, give me a thumbs up down below. Let me know in the comments, what do you want to see next? I keep a running list. I buy stuff whenever I can. And the more requests I get for something, the more likely I am to buy it and review it next. So let me know what you want to see. As always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest, and today I'm checking out one that gets a lot of good reviews. I've got a sample pack. It is the Born This Way Soft Matte Foundation from Too Faced. I haven't bought Too Faced in a minute, and the other two Born This Way foundations don't work very well for me. The original was a C-, and the Healthy Glow, shockingly, was even worse at a D-. But this one claims right here on the words are saying the things, provides 12 hours of moisture. It's an oil control foundation, which usually doesn't work very well for me, but it's supposed to be very blurring. It's getting 4.4 out of 5 stars with over 5,000 reviews. And so when I saw the opportunity to grab a sample, might as well try it for the dry-skinned amongst us, right? It's a new and improved formula in a lightweight tube, weightless 24-hour wear, medium to full buildable coverage, immediate and all-day oil control, terrifying for people like me. Color True formula, non-drying, provides 12 hours of moisture, non-creasing, decreases the appearance of pores, Balanced, blurred, soft matte finish, smooth appearance, waterproof, sweat, humidity-proof, non-comedogenic, cruelty-free, vegan, gluten-free, no mineral oil, no parabens. All right, this one comes in 30 different shades. It is 1 fluid ounce of product for $46. I'm going to try shade Vanilla, I believe, which is this one right here. But I think I could make this one work, the light beige as well. But I think we're gonna go Vanilla. So let's take a look at Vanilla swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from Too Faced, the Born This Way Soft Matte Foundation in shade Vanilla. Second, I've got from Estee Lauder, the Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last, I've got from Wet n Wild, the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 51-year-old face. I have primed with the Merit Great Skin Priming Moisturizer. Figured a little more moisture under there would not be a bad idea when I'm about to put on matte foundation. I love my hoodie sleeves, but we're gonna get them out of the way while we do this. Now, the whole reason I even have this sample is because I had to place an initial Sephora sale order before I was actually eligible for the discount because I needed to claim my birthday gift. And so I ordered this eyeshadow palette, the Amazing palette, the Sephora brand Amazing palette. It looked pretty amazing. It feels like a brick. Like, I am going to enjoy digging into this one. But then I picked that sample. So that is why I have that while I wait for my actual Sephora sale order to arrive. I'm going to go in on one side of my face with a damp sponge. Other side I will use, not a spoon, my Artis Oval 7 brush. We'll see if it goes on better one way or the other. All right, don't spill it, don't spill it. We only got a little bit to work with. All right, let's go on. Let's start with the sponge side. See if we got enough here. I was looking at light beige and it actually might be a little too dark for me, but there's a bunch of shades in between. This is obviously just the sample pack because I almost changed my mind and went with light beige instead of vanilla. But then I looked on the photos online and of the models and they're way deeper tone than me for the light beige. So pretty light coverage with the sponge. Some did soak in there. Let's try the brush side. You know I tend to prefer the brush, but that's in part because I tend to prefer a solid medium coverage, you know? I like to cover up my freckles, cover up the sunspots. You know, you know. Just loaded up my eyebrow with foundation. That was a good move. Good job, Shell. Good job, Shell. Uh-huh, uh-huh. This blends out easily. It's definitely matte. I can tell immediately just in the overall finish. I thought this was a good day to try a matte foundation because I have very little peeling going on. Although, true to form, matte foundations always find any peels I have. I didn't think I had any right now. Apparently I'm peeling around my chin here a little bit. So yeah, now we're not going to try to build this up to full coverage because it being matte, my skin being dry, that's usually a recipe for disaster. But I am going to try to even out the coverage a little bit. You know, it is slightly more full on the brush side versus the sponge side. So let's just try to even this out a little bit. Oh, I got foundation in my hair. That's good. This is a decent sample size. Like, they've got a good amount of product in here. I actually feel like I could close this up and use it for a couple days if I wanted to get like a really good picture of how it works for me. I will say though, after almost 10 years of doing this here on the YouTubes, it is incredibly rare that I change my opinion from my initial opinion. It's really only happened once, and maybe twice, but never to a degree that changes anything. You know, it really doesn't change my likelihood of wearing whatever it is. It's just my first reactions are usually spot on. I have a little bit of fuzz in my eye here. Okay, here we go. Looking in the 10X. Oh man, it is finding every place it can cling, which is so annoying. It's okay though. It's okay though. Yeah, so it's clinging to any of the dry skin on my upper lip, on my chin, between my eyebrows here, on my forehead a little bit. So up close, it's definitely not super dry skin friendly. It's kind of settling into my crow's feet here, which is not normally a problem for me, at least not till the end of the day. Interesting. I have some texture here that it seems to want to cling to. Yeah, this might be the one, nice and smooth for people that already have nice and smooth skin. You know what I'm saying? Because it's clinging. I just have a little texture on my temples that doesn't usually cause me problems. You probably don't hear me talk about it often because it doesn't cause me problems. But now I just wiped all the product off of there. All right, let's go in super lightly and see if we can get the coverage without the cling. That seems like it should be on a t-shirt, but yeah. Let's see if we can fix this here. All right. Well, we're going to have to go to work like this, so that's just how it's going to be. It's not bad. In the 10X, it's not bad until you get really up close and like start analyzing it. But since I am analyzing it, probably not something I'm going to choose to wear if I have any peeling going on. Let's zoom in and get a look at this. It's actually pretty smooth on my nose. It is clinging a little bit on the side of my nose, and just a couple of pores look like they might end up getting a little bit of product settling into them, but it's very, 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 very minor, and in fact, pretty smooth looking considering how my nose usually looks. It is blurring on my pores, I will give it that, but it is kind of accentuating the texture of my skin, mainly because of the matte consistency of it. It is clinging to edges of any flaking skin that I've got. Even flaking skin I didn't realize I had, so that's a bummer. But overall, because of its performance on the areas that are not flaking, I'm going to say it probably is true to its blurring capability if we're talking about pores. They did specifically say pores, but I feel like it accentuates texture a little bit, but it does blur pores nicely. So kind of a mixed bag. I do feel like it's a nice, true, soft matte finish, but it hasn't like sucked the life out of my skin. It's a blurred, soft matte, which I do like when it comes to a matte finish. So this may, again, be just another example of a matte foundation that's not made for dry skin. It may have some hydration built into it, but we'll see. It is super lightweight, like really, really, really lightweight for, because I'd say we're at medium coverage. Very lightweight. It feels really nice. It's not, I don't think it's going to look great by the end of the day. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll warm up to my whole body chemistry and everything will be wonderful. We're going to have to see. Where's my phone? What time is it? The time, 10:29 a.m. Let me go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Back with the Born This Way soft matte. I will say one thing I really love about these sort of soft matte, almost powdery finishes is how nicely powders blend over them. That always is super satisfying to apply the old bronzer. Yeah, this one's looking, it looks really nice at a distance, I have to be honest. It's only up close. Oh, a little eyelash on the face. It's only up close that I can see where it's clinging to dry skin. And I think at a conversational distance, nobody's really gonna notice that. So we're off to an okay start. This eyeshadow palette, oh my goodness. I had no idea how cool it was. It's like textured and heavy. Look at that light reflection. It looks like a cartoon out of the 80s. I'm in love. When you open this thing, and it's hefty. Not really a travel palette by the weight of it, but by the configuration of it, definitely good for travel. Look how big the mirror is. Whoopsie. Mirror is huge. It's got warms, it's got cools, it's got the golds, the silvers, the pinks, the purples, the pops of color. Incredibly well curated selection of colors here. I like the sizing of like the larger transition crease mats that you're going to use more of are the bigger pans. The mattes are blending beautifully. The shimmers, they leave a little to be desired. You have to build them up, but that does make it very beginner friendly, I feel. So, and that's probably more of the target audience they're going for. Still beautiful. I think this turned out lovely. I went with what would be like a typical favorite kind of an eye look. Try out my favorite colors first, and I'm pleased. And the packaging, this is, I mean, I'm so in love with the packaging. Anyway, this is not about the eyeshadow palette. On the rest of my face, we have no alarms and no surprises. Balm Desert bronzer. We have the Merit Flush Balm in Le Bon Bon, I think is the name of this shade, topped with, it's been my favorite thing lately, the Seraphine Botanicals First Light. I think it's a highlight technically. I wear it like as a blush topper slash highlight because look at how gorgeous that is. And I've been digging that with like all my blushes lately. I've been doing a cream blush under and then putting the Seraphine on top, and chef's kiss. The eyeshadow, obviously, also using the L'Oreal. This is the 36-hour Infallible Gel Pencil. Maybelline Superlock. Switch to the dark brown, and I'm loving it. I like the clear one too. That's probably my other favorite if I'm not using the Refi, because the Refi, I don't know, however you say it. It's been turning white on me and I'm not pleased with that. My lip is L'Oreal. The Sherlock has gone on sabbatical, taking a leave of absence. I don't know where Sherlock went. Can't find Sherlock. He's got to be here somewhere. I can't find him. So you're going to have to forgive the fact that I can't read the words. It's shade 490 of the L'Oreal Plump Ambition Hyaluronic Lip Oil. 490. I think that first word is berry. Can't read it. Cannot read it. Can't read it. But these have a little bit of a slightly aggressive tingle to them, but they feel really nice and they're super hydrating, and then the tingle does go away quickly. So I'm okay with it. It's borderline though. It's borderline for my everyday. Also, I have the Maxine's Revenge French Face Concealer in light beige. I think that's everything on my face. I'm looking at my little monitor. Is that everything on my face? Yes, everything that's on my face. I'm going to go to work. First, I'm going to go to the shop, pack some orders. Then I'm going to go to work. Then I'll get you a daylight check-in. And then I will come back tonight and give you guys my final thoughts. Hey guys, it is 1:11 p.m. I want to get this daylight check-in before I just might not make it out of here before the sun goes down. So here's where we're at. I know it hasn't been very long, but I am out in the sun. Again, I think at a conversational distance it looks nice and smooth. I don't know if you can tell what's going on close up, but that's where we're at. At 1:11 p.m., I will see you guys tonight after I get off work. 11:49. Can you read that? Color me surprised, because just now I almost washed my face and went to bed without filming this, meaning wasn't thinking about how my makeup felt at all. Does not feel dry. Doesn't even really look dry. That is shocking me right now. Let's talk about it. So, yeah, everything feels fine. I did have to blow my nose, so ignore missing product on my nostrils. It's about done in the sense that it's starting to like, gunk up is too strong of a phrase. but especially in the areas where I have dry skin or peeling skin, well, motion areas, around my mouth, around my chin, it's kind of bunching up a little bit, starting to gather, move around. It's not really settling into lines at all. No, not really, but it is separating a little bit where I have the flaking skin around my mouth, in between my eyebrows. Let's zoom in so you can see what I'm looking at. It settled into a little bit of my nose pores, just pretty much the couple that it was settling in to begin with, so not really bad at all, but just a little bit. It has worn away kind of around motion areas, so my smile lines, my upper lip, my chin area, it's moving around a bit more on my chin. Coverage is missing there, but blush, bronzer are still completely intact. It is still clinging to dry skin in the areas where I have dry skin, but generally speaking, I think it held up really well. I think it is comfortable. It's not really settling into lines. This is much better than I anticipated. My little experiment with my eyeliner pencil transferred onto my eyes, so that didn't go very well. I was trying to line the upper lash line without lining it. I don't know. I didn't feel like getting out my liquid liner. Anyway, tangents. Yeah, surprising me. I can't show you the product because no, it's got to be here somewhere. I threw the little part of the card away. Here's the big part. If I had to give a grade to the Born This Way Soft Matte Foundation, how shocked am I that the matte one is pretty much the best one on me of the Born This Way varieties. I'm going to go B+. Not going to be able to wear it if I have flaking skin because it's just a little too clingy for me. It makes that skin just a little bit too obvious. But if I'm not flaking, this is a contender for a matte finish. If I'm looking for a matte finish, it's nice and smooth. It did some nice blurring. I'm gonna give it the B+. If I'm not flaking, it would make it up into that A- range. It would. Yeah, looking at the monitor, conversational distance, we're still okay. Yeah. All right. I like a good foundation surprise every once in a while. This is the good kind of surprise, not the bad kind of surprise. I like it. I like it, Picasso. There you have it. Another episode of Foundation Fest is in the books. If you like foundation reviews, if you had fun with this one, give me a thumbs up down below. Let me know in the comments, what would you like to see? I keep a running list. I buy stuff all the time. I'm very surprised there were not more foundations in the Sephora sale that I wanted to buy because are we in a makeup drought or what? Where are they? Do we have to wait till spring? Really? We really have to wait till spring? All right, well, I'll wait till spring then. Let me know in the comments what you would like me to pick up. And as always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest, and I'm so excited because Jones Road finally has a foundation! It's a foundation stick, specifically designed for people that think foundation sticks are dry and cakey and nasty. I'm so excited! They sent me this in PR. Thank you so much, Jones Road. Bobby Brown, I love you so much! I love you so much! Anyway, they sent me shade Light. This comes in 30 different shades, which are undertone specific. I think if I was buying it, I would probably buy myself Neutral Fair, and I probably will, assuming that this goes well. but light is 2 shades darker and a little bit warmer undertone, it looks like, than neutral fair. This has ceramides and squalane and shea butter and sodium hyaluronate, which is a salt version of hyaluronic acid. That sounds exactly like something I would formulate myself. So I am super stoked. Let's take a look. I've also got shade Sand. So let's take a look at Sand and Light, swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from Jones Road, the Your Skin Foundation Stick in shade Light. Second is also the Jones Road in shade Sand. Third up is Estee Lauder Double Wear Stay in Place in 1C1 Cool Bone. Fourth is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last I've got from Wet n Wild the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 51-year-old face. I have not primed, although I used the Indu sunscreen from the UK, which has a really nice blurring sort of look on the skin to it. So my sunscreen is kind of acting as my primer today. I'm just going to apply with a brush. They sent me their foundation brush as well. Nice, super soft, good density for foundation stick. Usually sticks I apply with either a brush or fingertips, so if we have to get into fingertip territory, we'll see. Sometimes harder sticks require that. I'm loving this new packaging. So this is the same packaging that they used for their blushing sticks, and it's got that magnetic cap to it. One of my favorite things, both for aesthetics and for travel and just not losing your caps when they're in your makeup bag. All right, here's what we look like fresh out of the tube. This might be a smidge dark. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. It's probably my summer shade. We'll do half the face first. We'll start with half. Very smooth glide. Did not have to like press or anything. Well, let's see how this goes. So they say the goal was coverage that feels like nothing. And I do have some redness that can use correction. Yeah, it feels like nothing. Should we try it as concealer as well? Let's just go there. Let's just go there. It's really emollient. I can totally tell that this is a nice shea butter formula. I'm just gonna touch up my spots that are more red or more sunspotty. And we'll just do a side by side so you can see what it's like with nada and what it's like. So there's a little bit of luminosity to it. Just enough coverage. It's just sort of evening out my sunspots. They're not completely invisible, but I think that's what's gonna lend some like skin credibility to it. You know, it still looks like your skin. It's not completely covering. It's just evening everything out. Yeah, there's definitely just enough luminosity to it compared to nothing to give it just a little bit of life. All right, I see you. I see you. It works pretty doggone well as a concealer there. The luminosity of on the concealer is what usually makes me think, I don't know if I want to use it as concealer. But in this case, it's not reflecting anything strangely because it's not super strong reflect, just a little. This brush is super soft, which is why I can be like, press it into my skin a bit because it's really soft. All right, what are we thinking? Let's get the blue blood vessel. I'm just gonna try one more little dab on my sunspot, a little bit around my nose, a little redness. Let's even this out. Yeah, this is super easy. Super easy to blend out. Super easy. I probably need a little more on my upper lip because I think I just skipped it. Let's just make sure the color is good. I just have to be a little more careful with the color because it's a little darker than my normal. It's a little darker and a little warmer toned. Just a smidge than my skin right now. But when I have a tiny bit of sun, which will happen, it always does, I think it'll be just fine for summertime. Did I just hit the top of it? I did. Urgh. It's because I'm clumsy. Did I just do it again? Yes, I did. Because your girl is a klutz. Your girl's a klutz. Oh yeah, this is just like your skin, but better. It's just enough. Ironically, the name of their skin tint. Let's zoom in. You gotta see this. Just a little, it just makes me look like I have like good moisturizer on, you know what I'm saying? Like my skin just looks plump and healthy and glowy and soft. Those are the words that come to mind looking at this. It is definitely my skin, but better. I think I will use a tiny bit of concealer, but it is not settling in it. I can't even really see the product at all. Like, that's the interesting thing. It just kind of revitalized or woke up the look of my skin. It looks really, really nice. And for this to be not quite the right shade, and I still don't feel like I can see the product, that is pretty doggone impressive. That is pretty doggone impressive. Okay. It literally feels like nothing. Can you hear that crow? There's a crow yelling at me because I didn't put enough food out for the birds. Sorry, bud. I'm all out. I gotta wait for more. You guys, this looks nice. Let me go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Oh, I forgot to show you what time it is. What time is it? It is 2:09. Be right back. Oh yeah, this is nice. Like it. Wearing a bunch of Jones Road. Not entirely Jones Road, but a bunch of it. I do have my CoverGirl Skin Enhancer Bronzer. I did a little dusting of the CoverGirl True Blend in. So this is Please Please Pink. This is Toasted Butterscotch. And then I put a little bit of the Jones Road Blushing Stick on the apples of my cheeks in the Bare shade. My eyes are also Jones Road Sand and Smoky Brown as the eye pencils. Liner, what is this? The L'Oreal Infallible, not liner, tight line. Mascara is Milani Fan Club. No lash primer this time. And my lip is the Jones Road Lip Recharge Balms in Champagne. I love the metal tip on this. It's so cold and amazing. Brows are Essence, which I lost it. Here it is. What is it called? Brow Lift and Freeze Glue. Love this stuff. So yeah, that's my look. I'm rushing out the door because I wasn't planning to film today, but I had to when the box arrived. Heading to the retail shop. It's the weekends, and yeah, I will go about my day. I'll get you guys a daylight check-in in a bit, and then I'll come back tonight, give you guys my final thoughts. Dagnabbit, I forgot to do my daylight check-in, and as you see, there is no daylight. It is 8:30 at night. Dagnabbit! Well, I guess I could just go in the garage. Well, there's my floodlight. It is pretty dewy at this point. It is a little too dark, but not terribly. I did have a customer compliment my skin in the store today, so maybe that's a sign. All right, well, that's where we're at 8:30. I did blow my nose a bunch of times, including about 2 minutes ago, so that's why my nose is red. All right, I'll be back in a bit. 12:09 a.m. That puts us somewhere around the 10-hour mark. Let's take a look at how the Jones Road Your Skin foundation stick held up. First off, it feels amazing. It feels like nothing. My skin does not feel any bit dry, which that's wonderful. I have very dry, dehydrated skin, so anything that feels good at the end of the night is a plus. I would say it held up well. It's fading at this point, but it is degrading gracefully. It's kind of the sort of foundation that evaporates into thin air sort of thing. Like, I feel like blush bronzer are lighter than they were. I think they've just faded a bit. Same with the coverage. It has faded a bit. I did have to blow my nose, as I said in the daylight check-in, or the nightlight check-in. So ignore any missing product on my nostrils. But nothing moved around, nothing settled into lines. Even in my chin line, there's nothing going on with any kind of product movement settling, not settling into pores. It's looking all right. It's all right. Let's zoom in. Let's zoom in so you can see what I'm looking at here. Like I said, ignore the missing product on my nose, but as you can tell, like it is just sort of faded a bit, I think, is the best way to describe it. But I still can tell there's some luminosity sticking around. The coverage on my chin faded a bit. I can see some of the redness coming through on my chin, and I can see some of my dark under eye circles coming through. But like I said, it's just kind of in the way that it's just sort of dissipating, evaporating, it degrading gracefully. If a foundation's gonna degrade, I want it to be graceful. I don't want a patchy mess. I don't want it to move around, slip around, gunk up into pores, gunk up into lines. I don't want any of that. This is not doing any of that. So it's degrading, what I would say, gracefully. It's comfortable. It's super lightweight. It has a bit of coverage, but still looks like your skin. I think it's exactly what Jones Road was going for. If I had to give a grade to the Your Skin foundation stick, I gotta give it an A. I love it. Now, I'm calling this their first foundation. I know the WTF, the What the Foundation, exists. To me, that's a skin tint. I know they have the word foundation in the title, but I need some coverage. Like, that's a foundation to me. Anything less, it's a tint. I know this is tinted moisturizer. Like, WTF isn't quite foundation to me. It's more of a skincare / tint hybrid for when I'm feeling really dry and I need moisture. This is a proper foundation stick. I would call this a proper foundation. And I love it. We're giving it an A. It's getting an A. I'm so excited. What do you think? Have you tried it? Do you abhor foundation sticks? I used to. Now there's a lot of good ones out there. They're not just for oily skin anymore. Dry skin can have a foundation stick too. This one's great. To the contrary, I think this might be a little too dewy for oily skin. So if you are in an oily skin situation, it might be a little too much. I don't know though, because I've never had that problem. So I don't even know what that would feel like. Anyway, have you tried the new foundation stick from Jones Road? Let me know in the comments down below. As always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye. Hello world, Shelly here, and it's time for another episode of Foundation Fest. And today I am checking out from NARS what is the name? How do I already forget? Thanks, menopause. The Natural Matte Longwear Foundation retails for $55 for 1 fluid ounce or 30 milliliters of a product. Comes in 46 different shades. I have shade Vienna, which is L4.5, described as light with cool undertones. They say that this is a pore perfecting 24-hour foundation with a natural matte finish and medium to full coverage. Does not look like it has added fragrance in it. It does have some skincare in it, and it does look like it's at least more than pixie dusting amounts. We've got niacinamide and peptides for their pore reducing claims. Both appear to be over 1%. They are before the phenoxyethanol preservative in the list. The peptides are actually pretty high up there, so I would not be surprised. They're right around glycerin, so you know, a glycerin load of like more than 5% starts to get sticky, so the peptides might be in a 3 to 5% range if I had to guess, which is a decent amount of peptides in here. Niacinamide, of course, if it's at 1%, I'm going to guess it's around 1%. There's also squalane in here above 1%, so that is something I like to see. For a matte foundation, it actually does look like it has some hydrating potential, or the ability to not dry the skin out, even though it does claim to have some oil absorption, mineral microspheres, something or other in here. It's currently getting 4.7 out of 5 stars with 542 reviews on Ulta's website. Let's take a look at shade Vienna, swatched against a few others in my collection. Swatch time. First up is today's foundation from NARS, the Natural Matte Longwear Foundation in shade Vienna. Second, I've got from Estee Lauder, the Double Wear Stay in Place Original in 1C1 Cool Bone. Third up is MAC Studio Sculpt in NW15. And last, I've got from Wet n Wild, the Tinted Hydrator in Fair. I've already cleansed, moisturized, and sunscreened this 51-year-old face. I have primed with my Geek Out of Water Blue Tansy Primer. For those of you asking, yes, this larger size is about to be restocked. This is from the batch I just made. My packaging, I was not able to get these jars in this size for quite some time, so the smaller size is up on the website, but the big one's about to be restocked, and spoiler alert, it's about to launch on Amazon in the next few weeks, so you will be able to get it if you're a subscribe and save kind of person. Yeah, so keep an eye out. They'll be up on the website sooner than they'll be up on Amazon, but the big size is coming back. I finally got more jars. Hopefully they stay in stock now. I will go in on one side of my face with a damp sponge. Other side I've got my Alter Ego 106. We will see there is a preference in application one way or the other. Let's get a consistency check here. Let's start with 2 pumps. I might need more because I like when a bottle has very small amounts pumping out, so you can customize how much you get out, even though you have to pump it multiple times. You can't just count like, oh, it took 3 pumps, you're going to go through that fast. If the cc's, the amount of product that comes out with each pump, determines how fast you're going to go through it. This is 2 pumps, and that's not a ton of product. I'm probably going to have to pump 1 more time, but that's the thing with pumps. I like when they're smaller like this, because a pump that puts out a ton of product, more than you need, you're going to end up wasting product because you pump out more than you need. Anyway, I digress. Squirrel. Let's do the sponge side. Now, I picked this shade because I have this shade in other NARS foundations, and it's pretty much my summer shade, pretty much everything except the dead of winter. So like spring, summer, fall for me. So I picked it hoping that it was going to be similar to the other products that they have in this same shade. And it looks like it is. Now they claim it to be a cool undertone. I feel like it's a closer to neutral version of cool. I don't see a whole lot of pink in their cool undertones, but I'm technically neutral. In the winter, I'm a smidge on the cool side, and I prefer to look smidge on the cool side, so that's why I tend to pick cool. Now, I would say this is light coverage with 1 pass with the sponge. It is doing a little bit of redness correction with the sponge. Let's do the brush side. I am going to need more product, I think, because that 2 little pumps does not seem to be enough. 1 more pump. Let's see where we're at, because you know I'm going to build this up a little bit too, because if you've been here for a minute, you know I like a solid medium coverage. That's usually my goal. Oh yeah, much higher coverage with a brush application, which is normal. I do like when a foundation allows you to apply it either way. I like the flexibility, because sometimes you do get a slightly different look in the finish, and you usually get a slightly different coverage depending whether you're using a sponge or a brush, or fingertips for that matter. But fingertips typically, to me, apply similarly to a brush. Yeah, a little bit more coverage that way. I think it looks nice either way. It's going to be a decision based on how much coverage you want, I think, because I think the finish looks nice either way. Let's use what I got left and even out this coverage a little bit. We want to cover the sunspots. We need to get the blue blood vessel. My chin is always a little bit red, so let's go down there. I am going to try to use this not as concealer, but I want a good transition to my concealer. So I'm not taking it all the way up. I am going to wear some concealer today, but I want to get a good transition there. And I'm just going to get whatever's left on here on the forehead. All right. Let's blend, shall we? Oh yeah, looks pretty buildable to me because my sunspots have significantly hidden themselves. I don't like to see my sunspots. They're primarily on this side of my face from driving an hour each way to work for 10 years with no sunscreen. Wear your sunscreen, people, because this side of my face, look, no sunspots, no texture. The driving side, sunspots, and all kinds of texture. It's real. It's real, friends. And the thing with sun damage is it can take 10, 20 years for it to come to the surface because you've done damage deeper and your skin, it hasn't come to the surface yet. It can take decades, literally. This is all sun damage from many years ago. I've been wearing sunscreen religiously daily since I was 36. I'm 51 right now. This is all from before that. Brutal. But in my head, I think, I can't wait till I'm 56 because that means from that point forward, I should have no new sun damage showing up because that'll be 20 years since I started wearing sunscreen every day. Anyway, it's never too late. Start now. Future you will thank you. All right, let's take a look at what we got here. I didn't blend up into my eye like I said I was going to. Let's zoom in and you can see what I'm looking at. This is looking pretty smooth. I feel like it's doing a very nice job of blurring pores. It is not accentuating texture. For a matte foundation, it is looking quite nice, I think. The one thing matte foundations do on me is they do cling a little bit to any skin texture that I've got, so I kind of on my cheeks I can kind of see my skin's texture a little bit. They do tend to freeze my lines in place. It's going to take us a little time to figure out if that's going to happen or not. On my forehead especially is where I can usually see my 3 prominent forehead lines over the course of the day. They aren't being blurred by this foundation, which is pretty typical of a matte finish on me, so we will see if that remains true or gets any different throughout the day, but it's not settling anywhere at this point, and I think it looks smooth and the finish looks nice. It's not a dry look and it doesn't look completely flat on me, so that gives me hope for the appearance of my complexion throughout the day. Let's take a look at the time. 1:42. I'm gonna go put the rest of my face on. I will be right back. Back with the NARS Natural Matte Foundation, and no issues blending anything. Everything is still holding up nicely, looking good, not settling into lines, not really freezing anything in place, not looking exceptionally dry, not clinging strangely anywhere. I think we're in a good starting situation. Not sure how I ended up with a mermaid face today, but here we are. I think it's because my clothing did not give me any guidance in my color choices, and so then I just went, bah, colors. So, on the rest of my face, we have the Balm Desert Bronzer, OG favorite. Blush, I am wearing the Milani Baked Blush in Luminoso. This is a new one. Classic shade from the forever ago. But they've I don't know if they reformulated or just repackaged, but these are all over the drugstore right now. And I picked up a new one because my old one was many years old. On my eyes, Morphe dun, 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 Sky-Fi is the name of this palette. It is gorgeous. The new Morphe eyeshadows are Chef's Kiss wonderful. I have a whole bunch of them. Mascara is the Master Mascara from Makeup by Mario. This is gonna be one of my new favorites. Well, I'm just gonna say it. It's one of my new favorites. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Got it in last month's Ipsy. L'Oreal Infallible is my tight line. Brows are the Maybelline Super Lock Dark Brown. I feel like I'm forgetting things. MAC Concealer Studio Radiance. If you missed this review, go one video back. It should be this one. What am I missing? Lips. So I started with, and I might as well give you guys a little announcement here. I started with my Geek Out of Water smoothing lip treatment. And you're like, that doesn't look like the smoothing lip treatment that I know. Yeah, because two things changed. I slightly reformulated it. All the actives are the same. I just changed the gelling agent so it's a little bit closer to a balm consistency. It's not a balm. It still sinks into your lips. It's a treatment. It's meant to be before you put your lip products on, but it's a little bit more of a feeling like a balm when you apply it. The gel, it's a pain to make. I like this better. The other thing that changed is the packaging. Now I had this in tubes and then in a large doe foot gloss wand and then in jars. Let me know in the comments, should I keep all three? I don't know if I'm going to keep all three. I think I might just stick with the gloss tube. But the main complaint with the previous tube that I was using, I love a big chunky doe foot, but for this lip treatment you don't need a ton of product. So that doe foot was too big and the seal at the top wasn't great. These are different different manufacturer, different doe foot style, and it's a smaller doe foot and much more appropriate to the amount of product that you're going to want from a treatment rather than like a lipstick. So I am really enjoying this doe foot. So these will be up on the website. By the time you see this, they will be up there. But you can tell it's a little more opaque than the old gel was. It's still very, ooh, cat hair, very slightly cherry flavored, but almost an oil balm instead of an oil gel. Still sinks into your lips by the time you're ready to put your lip product on. None of that has changed. It feels the same kind of slip to it. Feels the same. The actives are the same. Anyway, so that's on first. Who's on second? That's on first. Then we have the e.l.f. This is the Main Stain lip marker, which I tried in my new drugstore makeup video last week. It's got a really interesting flat applicator, which I really like this applicator, and the stain stays put pretty well. It's not as strong or long lasting as the CoverGirl stain pens, and I would say it's even a little, no, I'm gonna put it on par with the Statue Peel Off lip stain. But I read a lot of reviews after I tried it. I try not to read reviews before I do my initial impressions. So after I had my initial impressions, I read some reviews, and a lot of people are saying this dries out really, really fast. I don't know. I've only used it 3 times now, and it's been fine all 3 times, but we will see. This shade is Mauvelous. Like mauve. Mauvelous. It's not like I'm from New York. Mauvelous. And on top of that, I've got the CoverGirl Squishy Glaze. I love these. I have so many of them. They taste really good. Not quite as good as the Polite Society balms, which are my absolute all-time best tasting favorites. These are a close second, and they're much less expensive. This is the shade Plum. That's what's going on there. I'm gonna go about my day. Looks like the sun might be coming out. I feel like I haven't seen the sun in a million years. Well, since I was in the Bahamas, maybe I'm just wishing I was in the Bahamas. But sun looks like it's coming out. I will get you guys a daylight check-in on this foundation, and then I'll come back tonight and give you guys my final thoughts. Hey guys, gonna get to a daylight check-in before I get busy and forget. Here we go. It's a 3:06, so it's only been an hour-ish. Shade match looks pretty good for this time of year. I'm gonna step out into the full sun. Probably gonna have to close my eyeballs, but oh, she bright. Oh, hopefully you can see what the foundation is doing in full sun. It's a nice matte. I like that it's not a flat matte. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a lifeless, dull matte. It is quite skin-like, really. Especially for this amount of coverage. So, yeah, that's where we're at. I like it. Looking good. I'll see you tonight. Little bonus test for this foundation. Caught in a rainstorm. We'll see how that plays out. I'm soaking wet. 12:49 a.m. I think we started somewhere around 2 o'clock. So I'm going to say we are somewhere around approaching 11 hours. Let's take a look at how the NARS Natural Matte held up. The only way you can tell that I was in a downpour is my hair and that I'm in different clothing. Because I can't tell based on the foundation. It stayed put. As soon as I got back in the Jeep from getting poured rain on, I grabbed a Kleenex and I blotted my face carefully in hopes that I didn't ruin my makeup. And I can't tell that I was in a rainstorm. My hair, yeah, we can tell. We can tell. But the makeup, can't tell at all. Also, almost went to bed without filming this outro. That means it's comfortable. Wasn't even thinking about my makeup at all. So where, like this, so once upon a time, I was wearing the Estee Lauder Double Wear Stay in Place, the original, years ago. I was at JMU, had some alumni in for a meeting, so I had walked with them down to our dining hall, and walking back to our building, got into a massive downpour. I mean the kind where your shoes turn into sponges and you are just like drenched and dripping. And I went into the bathroom as soon as I walked into the building. And of course they have those like the paper towels that are brown and they feel like cardboard paper, like they're awful, but no absorbance whatsoever. And I blotted my face, and I looked like I had nearly drowned, but my makeup was on point, perfect. Couldn't tell anything happened. I feel like this looks the same way. Like this is unchanged from before I got rained on. And I was soaking wet. So that's impressive. Gonna give it a huge like 5 stars for that. Also, super comfortable. Like I said, I don't feel dry at all. And I'm not even getting my drag lines. Like, I'm not getting any indications that my skin is dry. So I do think the ingredients and the way they positioned this as a matte foundation, but with skincare, in a way, it's, if I had to guess, it's very well formulated. You know, that you can't really pull that off if you haven't formulated it well, done a bunch of testing on people with the spectrum of skin from dry to oily. Like, that's research and development, that's testing, that's good formulation practice. It's I'm NARS is good like that. Like I like NARS for that reason. So yeah, I think this is very well formulated. It's very comfortable. It did not settle into lines. Let's zoom in so you can see these things that I'm talking about as I'm talking about them. I did did have to blow my nose, so I'm missing a little product on my nostrils, but really barely any is missing. Quite impressive with that as well. Nothing has settled into lines. Nothing has moved around. I may have lost a little bit of coverage on my chin. I can see a tiny bit of redness coming through, but less than usual. And you know, where I blotted my forehead, it's not the foundation that's missing. I'm missing a little bit of my bronzer, but the foundation, I don't think it moved really. I think the foundation stayed completely put in place. Looks fine on my nose, looks fine on my forehead. It's not settling anywhere. Even with the rain, it didn't move around. I am really impressed. And I feel like the foundation has more time left in it. Like, I don't think it's done yet. Like, I would be totally fine being seen in public right now with this face at this point, and we're, you know, double digits into our wear time on a fairly challenging wear day. So if I had to give a grade to the NARS Natural Matte Long Wear, it's a really high A. Not surprising, considering there are only 2 foundations that have scored perfect 100% in my life. And that is the NARS why do I have Radiant Creamy Concealer? That's not the name of the foundation. Can't think of it. It's late. I'm tired. Can't think of it. Light reflecting foundation, and the Guerlain Terracotta. Those are the 2 foundations in my list that currently have a 100% score. I'm gonna go 99 on this. Like, it's so close up there, and it is one of these foundations that I feel like as I wear it more, it could potentially earn, I think it is definitely my top matte foundation. I don't wear matte foundations as often, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I think this is the nicest matte foundation I have. Now, I'm gonna have to wear it more to come to like a final conclusion, but do not be surprised if come end of the year, this is way the heck up on my favorites, because I can totally see that happening based on the experience I had with it today. I'm gonna wear it some more. We're gonna see if it dries me out. Sometimes mattes will dry me out if I wear them a few days in a row. We'll find out. But I'm all right with this. I'm pretty pleased right now. Anyway, that's that. What else should I buy? I just placed a pickup order on Ulta. Thank you guys that were hanging out with me in the very first not live stream. I don't know what to call this thing. It's a 24/7 streaming thing on YouTube where I've got the first one I'm running is a stream of 21 different drugstore foundation reviews. So they're all pre-recorded, like they're all my existing reviews bundled into one like 8-hour stream, but the chat is live. And I'm going to run it one time, and then it'll save as a video that you can go back to anytime. But then I'm going to restart it and run it 24/7 for a week. And then next week I'll do another one and another one and another one, with the thought being that it's like a TV channel that you can just like turn on and watch, or you can turn on and have background noise while you clean the house. Like, anyway, I can't remember what video I talked about it on Instagram. If I talked about it earlier, I talked about it in the concealer, the MAC concealer review that I'm wearing today. That's the previous video. If you missed it, go back one. Anyway, who knows? If I'm duplicating myself, I'm sorry. I'm late. It's late. I'm tired. What was I saying? Yeah, so we were in the chat. So the chat's live. And so that was really me live chatting. Just the videos that are playing are not live, even though it's got the live badge, because it's a live stream. It's being fed live while the chat's... Anyway, I don't know what to call it. It's like a TV channel of my reviews. So thank you all who contributed to me spending more money, because I placed an Ulta order while we were in the chat. You guys helped me out because I need to know what I'm missing, and so I placed an order. So finally I got the L'Oreal balm is coming. Also, Revlon put out a thing that I am thinking looks like they're trying to dupe the Jones Road Miracle Balms. So I couldn't help myself. I got 2 of those. I got the L'Oreal. I don't know if it'll still be going when this video posts, but they've currently got a buy 2 get 1 free on L'Oreal. So I got the balm, and then they had a balm version of a blush. I got one of those, and then they had the L'Oreal Infallible Cushion Foundation. So I ordered that. I ordered one of the new Morphe blushes. I can't remember what else. It was like $114 before I had some gift cards. Before I put my gift cards in. And then I rationalized it because after the gift cards, it was less than $50. That's very reasonable, right? Yeah. So, picking those up at Ulta tomorrow, and yeah, so thanks for helping me pick out some new stuff. Check out the stream. I will pop in there every so often. And I think I'm going to start doing some live streams at the shop when I'm formulating. I don't have the proper equipment to be able to respond to comments while I'm live streaming if I set that up. But I will be able to like talk to you, and then you guys will be in the chat, and I can go back later and talk in the chat. So it won't be like a live stream like the kind when I sit down here and like can type on my laptop and see your comments, because I won't have a separate laptop in that streaming situation the way I'm going to set that up. Anyway, I'm playing around with all this stuff. All this stuff is not going to replace these videos. These videos are here no matter what. They're going to keep on coming. But yeah, anyway, let me know what you want to see. I'm going to set up drugstore foundations as a stream. I'm going to have in prestige and high-end foundation stream. I'll do a K-beauty foundation stream. I'll do an indie brand foundation stream. I was thinking maybe a vlog stream. How about I put together one? Remember the old Makeup and Chill, where it was just like chill music and watching me do eyeshadow? Over the pandemic, I did those. I did like a dozen of those. Maybe I'll make a stream of those that puts them all together back to back to back. I don't know. Let me know. What do you want? Eyeshadow looks? I could do that. Like, think of subtopics of bundles of videos I could put together. And yeah, I'll put them together. And because I think I'm going to subscribe. I'm testing that app out, the app that makes this happen. I'm testing out the free version right now, so it only gives me 24 hours of time to stream. But I already think I like it, so I think I'm going to keep doing it. Anyway, let me know in the comments down below what you would like to see. As always, thanks a lot for taking some time out of your day to geek out over makeup with me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys all have an awesome day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care of each other. Bye-bye.